Who is ready for the FNCS Major 2 Finals? How is everyone doing? Zach, welcome in. Jonathan, welcome in. West, welcome in. Who else is in chat? Let me see. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Excuse me while it's not letting me move my mouse right now. That's weird. Okay, there it is. Sweet. Welcome in, everybody. Zach, Dallas, Wilbur, Jonathan. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, Wes. Let's get into it.
They're in the northwest side of the map, so they pretty much left their uncontested split to the south side and opted to be contested. It's kind of working out for them because they're still doing well on the leaderboard, but it's also working out well for Josh Nyamzo and Sikataki because now both of those duos have kind of ended up with uncontested drop spots. So I want us to keep a close eye on how this actually pans out through the day and if we can kind of expect this to kind of remain how it is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because they definitely started off strong, but the last two games were definitely a little rough for them. So it'll be interesting to see if they do change up their strategy. But for a team that also had some success yesterday, you already alluded to it a little bit, Zeke, but I'm going to let Vivid take it away because Veno and Agers had quite a day yesterday.
I mean, listen, we're kind of talking about all spawn situations. I expected Veno and Agers to come into this weekend with a little something up their sleeve.
Who do you think's
I did
gonna
not
win?
expect them to go latte at all because they were going to be triple contested over here. But this triple contest, it happened all 6 games. There was no secrets being kept from Veno and Agers outside of the fact that they are just darn good. Because I feel like anybody that watched those 6 games yesterday would probably agree with me in saying that Veno and Agers, I feel like, won that all spawn fight, whether they were fighting or not. But the tough part about it is that when you're triple contested, you kind of leave the POI sometimes with not so great loot. I mean, their weapons and their utility is pretty good, but their mats were always just so low. So they were actually forced into a situation where they had to just take mid-game fight after mid-game fight after mid-game fight.
Jonathan.
That being said, I mean, it just worked out so well for them. We know they were our elimination leaders after just those 6 games, and the numbers do the talking for themselves. Because as you can see, this is a breakdown of all of our teams, or at least towards the top, of how many eliminations they were able to pick up between zones 0 and 7. So a bulk of Agers and Veno, bulk of their action was just coming from those early to mid-game fights, 22 total eliminations from them.
And we've seen in the past, especially when Veno first came over to North America and teamed up with Clix, that he does really favor these early and mid-game fights. But I feel like between Clix and even Curve, that he hasn't really found a duo mate that would be able to kind of follow along with him and keep up the pace of Veno, who is so fast, so aggressive. But I don't think that's the case with Agers. Agers is the perfect teammate for Veno. Being able to just stay with him and keep that aggression going is definitely a key to the success that we saw from him yesterday.
I'm curious to see. Did we change something? Are we going to keep the triple contested situation? For now, though, as we continue to talk about day number 2, why don't we go say what's up to your casters, MDF and Jacob?
Honestly, you're talking about day 2, Zeke, and honestly, one thing that always sticks in my head, if you don't learn from your mistakes, you're doomed to repeat them. And for Queasy, Victor V, Okus, and Zana, they may have had some mistakes, but they also had moments where they shine like no other, getting victory royales on the day yesterday.
Yeah, it's a story that is so different from one to the other. Queasy and Victor V have very high expectations set on their shoulders. You saw their preparation has got them
Look at this, guys.
The early game.
What's up, Joseph?
Mid-game, the lurks that you saw.
Do I play Minecraft?
Just
very rarely.
Troubles in their areas.
Very,
so I'm to
very
see how
rarely do I play Minecraft.
This team, right? Nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Thank you.
Yeah, and honestly, both of these teams really have shown, because they have shared at one point or another a spot inside of global championship qualifying territory. They fell down a little bit, 14th and 15th place on the respective leaderboard, but it goes to show that one game can truly mean the difference, Zeke.
It can, Jacob. That's why you have to fight it out until the final game of Fortnite. Fortnite's going to do what Fortnite's going to do. But why don't we go ahead and bring up once again the leaderboard, right? So we got the talk of EU out the way. Let's look at our top 5 and see who could possibly race to number 1. We'll start at the bottom. Higgs,
yeah, Clix and Higgs.
Curve. I mean, look, we started
not Clix and Higgs.
Strong yesterday.
Sorry,
right?
that's been a long time ago.
12 eliminations. And we had some consistency and maybe a few one-off games that Didn't quite go their way, but Kelly, coming into today, I'm kind of curious what they might have adapted, you know, how they might have changed their plans to tackle these upcoming 6 games.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like the first half went better in their favor, unlike the second half of the day. But I will say in game number 1, the game that they won, that they kind of forego these early rotations that I saw a lot of other teams kind of prioritizing. And instead they stayed in Storm. They kind of left Lifty Lodge and then even ended up going back to it. And it wasn't until zone 5 or 6 that they actually ended up going back into zone.
Higgs is
and they kind
used
of
to
waited
with
a
Clicks.
little bit until zone 11 to steal high ground. And then just honestly, it was a clean, easy win and a bunch of eliminations. Getting that VR and the 12 elims has allowed them to kind of hold themselves up in this 5th place spot.
Higgs and Curve, man, they opened strong yesterday. Games 1 through 3, they were towards the top of the leaderboard. I mean, yeah, they're still in top
I am
but,
good for one.
With that consistency,
but we are going to do a watch party for the
not
FNCS Major 2 finals.
Acorn and Bulge just a spot above them on the leaderboard in 4th place here. And I'm not going to lie, how everything kind of happened yesterday, I, as it currently stands, kind of favor Acorn and Bulge to kind of take this home. I feel like they're going to win this FNCS, and it's just on the back foot of how consistently that they have played. Their average placement right now over the first 6 games was 7.0. There is not another team in the lobby with a better average placement than 10, and these guys are on 7. So the consistency is there for Acorn and Bolts. I mean, we constantly talk about it. Acorn, best IGL in the world, paired up with Bolts, so mechanical. That being said, Kelly, I know we were kind of talking about it yesterday. The solo clutch points are also kind of keeping these guys alive.
Yeah, it's wild to see that they have a 7th place average place, but they haven't placed above 5th. And I think a lot of that is due to what you just indicated, that they are consistently a solo when it comes to the final moments of the game. And you can see that here in the solo clutch points. And obviously, we kind of built up Acorn's solo play in the heat.
They're in 15th, I think, or something. They're pretty far.
We need both of them to stay alive a few moments. There was even a few moments in the game in the day yesterday where we thought they were separated. They weren't even in the same box together. So I don't know necessarily if it's just a little bit of a hitch in their synchronicity or if there's something else going on, but we know that this duo has been together for quite a long time now, and I know that they have that synergy. So maybe just a moment to kind of look back on maybe where they're taking a few missteps and to recover. But again, I'm saying recover. They're in 4th place, but I would love to see them get into a top 3.
Absolutely right. I think we all want to see that. We got to
keep the ball
rolling, though. The conversation going. We gotta talk about Muzz and Rise. No big deal. Only a few points behind Peterbot and Pollo. Very strong showing from the duo yesterday. Even a victory royale. You know, I guess I posed the same question.
I don't know about Muzz.
We had the evening to kind of moderate, to look over our gameplay.
Every guy he leaves just doesn't like him anymore.
They need to. I mean, with such a strong showing, maybe they just stay the course.
Listen, they got a 1st, a 2nd, and a 3rd yesterday. I don't know necessarily if they're going to have to make any changes. And I got to rewatch some of their games this morning. And honestly, right off the bat, they have so much success. Muzz lands on this crazy high plateau where there's a few chests, and he's able to grab some easy tags on some players, especially depending on how the bus path goes. He lands so much earlier than anyone else. And then they get the mythic AR from the boss that's nearby. And then they go into this mid-map. They're like, you know,
they're going to the mythic AR, not Peterbot?
Early rotations,
and then they can get the
surge tower that's in the middle of the map, and it's on top of that plateau that Muzz already landed on. So they have so much vision around the map. Just they have so much in the early and mid game that sets themselves up for success, that they don't really need these crazy big pop-off games in the end because they've just done so well in the early and mid.
Well, listen, 34 points separates 1st and 5th place. 6 points separates 1st and 3rd, and just a single point separates Peterbot and Pollo and Ritual and Cold. I mean, listen, Ritual and Cold, no surprise here. And we kind of talked about it towards the end of yesterday. If you kind of follow socials, Kinj always posts out his stats from the days, and Cold was all over it, man. He was the player with the most damage dealt. He had the best individual damage ratio. That being said, it wasn't actually the individual prowess that was so impressive for me yesterday. It was actually their average placement if you go ahead and disclude game number 4, because unfortunately they got 46th place, 0 eliminations. They went down just 5 minutes into the game. If you go ahead and actually disclude that game and kind of take their average placement without that one, it's a 4.2. If these guys survive the early game and just make it to the end game, How do you have an average placement of 4.2 there? It is absolutely incredible. They're playing so consistent right now, and I'm not entirely sure what happened in that game number 4, but they can kind of prevent that from happening and have 6 games today where they're constantly in the end game.
Not a fan of cold,
listen,
though.
only 1 point behind, these guys could win.
And on top of the consistency, they're also able to grab
Maybe
just a
after
ton
this,
of eliminations
maybe
every
after
time they
the-
make it to the end game. And
after
I was
the major.
rewatching some of their games.
But we're
I
watching
thought,
this right now.
maybe they're doing these crazy aggro plays like what Veno and Agers do, where they just run in the mid game, jump in people's boxes, and eliminate them. But no, they kind of wait until the end game, and they'll kind of early rotate, box themselves up, and then just create a little window. And they're so in sync and in tune, and they're both so good that they're able to get an elimination onto players rotating in front of them in like a split second. And they don't even do, like, they are so efficient in their eliminations that they don't need to go for the loot. There was a game yesterday where they got 3 eliminations back to back to back and didn't go for any of their mats, any of their ammo, anything, because they barely wasted any of it. Cold and Ritual are just so efficient in the end game that they don't really need to use anything.
Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Well, you guys did it. You said a duo's name, it activated my neurons, and now we must talk about them. Peterbot Pollo. You know, Kelly, of course, it would be this way, right? We go in, we're like, Peterbot Pollo. We even talked about it at the top of the show yesterday. You know, like, sometimes they have these big explosive games, and sometimes they're not doing that hot. Of course, they win game 6.
Yep.
They come in today as that #1 team. Of course, it's only a point, but that's still not, like, that's a pretty scary place to be.
I'm a broken record at this point. I always say how they are, historically a day 2 team, and that is still even the case for now. That was the case if you look at Summit Land and you split the games in half. They just do better in the second half of a tournament, and they're already in first place.
True.
And I have to think a part of that is due to this kind of early rotates they would do in the end game, even around Zone 7 or Zone 8. They would build these little towers and just kind of observe where everyone else is going. They would even rotate
Clicks
into
and
Storm
Rapid
to
got some
build
time
up
on
a
height.
tower to kind of block everyone else off if there was this natural height. They do
they're
such a
just
good
not
job
keeping that, I
preparing
guess.
for the end game that they're able to control height much earlier
Peter
than
is
any other
playing.
team is able to do.
And he is in
You
first
can see
right
their
now.
time on height yesterday. Over the course of the 6 games, it was almost 9 minutes total. But that being said, I feel like we have to mention Peterbot Pollo. It was very, very slow for them in games 1 through 3. And matter of fact, most of this time, 7 minutes and 20 seconds of it out of the total of almost 9 minutes there, actually just came on the back foot of games 4, 5, and 6. So a majority of that was just in the later half of the day yesterday. In fact, kind of going into game number 4 yesterday, they were on 160 points, and now they're on 333, which means that in just those last 2 games, they got more than half of their points than they are currently sitting on right now. So the momentum is on Peterbot and Pollo's side right now. Can they kind of bring it into day number 2 and keep the ball rolling?
Oh, man, it is going to be an awesome day of Fortnite, right? 6 games. After that, we've got 6 spots going to the Global Championship.
Peterbot
We're fighting
is
for prize
one
money.
of
We're
the
fighting for
best Fortnite
Axe
players
of
ever, Joseph.
Champions. It is going to be another movie. It's almost that time. Everyone find your seats on the battle bus. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, as a community,
Here we
Jacob,
go.
we're lucky. We get to come into day 2 with 4 teams neck and neck, and then so many others in the race right now. What do you think is going to happen here?
Now, first off, lucky is an understatement. We got a front row seat. I think the last time we had a tournament this close, it ended just as close. I hope it's one placement. I hope it's one elim. I hope first and second place are battling it out come game 12, and
That'd
the
be
winner of
awesome.
that game wins it all.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he is the
NA
best
has
Fortnite
given
player
us
that's
quite the
ever been.
spectacular show year after year, season after season. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. As we're gearing up here, though, we get to jump in for game number 7.
Here we go. Game number
This
7.
is a big day for everybody.
Game number 1 through
involved.
6 was
We crowned
yesterday.
A major 2 champion. If it's not for the prize money, maybe the acts of champions or the bragging rights to be the best in the world. We also have 6 global
Pollo.
championship spots up for grabs. Some teams already have them secured, so we could have a roll down situation. And Monster, with these 6 games, one last day to really put your name on the map and keep your journey going, because you don't want to have to go through that last chance global qualifier.
Yeah, definitely.
Nope.
Things get much more difficult later on in the weeks, but take a look at this. Veno, Agers, Chance, and Madden sticking to their drops as we sort of expected them to be contested, not to fully have the drop to themselves. However, it's quite the nice surprise, I'm sure, even for them to only have a single team here directly contesting them.
Yeah, no, not the only ones
True.
changing things up on this side of the map. I saw on the feed Aoxy Jojo Fishy taking down Void and Magma. That's another team that's just towards their west. Has told Zare and Ishu. This is a fight yesterday. We saw them kind of go back and forth.
I am rooting
Each
for
team
Clicks,
winning their
though.
respective off spawns, maybe even potentially
definitely
trying to
rooting
stay
for
alive
Clicks,
as a
but-
solo. And sometimes all you need is that
Yeah, I
one
think
day
he's 15th
difference. It's
place
time to kind of
currently.
recollect, figure out what went wrong, and fix it. But also figure out what went right and how to
I don't know
replicate
how many go to
Yeah,
Grand, so.
definitely. You know, this is their get back. They lost, I want to say, about 4 out of the 6 drops yesterday, maybe even 5, honestly. I know the first game went their way, but besides that, it was a pretty tough showing. FORTNITE, Moneymaker, keeping things interesting for us
Moneymaker.
here as they continue to sort of
Moneymaker's
float
in
around
this.
the drop
Dang, I
today.
haven't heard
They're
his
pulling out
name in a
whole
while.
new bag of tricks. They have a completely new team.
I've
and a
played
new
with
POI
Nick
inside.
and I've played with
Yeah, I
Zemi.
feel like they realize sometimes on this region, it is those eliminations that
I
make
have
the
played with
difference
Nick,
and start
yeah,
that
and I've played with
momentum
Zemi.
building, get confidence through the roof. So for Moneymaker and FORTNITE, it seems like they're pinpointing contested fights off the drop. And I'm not sure if they kind of plan for where they're actually hiding, but teams usually do go down the monster. They usually do farm up the metal here, the brick down below. You almost get maximum material down there. So the chances are high that teams are going to rotate in that direction. Obviously, the porta potty's there to get
some
even
pretty
more
fun
loot
games, though.
towards the backside
They're
of the
all
map.
on my channel.
That's right. And
They
Sharkman
are
and
all
Yuz
on my channel.
Are, of course, a team with
Zemi was
some
this year.
fair amount of points earned from yesterday, their overall performance.
Dang, what are
ending them in
Moneymaker and Zemi
23rd.
doing?
So very much in the race right now for a consistency position. Meanwhile, Kick and Avari have the high ground here. They're looking down, also trying to see if they can find an opportunity.
You know what?
is
Moneymaker and
patient down
Moneymaker
here.
probably
So
landed
Moneymaker
at
and
the
FORTNITE
duck.
might have did their homework, but were they spotted potentially landing down? Hence everyone's cautiousness at the moment. How much time can you wait here, though, right? Even
Yeah.
with Max Shield, you don't really have a lot of builds.
There's 3 teams.
The
Oh,
clock
dang.
is ticking here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Like I said, they're going for that brick, the porta potty, Moneymaker and FORTNITE. You're asking how long they can be patient for. Just a couple of seconds longer. They do have a team crossing their path, but they're just trying to go ahead and loot that boat. But you also have Quick and Avari still up above eyeing this altercation. So the initial plan for Moneymaker and FORTNITE is let the fight break out. Listen to the noise,
Yeah.
look at the feed, count the knocks, and then strike. And now they might be the ones trying to push what little advantage they might have.
So interesting as they get closer.
They can
and
get
I'm
shot right now.
curious if they realize there's a team above them. They have to know because Sharkman and Yuz are building for good reason. Now, Vari and Quick are obviously not going to over peak. So although FORTNITE and Moneymaker are exposed here,
They don't
they're
see
not
him yet.
actually in danger just yet from the high ground team.
The high ground team can warm sit and
And
see
it
them.
does seem like they
but they left.
ultimately decide to leave.
They did leave.
I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. They know 2 teams are here. When you see one disengaging out and you don't know where the other one is, a little bit too
Weenie
risky.
Warrior going-
As it does look like
getting
Paper
hurt.
and Zen are looking to go ahead and contest the battle woods against Ritual and Cold. This could be a blessing for Ritual and Cold. They get that first knock onto Zen, which is going to help them for Surge. I'm not sure how much, though. You can see 53 shield left on the Ritual. You got to imagine he took some sort of a shot. But while Paper and Zen
I hate
contest Ritual
people
Cold,
that
you can see
just
a Vive and Veer
randomly
at least
name their
trying to
thing
get a little
something
bit
random.
of damage. It might be 20, it might be 30, but at least it's something to start the journey for Aviv and Veer.
A couple
Keep your
tags here to put
names
them ahead.
normal.
Cold Ritual play a lot more defensively now as they tuck themselves inside the base, just in case
One person
that team
under them,
comes
though.
down, not to be, of course, pinched here. Here goes the Shockwave to give them that extra stamina. Now it's time to go ahead and make the push here. Breaking that wall right there allows them to see straight through it, and
Yep.
the elimination was quick and easy for them. They had to secure their first set of points and some damage to go with it.
How's Clicks and
They see 2 eliminations. Even though
his team
Ritual
doing?
did
Come on,
get tagged
show
up,
us.
it's still overall
Show us if they're
net
still alive.
positive, especially since they haven't even left their POI yet. It's a lot of time for them
Yamzo
to continue
and
on with
Josh
their game
running
plan.
out there.
Just
I think
Josh and
they-
Yamzo, they only get that little building just outside of
Okay.
Sanctuary, so they have to be quick to loot up elsewhere. And
So
that's why
no.
we're seeing in majority of the games, even yesterday, they're so quick to get out of that actual drop and rotate towards the center of the map. This time around, it does look like they're venturing on over towards Sinister Strip, and you're already seeing how crowded it actually is. All of our OG being the primary ones to try to put down pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Tons of teams situated in the vicinity.
Wait, does
You
it
have
say
Focus
Oliver
and
OG? I
Zonda.
thought Oliver
Peter
was on-
Boyo has a
was
surge
on
base
Europe.
there as well. This is
Maybe
quite
I'm
the
wrong?
dangerous
Am I
rotate.
wrong?
Everyone's going to base down, but for a second, we get to jump in with Mirror Ops, QK, Minish, and Hobby here. shots and exchanges happening between the two teams in the fight. Then, of course, you have this team based up outside of this engagement here. They're popping tags in as well.
Literally 4 teams. Contrap, Darzy, 20, Chimp towards the outside, Marab's QK here, Javi and Diminished. And typically throughout the day yesterday, it was Clicks and Rapid trying to put pressure on a Marabs and QK in this exact same location, maybe a little bit more towards the east on that coastline, but it's interesting to see them not even kind of move over in this direction. So Clicks and Rapid also having a change of game plan here, at least early on in game 1, as we return back to familiar territory on the whole southern western part of the map. FORTNITE and Moneymaker, you can see they kind of overstayed their welcome in the zone. My only question here, Monster, is probably the same one we had early on. Does anybody even know they're lurking around?
Yeah, it's really hard to tell. You know, honestly, early on, I felt like there might have been some early indication, maybe some visual pickup. Hey, there's another team. There's extra gliders here. What are we going to do about it? Hence why everyone's taken their sweet, sweet time. But clearly, Quick and Avari had to have gotten into the mix here as they came down for the vending machine. So the fight with Yuz and Sharkman is already breaking out. Even looking at the map, FORTNITE and Moneymaker doubling back, right? They're not exactly sure. And I think in their head, they must be doing the math. They need the damage. They actually probably absolutely need to get active here. The likelihood of them finding an easier battle later on, you know, further into the safe zone is probably not there, since the zone sort of landed on top of them in this general area.
Man, I can kind of see rightfully so. I feel like they just
trying to find
invested
Clicks
so
and
much
Higgs, see if
time
they've
and
been
energy onto
eliminated
this
yet.
side. They feel like it's a must. And it was immediately as they started shooting. Avari,
No, they have
Quick,
not.
Young,
Okay.
Sharkman
Ooh,
playing for a
they're
little bit
doing
of piece
okay.
control. That's when I was looking at it, but you said it just in time that they are doubling back. And now they're really kind of just putting it on the line here. They're not necessarily rotating out, but they're putting themselves in a position to, no matter who wins this actual fight, they're going to have to rotate into Moneymaker and FORTNITE.
Yeah, it's going to end up playing out. Both sides, of course, already digging into their heels. Sharkman gets control of the mending machine here. Remember, this will allow them to get those med kits as well, but these are some important tags coming from the low ground team with Quick and Avari.
I want to pull up.
FORTNITE and Moneymaker are like, all right, we came back. They're still duking it out. Let's get out of here. They end up waiting just outside the storm line here. Regardless of who wins this one, they are surely going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, for a situation like this, both of these teams need some sort of mathematician.
So 2
by their
people in the
side
top
just to
10
count
have gone
up the
down this
numbers,
game.
how much damage they're taking, and find a way to do the quick maths, because
And Clicks and
honestly, this
Rapid
looking
is
like
not
almost
one
a
of them.
no-win scenario with how many shots they're actually trading off, how many materials they're actually using, how much gold they're actually spending. So the longer and longer this one goes, it's not only that third-party team, because you see in the mini-map, Moneymaker FORTNITE still lurking around, but it's everything that you're using in this situation, all the resources that it's costing you, to where even if you do get both of the eliminations, not just one, it's still not going to put you in a good spot. It's almost, like I said, a no-win scenario forming right before our very eyes.
Yeah, I think Moneymaker FORTNITE are actually leaving out so that they can heal without giving away any audio sound effects or something like that, because there has to be a reason they're doubling back and forth as they try to find a clean entry in to lurk up on the team. Now they're coming in from the top down. Avari and Quick, though, look at this, down to their last med kit here, forced to start breaking their way through the builds. This is going to expose them to the outside. FORTNITE and Moneymaker now have to see if they can actually download what's happening here.
Not smart.
This extra bit of information is going to be super important for them. Otherwise, they'll be left holding the bag. Look, they actually don't even realize that Quick and Avari have now left.
Storm's right there. They just need to get out.
And they're watching the whole other side. Instead of the same side that they kind of rotated on out, but you can see they found some loot on the outskirts of where they're actually at. They're able to get a couple extra med kits, minis, bigs. Not sure what the mobility is looking like overall, but they're at least in a spot where they do have the luxury to stay a little bit longer.
Wow.
On over towards Calamari Canyon, where we jump in very quickly.
Look how many chug jugs there are. That's crazy.
It was no Nox. We know him and Dash have been eliminated out of this game.
Big eliminations for King and Kreese. That puts them at 3 now. That's a plus 12 points. If you start with just that, they're inside the top 10 now, jumping up to where Josh and Yamzo would have started the game here. For Acorn, for Bolts, they're off to such a hot start at day 1. The cushion is growing. 318 points separate them from the rest, but I'm looking at that damage meter, looking like it's a bit light here. So options are going to be Oliver OG. But the problem is you have Yamzo in the distance, and remember, Peterbot and Boyo have that tower too, so a lot of potential third parties for Acorn and Bolts can be happening here.
You see what I see, right? But we're both looking at the same thing. And no, I'm not talking about Curve. He is great. We know what it is. Production
Batman
even
Booga
sees what I'm seeing. It's the return. The man, the myth, the legend. Higgs has been shoved away. It's the return of Batman Booga. And this is something big right here because he has come so close under the name Batman Booga so many times from NA West to Central. He has yet to capture that FNCS championship. And I feel like right now he's playing with a chip on his shoulder. Day 2, a new day for them. And why not bring a familiar name back to the mix?
Honestly, I would have loved to see him even go with Batman Higgs. Let's just merge the two.
Oh,
take the branding all
Higgs.
the way. But Batman Booga, what a fun username. Definitely
I forgot that was
by
Higgs.
obviously the GOAT himself. So really cool to see Higgs having some fun here. And I think he's just trying to put all the good omens together, right? Put out all the good lucky charms that he can think of here, because he is very close to striking NAC championship title here today.
Yeah, one point or another, sharing that first place spot. Along with Muzz and Rise here, I talked about it yesterday, coming together very, very late, especially compared to some of the other teams that they're around on the leaderboard. Had a not good day 1. They needed to clutch up big in day 2. They made it happen. They go through heats. It's a cakewalk for them. And then here in finals, they're playing so phenomenally well. I think Rise has flown so under the radar, you know, over the last couple of years, you know, maybe even questioning his dedication, his passion. I feel like, and I've always said it, with the right teammate, Rise will rise back on up. And I think Muzz is that right teammate.
Yeah, listen, Muzz has had this very consistent, successful career on NA. I feel like there's been moments where, again, he has excelled as an individual, and just pairing up along Rise, who's also had a very stable career. These are two super veterans paired up with one another, and if nothing else, I bet they just complement each
looking
other
at Clicks and
very
Higgs
well.
right now,
Two
which
very
is
level-headed players.
make me think
The
they might have
performance here
fell
is
off
surely
or might
showing.
have got
In
eliminated.
a world of so much new, crazy talent as well, right? Like the Curves, like the Batman Boogas that are, of course,
But they
rising
haven't,
up. Especially
as
in
far
the
as I
last
know,
year.
it looks like they have
Look
not.
at this. Being below,
I don't think they've
120
got any
below.
points.
We'll have to catch up with what's happening over there. First, though, we touch base with Muzz and Rise, who finds Boji rotating through the storm, getting chased down by Cynic. So a nice free pickup for them. That's a 4-point swing going
There's
their way.
Clicks. There he is.
Yeah, that's definitely good, because coming into today, it was 6 points
Cooper's going
difference
down.
between them and first place. Obviously, we got to figure out how many eliminations Ritual, Cold, Peterbot, and Poyo have gotten throughout all this, but they're definitely climbing up as the game continues to progress.
Higgs goes down.
going to go down. Curve going against Cold, and Ritual. Cold is
took
just
him
going to shut them
down.
both
Wow.
down back to back. Batman
Cold's good,
Booga here
man.
in game 1
He's too
along with
good.
Curve. They had the most distance traveled over the entire tournament so far, and Cold and Ritual immediately shut it down.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, it's just a really tough fight, right? Like, who
Wow.
wants to fight Cold when they're not below
He
the
dominated
surge,
both
right?
of them.
Like, Cold just gets
Poyo
to
and
wait
Peterbot
there,
at
get
the
the
top
pre-fire
of
off.
Sinister.
We saw him do it. While that was happening, by the way, FORTNITE did find Sharkman with an elimination. So something has finally concluded for Money Making FORTNITE. You can see them down to the bottom right. Meanwhile, way up top, clearly Boyo and Peterbot get first dibs on the rotate here. Using a shockwave, gets off that high ground.
Screws Poyo.
This is working out pretty perfectly for them right now.
But they are in
Yeah,
zone.
especially compared to some of the games we were seeing yesterday. They're 520 above, but Venno has gone down
Agers,
to Veer.
very, very low.
Literally on a sliver of HP, and it's active surge. He only has a couple of seconds. He can't take a single tick. Veer is buying time right now, and Agers and Venno have gone down.
That's
so as
crazy.
it stands, Monster, 5th place, 6th
Agers
place,
and
have
Venno
both
going
been
down.
eliminated.
Muzz and
That's
Rice
a
still in
tough,
it.
tough spot to be in, but if you're everyone else who's, of course, racing for consistency, you're happy to see these spots start to loosen up, because what you don't want is for them to hold the grips on the leaderboard, right, and continue to gap away. This really does open up opportunity for other players. Meanwhile, Clicks and Rapid getting active here.
There we go.
Mid game, finding themselves a nice little elimination. Well, a lot of notable names I'm still seeing alive here. Yamzo, Josh.
I don't see clicks in that.
King, Craze, Bolts, Acorn. A lot of teams situated pretty strongly now.
Yeah, I just got to see this update here for Acorn and Bolts. 263 above. You know, it wasn't too long ago in the same game. We saw them kind of below the damage threshold. But Acorn always peeking for those opportunities. And I think it was Kelly that said it throughout the day yesterday. Even though they're 4th place on the leaderboard, they were just unable to really make a lot of these games count as a duo. They really made them count as a solo. But we know what the difference in numbers makes, especially if you're a team like this that knows how to play for that high ground. You just can't do it alone most times.
Yeah, look at this. Somehow, Moneymaker and F9 are 120 above when they only got that singular elimination that we saw in the feed there. Just shows you the importance of also not taking damage in your journey. Meanwhile, Cold and Ritual, though, just doing big things here. It's really funny that in the highlights, you know, when Kelly did the breakdown for this team, she mentioned that they get these eliminations. They do not greed for the resources, though, but they also don't desperately find themselves needing it every single time. Even here and now, they are max material coming into this big moving.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I think it's something that Ritual just deserves a lot of credit on, you know, just being able to kind of go through trios,
Yeah,
now
do
back
not
to
see
duos,
clicks and
and be
eggs.
the IGL, and somebody they can kind of lean
not
hard
clicks and
on,
eggs.
especially in
I keep
these
saying
tough
clicks and eggs, but I'm
situations
used to
where you
that.
don't necessarily
Oh,
know
there's
at all
clicks
times
and
where you're going
rabbit.
to
There we
get
go.
your surge. Where they did go down, I think Vivid said 46th place to start the game.
A lot of
and they're
shakeups
still
in
looking
teams
as strong as
this
ever.
season.
See Victor V and Queasy not straying away from their strategy. They tried it yesterday. They did it in heats,
Ooh,
going for
Queasy's
high ground
on-
majority of the time, but
on
they're
surge.
88 below the damage threshold. There's a
88's
lot
not
of
bad.
opportunity up here for them to go ahead and strike down on anybody shockwaving on, but they have to be quick because it's active surge.
Yeah, this is super
Yeah.
important for them right now. I also didn't see any
Peterbot
heals,
trying
so
to
they've
take
already
zone
healed
from
through
Crazy.
the majority of the last couple of surge ticks, and now they're forced to jump on a team, and it's Peterbot and Boyo who are on the other
And
side.
they take him
Peterbot
down.
hits a monster shot, so does Boyo, and they take down Victor V and Queasy
Peterbot
on
and
the
Boyo
line.
now
Replacement
have
points
height.
were being issued out.
They now
I
have
almost wish
height.
they would have gotten active a little bit sooner, especially when you saw 7 players standing between you and the surge turning off.
Yeah.
It's just a long, long ways, but look at this. This is looking like a win situation for Peterbot and Boyo. The only team that has arguably gone for height every game that they possibly could has now lost that resistance, or better yet,
Look at that,
beat
they
them
have height
on
now.
the high ground here.
Yeah, that high ground counter is definitely going to reach 10 minutes after this game, but Clicks and Rapid falling under the radar so far in this game. I think that's a blessing for them, not taking too much focus from everybody. We saw Rapid's first elimination kind of get them going. Now we're getting into the placement points.
Come on,
top
Clicks.
22. It's not much as of now, but we know teams will start to drop like flies. Those placement points will start to fly in as they rotate toward the front side of the zone. They're waiting for it to open up on the right side, which gives them a little less pressure to deal with.
Names I'm seeing here, Golden and Ozone on the backside of zone, Ritual, Cold here, 5 eliminations now, working the mid-ground lane. They're getting targeted, though, by a few different teams here. They will have to sort of soldier their way through all these old builds. Peterbot Boyo still maintaining control of the high ground. I'm seeing glimpses of Shadow and Virgo as well, still standing here, trying to make a comeback for themselves, but take a look at this. Cole dropping all of his material here for Ritual. Although he's going to try to stick this pickup, it's going to cost him a bit.
They got to
If he
run. They
makes
got to
it, ooh, barely, but they're in.
beeline it there. Just 10 HP for Cole.
Wow.
But surviving is surviving. Saw Muds and Rise in the backside of zone, so it doesn't look like it's smooth sailing for Peterbot and Poyo just yet. Fanaya's going to go down. Moneymaker still finds an Elim. He gets the Elim onto Acorn, though, separating him and Bolts once
Moneymaker
again.
still in
But
it, wow.
Moneymaker, it's your chance to make your name true, make that money, but he goes
I wonder if
down.
Moneymaker's
Peterbot and
still
Poyo
really
are gonna
annoying,
fall from grace as
'cause
well.
he was
And then
very
Shadow
annoying.
and Virgo the ones that take it all.
Yeah, it looks like Muzz and Rise might have attempted it as well. You saw them falling there
When he
too.
was younger.
So a scrappy battle up top. Peterbot Boyo end up playing the price. Boyo now left by himself, but in the end, Shadow and Virgo will remain victorious with the high ground. Meanwhile, Cold still trying to pull off a solo clutch here for himself now. He's at 10 points earned this game already. Meanwhile, Virgo and Shadow holding things down on the high ground. Oliver OG, Belly Boss think they're gonna come up and
Oliver
contest
OG
the
goes
best
down.
here, but nope, it's Boyo who still wants to
Goodbye,
have a piece of this
Oliver.
fight.
I saw him take so much damage. I'm like, what duo is next to go to the high ground? And it's Pollo by himself. And that's something that he loves to do. Go for the high ground as a solo and let everybody else down below
Virgo
deal
and
with that
Shadow.
mess. But as of now, it's Shadow and Virgo that are going to stand tall. Clicks and Rapid get a second
There we go,
elimination in
Clicks.
this game, and timed perfectly because they desperately needed those materials to continue looking strong here.
It's a very big game right now for Clicks
Oh,
and Rapid.
Pollo
Almost a
down to
top
15
10.
health.
But Pollo still has to be taken out here. He's working his way through the low ground now, jumping down, just
Take the
trying to stay
chugs.
out of the line of sight of the opponents. Doesn't even have time to pop his heals. If he could, he would, but he's more desperately trying to avoid the storm here.
Just weaving in and out of these builds.
Oh my
But
God. Pretty
just
amazing.
watch. It's like the game is moving in slow
done
motion
now.
for him, and now Pollo clicks one-on-one. Pollo goes down. That's Ozone who steals away that elimination.
Clicks does
now
not get that.
everybody is sending up towards height. Shadow is gone. Virgo is down to a sliver of HP. Doesn't even make it back in. And out of nowhere,
Clicks goes
it's
down.
Goldzier and Ishu that are stealing away the momentum here.
Not a
And don't
bad
forget,
game from
Goldzier
Clicks,
and
though.
Ishu had a
Not
very,
a bad
very
game from
tough
Clicks.
Day one, losing their off spawn. Finally, though, when they get let loose, they are running things up, but so are Iamzo and the low ground. But take a look at this. Just a little update. 8 eliminations for Josh and Iamzo here as they are cooking things up down low, and now they've actually secured just enough material to do something big here.
They were literally one placement outside of the Globo's bubble. You gotta imagine they're inside of it now and looking to head even further up that leaderboard. Our
Knocked
final
one.
2v2. Goldzier's gonna get shut down first.
Iamzo.
Iamzo and Josh win
And
game number
Jo-
1. 11 eliminations
Yeah,
to start the day
Iamzo
off
and the
hot.
guy that Clicks bought a PC
huge
for
moment for them right
wins
here
the
to
first
be
game
battling from the
of
low
game
ground
number
and turn
7.
things around and
Round
then
2.
secure the win
Wow.
when it matters most. And honestly,
That's pretty
with
crazy.
how fired up they look there, Zeke, that was the way you execute.
MDF, I am shocked.
Iamzo is
after
a
that
master
game
at
result.
movement,
I feel
though.
like
At
there were so
rotating.
many different ways that game could have ended. For a while, I was like, oh, Peter Bob Pollo, they're up on the high ground. But then Shadow Virgo push out, and I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. What's going on? And then Dozer and Ishu go, I'm like, oh my gosh. And then Josh and Iamzo from the low ground. 11 elimination victory royale on the hardest day of the competition to kick off game number 7. Kelly, oh my gosh, momentum is going brr.
Listen, I think we need to give a big thank you to Reet and Cooper for winning the Wonky Land off spawn first to 10, because I think that might be a key to the success of Josh and Iamzo right now. We've seen them have major success at Wonky Land, but what they're doing right now in the early and mid game, and Vivid, you broke it down perfectly, and then being able to convert that into these perfect end games, absolutely incredible. And I do have to feel like just because of how vertical that height was, there were so many layers and not too many people actually on that low ground
Very
except
true.
for Iamzo and Josh. So when these players had to kind of drop down, when they got a little scared, they were able to just clean it up so
Yep.
easily because they were the
when
only
you
ones
drop
there,
down,
and they were able
you're
to
gonna
just
be
pick up
hurt.
so much loot because of that.
You know,
Or
we were kinda
pressured,
watching
one
the
of the two.
game, obviously me, Zeke, and Kelly, and we were kind of talking about it, whatever. And Zeke was like, "Man, it kind of seems like everybody's like sleeping. You know what I mean? Everybody needs to like wake up a little bit here." I can tell you right now, Josh looks like he
Look
is
at Josh.
very clearly awake because he was moving just
I think
absolutely
Clicks-
phenomenally
Clicks,
in that end game. But I also want to go ahead
think
and mention,
Clicks
you gotta-
definitely
you gotta
regrets buying
imagine,
him a
we constantly
PC.
talk about the differences between day
He's
one
getting better
and
than
day
Clicks.
2 when it comes down to these types of competitions.
Joking,
Josh
but
and Iamzo came into this weekend kind of expecting to go wonky land, and then of course they kind of like lost the rights to actually land there. And then they kind of came into it and they were like, oh, we're going to be contested by Seek and Taki over here at the split to the left of Clicks and Rapid, but now they're going to be uncontested. So now that they're kind of coming into day number 2, you got to imagine last night they probably prepared around the fact that they are now uncon, and immediately that preparation, I would imagine, is starting to pay off with a game 1 victory royale.
Crazy stuff. I feel like I gotta go watch Faxity's reaction to that result. Man, a massive
How about
shot
now?
and a massive W for them. How does that impact the leaderboard? We'll find out after this short break. We'll see in just a moment.
it's gonna be fun. Belgium. Wish I could go. September. Just in case that's caught any copyrighted music, We'll turn it on here. Oh, fun. It's not letting me. How's everyone doing, guys? How is everyone doing? It's a good song. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, they're back. Sorry, guys.
Missed it. Josh and Yamso got themselves an 11 elimination victory royale in the first game of the day. We do have 5 more games to go. Nobody freak out. But as we turn attention to the leaderboard, this is a massive W for them. They have jumped up so many places, and now they find themselves in the top 5. That, Kelly, is why we say one game can really change everything.
True.
I love to see it. Out of all of the teams that we had play in Major 1, there's only a handful that stuck together. And Josh and Iamzo is one of the only ones that didn't get a global championship qualification and still remain together. And you can see why that's so important, the synergy, the understanding. But I'm going to be a little bit honest. I like to write notes while I'm watching these games. And around Zone 2, I wrote Iamzo with great loot. And then that's the rest that I have. We weren't really able to watch them until the final moments because so much was going on in those end games. And obviously, I know a lot of people were looking to Peterbot and Poyo, who were able to take high ground.
We didn't see
really
much of them either until the end.
Of course, it came down to that solo from Polo. We thought we were going to maybe see another Summit Land performance, but it did go a little bit less like that. However, Vivid, you called it out during the break that Peterbot and Ritual are just 1 point away from each other still after that
still
last
only
game.
1 point?
Yeah, incredible that we're kind of remaining very, very close towards the top of the leaderboard. And, you know, kind of taking a look at that leaderboard when we were looking at it. Actually, I'll bring that up in just a moment as we do see Peterbot play. It looked like this was actually going to be a good game for them because they had the high ground. As you can see here, Peterbot just quickly caught off guard. And I won't lie, high ground got a little chaotic this game. I mean, we saw obviously Peter and Polio up there. Wheezy and Victor V were kind of fighting them for it at one point. Shadow and Virgo went for it at one point. We saw Oliver OG sending it up there as well. So high ground was a little bit crazy. But talking about this leaderboard right now, obviously we came into the day, and I just want to talk about the top 5 kind of coming into the day and how they
Veno goes down though.
In game number 7.
I think they went down.
It has opened up the door a lot. So Pete and Polio, that kind of came in today. They were first place. They got 9th that game. Rich One Cold, they got 15th that
Moneymaker
Muzz,
in the top
16th.
10.
Acorn and Bolts 17th, and then Higgs and Curve, they got 36. So all of our teams that came into today in the top 5 on the leaderboard, barely broke into the top 10 at all. I mean, Pete and Pollo were the only ones who actually do that, and it was just on the back foot of Pollo's solo clutch. And so the door has been open for all of our other teams to kind of catch up. And, you know, we take a look at it here for Ritual and Cold.
Let me go check what
I'm not gonna lie, I thought Cold was going to pick up 10 eliminations.
Clicks
That's
and
what I
Higgs
was
are
kind
at.
of calling for. You blink and you might have missed it. They just
They have moved up to 13th
on the backside of the zone because
with
Ritual
216
is forced
points
to go ahead for a res onto Cold at one
They're
point.
gonna need some good games,
I mean,
though.
when you see Cold
to be honest, though,
practically
they
get a
all
1v2 onto
with
Higgs
Clicks
and
at
Curve,
least. I'm
I
not
can
gonna
totally
talk for
understand why you
Rapid.
thought they were going to be walking away
Clicks
with a 10
always
elimination
does
game
good
there.
in like the
But
first or second
unfortunately, there's
game,
just
and
only
then
so much you can predict,
the rest of the
especially
games are
with
just
Ritual and Cold. You
trash.
kind of like to like box up a little
So
bit
let's see
and
if
wait for
Clicks
everyone to rotate
can,
in front of them to get those eliminations.
get past that
Eventually, if you're
with
not
his
kind of
new
like super
teammate,
focused,
Rapid.
lasered in on all the players rotating in front of you, you're not going to pay attention behind you. And if you just get caught out by a really big team, they're just going to get those eliminations quickly. But it's Cold and Ritual. If anyone's going to be able to bounce back, and I don't know how much bouncing back they're going to do because of how high up they are, it's going to be this duo.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see that top 4 didn't shift at all, right? Peterbot, Pollo, Ritual, Cold, Buzz, and Rise in that last game. You did call out, Viv. They did find, they only made it to 16th place rather, but they did find 3 eliminations, so they are still trying to make up those points. Again, you know, I'm trying, it's like, I want to be critical, right? Because this is day number 2. This is that moment where we are fighting for an Axe of Champions. We can't really make mistakes, but, you know, Viv, I'm having trouble, especially because it's just the first game. Like, there is always that feeler game that we just like need to come into, see how the lobby's kind of taken or adjustments they've made, and then, you know, take it from there.
I mean, without a doubt, our top 4, we're taking a look at them. Acorn and Bold still kind of maintained to their 4th place as well. But that being said, Acorn and Bold, they're on 348. And you remember how I was kind of mentioning with all of our kind of like top 5 teams doing a little bit poorly this game in comparison to how they were doing yesterday.
True.
Josh and Yamzo are kind of the best example to use here because Josh and Yamzo came into the day 19th place, around 220 points. They're now sitting on 327
that
points.
jump in from Bolts was
around 100
it wasn't
points
smart. He must have been
they were behind like
tagged from
100 plus
Surge.
points from Acorn and Bolts yesterday, but now they are only 21 points behind, sitting in 5th place. So yeah, these top 4 teams kind of sitting up there. They've got a little lead, but it has gone down tremendously after game number 7.
I honestly, Zeke, I mean, this is just game number 1 of day number 2. We have 5 more games to go. And honestly, the fact that we had so many of our bigger
And
teams
it's
kind
game
of fall
time,
down early,
guys. It
I
is
love that.
game
I want
time.
everyone in the top 10 to just be so close. I don't want to know who's going to win, who's going to go to globals until the final game.
That was their plan. They're like, hey guys, just like let's everybody just chill out, just feel their game. That's actually not what happened. That's not what happened at all. We'll have to see though how things shake out. 5 games left to go. With that being said, it is that time once again. The game is ready for us. So casters, be you.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so this one's going to be an interesting day as it does continue because 1 point is difference. And if you look at the stats, there's 1 elim better for Peterbot and Pollo over Cold and Ritual, but they have just a little bit more consistency. Both teams having trouble with Surge at certain points in the game. This one is probably one of the best FNCSs in a while.
Yeah, really tough to go ahead and crack the case that is Cold and Ritual, so consistent, lurking in the distance, and we don't really follow their early game story too much, so they come up out of nowhere, but sounds like Game 8 is ready. Let's do it.
You know, it's not only the gap for first place that I'm looking at as I go down the leaderboard. I try to count the teams that already have global spots, secure the ones who don't. Even that bubble for the global championship spot is just so close. Like Kelly said, I want to see this one go down to the very last game.
How many people make globals?
With everything on the line.
Yeah, the way this leaderboard is headed, it surely will do just that. But there was already a couple upsets from that last game, right? You have the Higgs and Curve dropping early. You have the Aegis and Veno falling prematurely as well. So a lot happening there. As we jump in with Dozer and Ishu, they seem to have just figured things out off the drop. A monstrous first game to kick things off, that second place giving them the momentum. And now that confidence comes surging in here as they drop their competition out the gate with no problems.
Like, I know we have big plans for the day, Brothers Moneymaker Infinite. We have big plans, right?
I like
and
it.
one thing I learned over my time
Peter
on
Bugs.
this year, on this
He's not
earth,
low, never mind.
is
He's
in
just
order to
putting on
be the
shield.
best, you have to beat the best. And Fanayan and Moneymaker right now are definitely ready for a handfall, and it works! It works! Down goes Peterbot. Now Pollo is left
Wow,
himself
Peterbot
with
goes
Moneymaker
down.
and FORTNITE looking for him.
This is crazy. They have managed to successfully take down the second place team as
Wow.
well earlier in the competition in day one, and now they're targeting our number one, Peterbot and Boyo. Boyo's by himself. We've already given Boyo so much credit as far as what he is capable
So only
of
6
as
duos
an individual player. But
go
even with all that
to
star
globals
fighting
from
power,
this.
is it going to be enough to hold
So
back
top
Nine
6
Moneymaker?
teams.
Well, look at things from Peterbot's perspective. He gets hit with a major surprise.
There's literally nothing he could. As soon as he took the porta potty teleporter,
Yep.
he was just done. They coned him off. They boxed it. There was no builds able to be placed. Even if somehow Peterbot one shot tagged one of them down, it's still a 2v1. So
Yep.
Moneymaker FORTNITE still affecting the
That's
lobby all
crazy.
around. And it's almost a must, right? Because you kind of close out the day yesterday. 49th place for the most part. 18th place to start the day with 2 eliminations. So they need something to get back on track. And taking down Pete, that could be just it.
What's crazy about it too is like they just slowly influence all the teams' overall tournaments, right? Like these little things that they're doing is really having ripple effects, I think, across the entire competition. And that's why you have it, even people like Muzz, Rise, Acorn, Bolts still having this creeper like way up the leaderboards right now. All in all, I mean, I'm impressed, right? I'm really genuinely impressed with what Moneymaker and FORTNITE have done on this region.
You know, I blame Veno and Queasy. Remember the Invitational? They're the ones who started it all. Peterbot popularized it, and now I feel like everybody is incorporating it into the game plan. Rightfully so. I know it was only a 1-point difference, but if you're one of those teams that are a little bit further down the leaderboard, the only way to stop such a consistent team is maybe to take matters into your own hands. That's exactly what they're doing. Batman Booga and Curve, aka Higgs and Curve this time around, just lurking off their mountain a little bit towards that team down below, which was Paper and Zen. Again, just trying to get some early game surge. They have some of the most distance traveled on the map throughout the entirety of this tournament, so surge is a primary factor of their game plan.
I just want to say, whoever's editing, you know, Moneymaker FORTNITE's video for the post-tournament, they're going to have the best post-tournament recap out of any team out there. Win or lose, doesn't matter. They're going to have the best highlights for sure.
Are they?
Okay, slow and steady for Clicks and Rapping over on this side. Uncontested for the most part outside of that left building. And
Take your time.
which I think kind of puts a little bit of a speed bump in their path as we kind of take a quick look at King and Craze. Vert just gets lurked on. Literally, this is just lurk after lurk so
Lurk, lurk,
far
lurk.
in this game. Just key way to get eliminations. But as I was saying, you know, Clicks and Rapid coming into the tournament, they practiced a lot with that cube, able to kind of bounce them far to get eliminations. With Josh and Iamzo landing there, they don't necessarily have that same comfortability to use that as a part of their strategy.
Yeah, they've almost foregone that as a part of the strat. And again, that's just because you don't want to really cross their paths, right? Or leave yourself exposed to them.
Yeah, they're a good team.
Acorn Bullets, though,
Hence
face
they
a
just
little
won.
bit of resistance from Curly and Jargu. They're also forced to disengage, give up the high ground position that they probably want to set up for. Muzz and Rise on the other side. Back to their trusty and true strat. They haven't really changed much, right? This team has almost consistently played these towers, and it's just worked out for them.
Yeah, you can kind of see double ARs. Typically, they kind of switch that for a pistol if they can later on in the game, or something that kind of shoots just a little bit quicker, just in case they get in those box-to-box scenarios. But this is what they're doing almost every single game, like you're saying. They're just accumulating as much surge as possible before they're forced to move out by the zone. But even then, they let all these other teams that are further back from them rotate first, and they use that as a way to just continue to get damage. As you jump on board, Poyo here for a moment, still wandering around as a solo. You got to imagine he has enough gold, but where the zone is going plays a huge role, and if he's able to safely get the reboot back.
He has no medkits either to go in
as
zone.
Webster has
To maybe
rotated
reboot
into this
Peter.
drop. Again, Boyo is still one of the deadliest, right? If he just catches this lurk play and it works successfully, he can very much confidently take down whatever's left of any duo. He's kind of lurking around here. You still see FORTNITE's name in
They're
the distance
underground,
there.
though.
They're not looking
No,
to
they
give
aren't.
away a free reboot to Peterbot by any means. You got to respect that tenacity, right? That consistency
They're not
here
underground.
from them. They've almost even taken their strategy. They're like, yeah, we're the kings of the drop. Let's go ahead and build our surge tower here as well. I can respect that.
Continued action all around, though. Aoxy, Jojo Fishy trying to make up for that last game. You can kind of see the first drop is going to happen. Jojo Fishy's going to quickly get cleaned up. Not a lot of damage onto Veno and Aegis, so far, this being a true win, Surge included, especially now that they have Aoxy on the back foot, 2v1. Veno trying to spray from up above. Again, those Spire rifles, the amount of time you could just continuously spray.
Yep.
It's just very, very so much a nuisance, especially for somebody that is a solo. As Veno and Aegis finally attack from both sides, but it's not going to work. Veno's going to get dropped first. Aoxy actually does get the cleanup before falling, so some damage to slow down the roll that Aegis and Veno have been on.
Yeah, look at that in the distance. You see Victor V and Queasy as well. I wonder what they're thinking as they're hearing these shots go off.
Poyo wants some blood.
As close as they were.
With another team lurking
Poyo,
behind.
Webster encrypted. We talked about that lurk play from Poyo here. He's setting up the 2v1s. He's saying, screw the lurk. I'm here to take this fight. He's doing it very much confidently. As this is happening, though, I'm looking at other teams kind of point their arrows in this direction. So there are other people interested in what might be happening here.
Poyo is screwed right now.
Outside of Poyo, you're right. 5 teams directly in Sinister Strip. A 6 on the outside. As CDZ and Nut come in this direction, they are lurking right behind, so they have no clue another team is this close. Literally just 1 box away, and Poyo's being persistent here. He knows, like, I need damage. I need a certain amount of loot, especially since I'm inside of the zone. If they see a solo trying to shockwave away, you know players will tend to chase after that for the eliminations here. But Webster encrypted doing a good job of holding their ground here, not giving up any inches to Poyo, or at least not just yet, because that shot's certainly going to connect.
Yeah, I think what's more important is that they're slowly backing him down, and he's getting closer and closer to CDC and Nut, who are just outside. So Poyo's likely, I was going to say, probably going to disengage here soon. He's going to do enough damage, look to back out, or CDC and Nut are going to catch a glimpse of what's happening, and they're going to say, wait a second, he's by himself, and capitalize on the elimination.
Yeah, you can kind of see Poyo realizing using so many materials here. He's going to disengage from the backside of Sinister Strip. Exactly what we were talking about.
No, he gone.
So much damage. A sliver of HP, that's all that's left. Nut and CDZ get slowed down for a short moment. The third party is coming to Poyo in this direction, and they're still going to solidify the elimination nonetheless, but now they're the next target here at this south side of Sinister.
Well, Poyo and Peter Bob
they took some big damage for getting him that low that early.
Poyo's effort was amazing, but not good enough to push him through.
He might have got he might have took the damage from the other team,
honestly, considering how many teams got to his drop there.
Josh Yamzo
on the other side playing much more safe here,
have
very
that tower
passively holding down this metal fortress.
Is there
That's
a
gonna
limbs?
leave Ritual and Cold here with an exceptional amount of runway to go now. And think about it, they've been so consistent, right? Basically matching bar for bar on average elims and placement points.
Yeah, this is their chance to not only take first, but hopefully start to build a little bit of a cushion. They still got to worry about Muzz, Rise, Acorn, and Bolts. Yamzo and Josh, who just won that last game. They flew up the leaderboard into 5th place overall from outside of that Globals bubble to inside for sure. And they have the same strategy, you know, as a lot of teams that do land at that spot, that kind of half sunken. They immediately rotate over towards this mending machine. It's where they're getting a lot of their metal. Obviously with the gold, that's how they're replenishing their loadout for the actual heals. So Josh and Yamzo just sticking to what isn't broken.
True.
One thing to think about for Virgo and Shadow is that although they had a slow day 1, they are picking things up.
Where are Clicks and
a strong pace here in day number 2.
Teammate?
That big 7th place that they managed to pull
I did not see them where they should have been.
The bubble knocking on the door for a qualification spot.
Maybe they moved out.
Again, not that they necessarily need it, but again, if they get to push other teams out, things start to open up.
Yeah, more and more eliminations that they get. Even King and Craze here, if they're able to catch fire, they're inside of that bubble. They're going to create that roll down effect. But even with them creating that roll down effect, every elimination they get on somebody outside of the bubble, they're essentially, you know, hurting their chances. They're siphoning points away from teams that do need it. So again, even if they got their global championship spot secure, there's so much for them, not only to play for, but impact here in this lobby as we jump on board 2nd place. I say that with knowing like just one placement point, one elimination would bounce them right into first. 306 above the damage threshold. It's not necessarily a mountain of damage that they're going to be
Let me see who's qualified already for globals.
Setting their path forward.
I like how they do this as well. Ritual goes first. Cold kind of looks out to see, okay, is anyone going to take shots at you? Is that team going to take this? And almost using it as bait to find tags on the way. And again, FORTNITE and Moneymaker kind of take up Peterbot and Boyo's strategy too. I'm thinking that their prep is in obviously the lurk, but then, okay, if we take down the team we are lurking on, what do they normally do? As they just adopt
Peterbot,
Poyo, they almost become
Acorns and Bolt.
Basically, it's a very interesting.
Richer and Cold have not.
I mean, I would follow those same strategies
Muzz and
too,
Rice
especially
have
if I got
not.
that elimination onto Peterbot. Especially with both of them going down, but I did see this in the feed. Acorn dropped, Void dropped. It was a trade
So, hold
1 for
on.
1, but with no eliminations, the revive is going to come back through.
Out.
And so for Acorn and Bolts, they just got to reset here in this situation.
It doesn't even matter for Acorn and Bolts.
Doing it again. This is literally the same strategy for the most part that Venno used to come back from a 100-point deficit to win Major 1.
Oh, what a tough spot to be in, though. Agers, as he opens up fire, Acorn edits the window and finds him there. And now they're looking to finish the deed here. This is a really big elimination. This is actually a potential pace changing elim for them right now. Venno falls here, and now this is going to be 2 back-to-back games where they get taken out early.
So it's 3 people in the lead right now that have made it.
I go for the revive. I got to try to heal up. Acorn and Bolts
that
are
already
staring
like
me
top
down.
10 right now that have made it.
Be rescued, at least not here and now. Venno needs a heroic effort before going down.
Reed and Cooper are even on here.
This could be the game. We were talking about it. It happened again in that last game that they stay alive as a duo, but I might have just cursed them. Hobby and a Minish out of nowhere, probably hearing the noise. They want to join in on the fun.
Yeah, and someone else does as well. Look, there's a fresh team coming in pretty aggressively as they need the extra damage
so
here.
So Clicks needs to make top 9 right now. As of everything,
to fight against the best here.
If the teams 3 teams in the lead are where they are right now, they need to be top 9.
Rightfully so. Acorn and Bolts, you know, just getting it down, literally going from one fight to another by getting those eliminations onto Venno and Agers. And since they already have the vending machine locked down, they're not necessarily too worried about the heals they're going to bring with them in the next stage in the game. They just have to be on their timing because it is a 2-tick. It is going into a 5-tick. As you jump on board, Queasy and Victor V, they're below the damage threshold. And Hobby and Minish are underneath that bridge, also below that damage threshold.
Interesting.
I love that we get to get this updated kind of Queasy and Victor V fight too, because we have seen them have trouble game after game. Even if they make it to the end game, they have been so desperately below the damage threshold. But look at Victor Cook here as he drops a Minish. Again, this is another team that absolutely needed those eliminations and those points there. So Victor V gets rewarded. And it just couldn't have gone better for them right here. And they get to pick up the loot to go. So a nice way to kind of give them a foot in the door, but the problems are not done yet.
Nah, especially since you're only 180 above the damage threshold. And I'm not going to say this is a max pull. You can see in the mini-map, there are teams that do have it harder. But you see the shockwaves coming out, kind of leaves you open. A little bit of a risky rotation. But most of this path so far has been clear. Maybe 1-2 teams in their path overall. So for Queasy and Victor V, they just got blessed with a smooth rotation. They have to watch out when they do get there. Acorn Bolts, Muzz Rise, Boogan Braids, even Golden Ozone trying to take that same path.
True.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say Queasy is just moving as well. Very smooth rotate there to get him straight ahead. And now he's shockwaving up for high ground. You already see them building up and over. Meanwhile, Ritual, Cold, comfortably solidified the lead now with that elimination there, putting them in first place here. 4 consistency points. How far can they push this opportunity? This is a rare opportunity where Peterbot and Boyo fall to a lurk strategy. Right? Not because they made any mistake, but because they were caught off guard. A very rare circumstance for something like Peterbot and Boyo.
Yeah, exactly, because they're the ones who usually pull out those tricks from underneath their sleeve. But you talked about taking this strategy, something that we saw literally Peterbot and Pollo do in the last game. Overstay at Sinister Strip, and because Moneymaker and FORTNITE did, it is going to pull back, so they got to have the biggest blessing here in this game, along with Muzz and Rise. Their strategy to overstay on that mountain just outside of Calamari Canyon, working out tenfold, almost 500 damage above the threshold. They do have an item slot that is empty, so maybe they use some medkits to get here, but so far they got to be looking good as Rapid and Clicks continue to heat up here in this tournament. Day 2, they find that elimination on the Encrypted.
I mean, listen, I don't want to put a jinx out there, so I'm not going to say what I'm really thinking about Clicks and Rapid right now, but so far, so good. I will leave it at that.
They're doing good.
Looking to the high ground, you see Moneymaker for 9.
They're doing better.
Pulling the zone
They're still
here.
pretty far,
Clicks and Rapid
though.
on the ultimate low ground now. Well above the surge threshold. They have that comfort. They have max material. And now we are moving into deep stages of the moving zones.
They're only roughly 34 or so points behind that first global qualification spot, that 6th place in terms of teams that do get to qualify. So they're not too far off. So they don't even necessarily need a miracle run today. They just need to do good enough, or maybe hope for the downfall of others. But either way, they still got to play their game out, just like Batman, Booga, and Curve. Disaster struck in that last game, went down relatively early, lost their top spot on the leaderboard inside of the top 5. But look how they're quickly bouncing back. Their mental game has to be strong here in a tournament like this.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, Curver has already expressed himself saying that he has found the confidence after becoming a champion of that first season alongside Veno, and then doing what he did inside of Heats. It's really changed him as a player. In the end, though, it's going to be a matter of can they perform. I'm looking at Queasy find Calixi in the feed there as well. Noxy Dozier still getting active too. Moneymaker and FORTNITE have so much height over the other teams here, but this is going opposite sides, so I was going to say there's no way they're going to build across. Oh yeah, they are going to actually look to fully connect here. It's one way to play the high ground. Meanwhile, Muzz and Rise just doing exactly what they do best, not really forcing the issue, sticking to the low ground here. They get rewarded.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's not just, you know, Ritual and Cold that have something to gain with Peterbot and Pollo going down. Rise and Muzz can very well overtake them on the leaderboard as well. A few teams can rightfully do that, but as Moneymaker and FORTNITE still looking good up top, you have to watch out. Threats is there. You got Batman, Booga, and Curve there. You got Cold still lurking around, and even Clicks finding another elimination onto Noxy.
There we go.
You know, if the opportunity comes their way, high
Clicks
ground,
has
they will try and
the
take it.
AR.
When they have 8 shockwaves, right? You surely have to be thinking about it now. All it takes is for you to continue to shockwave to the front side of zone and work your way up slowly but surely. As I say that, though, they get hit to low ground. Meanwhile, back onto Higgs and Curve here. How are things looking for them? Not too bad, but out of the extra heals, so let's see what they can do, what little they have to work with. Little layer change here. Meanwhile, no one is contesting high ground. Not even Queasy, not even Victor V. They don't have heals. You can really see the
who has high ground right now?
And take form here in the end game, but the placement points are finally starting to rack up here now as teams are falling here. Ritual Cold, though, running things on the low ground here. This is Acorn and Bolts on the other side of the wall. A very important elimination.
Cold is just
starting to line itself up here.
This is something they do best for the most part. They dominate that mid and low ground layers.
There goes Cold.
Up until then, they get struck down. A flank comes in, but high ground gets overthrown as well. Rise and Muzz, and they're not even the ones that fought Moneymaker and FORTNITE. A chop in the backside of zone. They don't catch it in time, and they go down. All that effort to just slip through their fingers, and now Muzz and Rise are the ones with their heads in the clouds.
Very smart, and Muzz and Rise have been the only team we've seen game after game being extremely sneaky with looking to play late in this storm for a retake, or in this instance for the chop. It's playing off so well. Well,
not many mats from Higgs.
Got no curve, 5 material.
No heals, not mat. No mats.
He can play the way that his name was made.
Rapid also has no heals.
Jump over Rapid, Cold. Also run out of material. Meanwhile, Booga, true to his name too, popping off here in the end game.
He literally turned and burned him down. 5 different players in this game, feeling the pressure of what it's like to be a solo. One less with Batman Booga going down. Victor V eliminated as well. Braids is gonna fall. Booga just trying to hang on to the edge of the zone, make it to the front, and reassess the situation. He knows with only one build left, being a solo is a nightmare of a scenario, but he finds the elimination onto a V. Gets tagged from above. The Cypher keeping him alive, but without any material.
Clix gets the limb on Force Golden.
Plays it well. In the end, though, Muzz and Rise are raining down Terra here. 9 eliminations now, working their way towards another 10 bomb here. But it's Clix and Rapid healthy on the low ground. They have absorbed all the siphon material.
1v1, come on.
Here comes the final fight. Muzz. Wait, is that a shockwave out for the heal play? Okay, so he's gonna leave Rise to fight this one off by himself here. Rapid and Clix look to go for the 2v1, but Muzz might have made a small mistake. He comes back in, and Clix and Rapid actually have control high.
There we go.
Yeah, the tables have definitely turned.
Come on.
It's the material count for both of the players that are weak. They're shockwaving up. They're taking the extra angle. The mythic Warforged. It's just burning through those materials. Shockwaving for both of them.
Rise is one hit. Rise goes down. Clix gets Rise.
Clix makes up for it with a down onto Rise. 1v1. No builds. First shot's going to land, but he needs the siphon. It comes in just
second place ain't bad, though. Let's go.
Still going to shut it down. 11
Clix
eliminations
almost
and
gets the
possibly a
dub.
new first place team.
Great job from Clix and Rapid.
Fight as well. Clix,
wow.
we know we love to see you do what you do, but Muzz, we enjoy just as
seeing Muzz win this is cool too.
Game number 8. What a round.
Sorry, passed out there. What happened? That's crazy. Whoa. You know what's really crazy about that? We just saw the last game, an 11 elimination victory royale to start the day. And then Muzz and Rise were like, oh, you guys like that. You guys like that.
What, how many do they have?
Sweet, watch
9?
this.
10?
Oh my gosh.
It had to be 11,
this
right?
all kind of started, Kelly, because of a chop, because of Moneymaker and F9 on the high ground suddenly get chopped. And Muzz and Rise look up and go, we should just go up there.
And listen, we'll talk about Moneymaker and F9 after this break. But yes, Muzz and Rise being able to identify that F9 is going down, taking that high ground, and then being able to control it. But we heard it from our casters there. There was a moment where it looked like maybe they were going to go for the heal off. Maybe it was just a misplay of the shockwave grenade. But
I'll show
able
you
to
the
recover, and then it coming
standings.
down to a 1v1. We got X set versus X set, and way to set our expectations.
Clix is in that 9th place that he needs to be in.
Muzz and Rise are our first team here in Major number 2 Grand Finals to pick up a second victory royale. And listen, it was done.
Muzz and Rise are now in first place, by the way.
Similar to how they got their first victory royale as well, kind of height control, and then Muzz kind of left down to this 1v1 situation where he just takes it nice and slow and easy. Make sure he doesn't take any damage. Unfortunately, Clix could not find the angle necessarily. That's just because Muzz was playing it so well. And listen, Zeke, I know that you're probably going to want to scream here very, very shortly. I'm looking over at the leaderboard, and I want everybody at home to kind of realize that very, very shortly when we come back to the break, look at the leaderboard. You might want to cover your ears because it's going to get crazy. But Muzz and Rise, man, just played it so well. And what's crazy about this, take a look at their eliminations kind of going into 8 zone. Actually only had a single one kind of entering this.
That's crazy. Only one elimination going into the 8th zone.
And once again, we talked about at the start of the show,
fried
this
on
early
height.
game where they have this plateau, they have this high ground,
fried on
and it
height.
allows them kind of in this center area to rotate regardless of where they are, getting themselves into a prime position before we get into these moving zones. And that is what is allowing them to just kind of be efficient, survive these mid to late games, and then being able to steal height with tons of mats, tons of heals, and of course a great loadout with their ammo and everything. I love to see it. They have come into this tournament with a game plan, and they have just been executing it so perfectly as the tournament has gone on. 2 games for 2 victory royales, but Zeke, I think these guys can make it 3.
He was able to get
the way that they are playing right now.
Siphon from him.
This is their tournament to lose, right?
Clix was getting some of it though.
On a spree right now. 468 points there. Not a big deal. I wonder where Muzz will be on the leaderboard
First
after
place.
this break. No idea where he could be. I don't.
What the heck was that? Oh, he's a character. Let's look at the leaderboard, guys. Leaderboard time. This is the current leaderboard right now. Muzz and Rise, 468 in first place with 2 wins. Average place 9th. They have 39 eliminations over the 8 games. What's up, Hunter? Muzz is in first right now. Muzz is in first, Hunter. Muzz and Rise are doing well. Then we have Ritual and Cold, followed up 402 with 31 limbs, pretty close. Acorns and Bolts, 29 limbs. But that placement, you need a little bit better placement. Hunter with the 28 months. Let's go. Thank you, Hunter. Let's go. And we have Peterbot and Poyo. They were doing so well, but last game they got murked very, very early and died 41st with 0 limbs. Thank you very much, Hunter. We have Higgs and Curve in 5th place right now. Not really great placement, but they've got a lot of limbs. Then we have Josh and Yamzo. They've won a game, got 4th. Their placement could be better. But again, they have a lot of eliminations, so definitely watch out for them. Then, Clicks and Rapid, good eliminations. And pretty okay placement for them. They need to do better, though. These first 2 games of this day 2, very good. But look yesterday though. They had a 3rd place and 8th place. Hopefully this is not a pattern that they do well two of the games and then fall apart. Which they shouldn't. I don't think they should, but we'll see. They are right now in place, I think, to make it to Grands with this. Because let me look at this. So Acorns and Bolts have already made it to Grands. That's 1 team. Peterbot and Poyo, of course, made it to Grands already. And these guys have made it to Grands, and 6 people qualify. So that would mean right now they are in the they can qualify right where they are. All they need to do is qualify. They don't need to win today. They just need to keep that 9th place. Hopefully move up though, in case this is the only team right here that can pass them, that matters to pass them, because they have already qualified also. Where is the sound for this? There it is.
Yo, and he won, and he had 468 points, and he was in first place. What a crazy dream.
Thank you, Hunter.
There's no way that the standings would reflect that, right? That's not real life, isn't that? Isn't that gonna? That'd be kind of crazy if that happened, Kelly.
Hello. 468 points, 66 points ahead of Ritual and Cold. And also, Acorn and Bolts is jumping up. Peterbot and Poyo drop down. And of course, we know that Moneymaker and FORTNITE now have a giant target on their back. But Vivid, how can you put a target on a moving target? Because they're just dropping everywhere. So much is going on. But of course, we do have to look at what happened to Peterbot and Poyo in this game.
Yeah, Moneymaker and FORTNITE trying to make something happen. We've kind of seen this. Again, they were kind of expected to be landing somewhere completely different on day number 1. They decided to go ahead and opt to just kind of, land wherever they want to. Moneymaker and FORTNITE kind of playing anti-strat here against Peterbot and Poyo, just kind of waiting for Peterbot to go ahead and take that porta potty and into the loving arms of Moneymaker and FORTNITE. That being said, listen, you can see for the first time in forever, I feel like, since we've kind of, jumped into the competition yesterday, Moneymaker and FORTNITE have actually left the top 10. They are now 12th place with 270 points. So the strategy right now is currently not working.
Let's see. I was going to say something. No,
obviously, though, for Muzz and Rise,
Clicks and Higgs, top 10 though right now
for them, because all of our top teams, man, are struggling to kind of do well.
I like it.
Second place, Ritual and Cold, they're kind of holding on to that second place, but they're kind of used to having just
one game can
between them and first place.
Can hurt you.
It's 66 points because
thank you for the gold coin.
They got 15th, and in that game right here, game number 8, they got 16.
How you doing,
So
Lips?
Ritual and
I hope
Cold
you're doing fantastic.
are struggling to kind of play as consistently as they
Hope
did
you're having
yesterday.
a great day.
Yeah, you can
Welcome
just
in.
see between their loadout, comparing what we saw at end games from today and yesterday. They just don't have that many mats. They don't have any heals to go into this end game. And what they relied on yesterday to get these easy, quick refreshes just aren't working out in their favor. You could see them pushing so hard onto Acorn, trying to get that elimination quickly. But unfortunately, if you
Let's
even
see
take
who's
just a
gonna
few
win this.
extra seconds to
Muzz
get that
and
elim,
Rise have a
especially
very
in the
good
end
chance
game
right
when
now,
everyone is so
being
close
up
to each
by
other,
62
you just have that
or
back open
66
and allows other
points.
people to get eliminations
But
onto you.
it's
But of
always
course,
possible for a
just
team to come
looking
back.
at this leaderboard right now,
It's
we
only
can see
60-some
that a lot
points.
of our
That's
global
one game.
qualifying teams are slowly
If Muzz
starting
and
to
Rise
climb
go
up
down in
into
the
that
game,
top 6 spot. We see Kingling, we see Shadow
We'll
now
see,
in
we'll
7th
see.
and 8th.
W,
If they're
W.
able to break into the top 6,
Thank you for
that
the
allows
W.
these qualifying spots to drop down. And look who's in
Thank
9th
you.
place
Thank
right
you,
now.
Lips.
Clicks and Rapid, the team that we thought potentially after day number 1 might have fallen off, might have not had an opportunity to really recover. But of course, we get this game right now, Vivid, game number 9, where Clicks, the CEO himself, is showing
Let's go.
up
Come on,
everyone.
Clicks.
And it was so close to the final moment of a 1v1 where Clicks could have come out on top.
Let's
but
go.
second place is still pretty dang good.
Yeah, this is exactly what
Yeah,
Clicks
second place
and
is
Rapid
very, very
needed.
good
A little bit of a
right now.
reset. I mean, obviously the second place with 5 eliminations here in game number 8 is going to be the highlight so far of day number 2 for them. But I mean, game number 7 was also pretty good in 8th place with 2 eliminations. So they have seemingly figured something out. They just have to kind of keep it rolling here. And yeah, you mentioned it. Clicks and Rapid are in 9th place. I did also see Aegis and Veno there in 10th place. And you know, with Kingling and Craze and Shadow and Virgo kind of jumping into the top 10, yeah, those global qualifying spots right now, the threshold is currently 10th place. So everybody in our top 10 would be going to globals right now as it currently stands. But there are still 4 games left to play. And if game number 7 and game number 8 have taught me anything, it's that this leaderboard is not done changing at all. So all of our teams still got to play well.
Yup.
Yeah, man. Now the competition is getting closer and closer, right? I mean, it's
True.
really only Muzz and Rise that have that lead. Everyone else is very close from second
The
to,
what's
like,
it called?
7th place.
John
You could
Wick's
argue 8th
revolt.
place as
John
well.
Wick's gun really matters.
This could continue to go any which way, and it's all off the backs of what you called out earlier.
I forget what it's called, but that powerful pistol is really good.
Rough games where they place like 16th or
A lot of people
further
like
out.
that. I'm not a
Everyone
big
else is gonna
fan of
take
it,
that opportunity to climb that
but it does
leaderboard,
some
'cause they're all
damage.
fighting for one of 6 spots going to the global
and then pistol. But I haven't seen many people in the pistol with the pistol.
We are ready though. Game number 9 is.
I
here.
haven't
We got
seen
to
many
right
people
back
with
into
the
action.
pistol.
I'm gonna find my seat on the bus to cheer on Muzz and Rise. I mean to watch Fortnite. Let's go, casters!
Zeke's losing it, and
He
we're
is
only
losing it.
halfway through. Well, after this game, of course, but Jacob, it is heating up here.
No, it definitely is. I thought the 1-point difference was exciting, but Muzz and Rise getting their second
Muzz has a
victory
very good
royale,
chance of
and
winning
it's been
this.
since 2024 was one of the last times we seen Rise at the top of the leaderboard. They were so close in that major after day 1. It fizzled away, but this could be the moment. I feel like this is a resurgence of Muzz and Rise.
Yeah, definitely. And listen, the way that they're playing right now, it is slow and steady, and then out of nowhere, explosive when they decide to go for high ground. This execution's looking perfect. So far, we haven't seen them actually have this amount of pressure.
Looking good right now.
Playing when you're in the race to the finish line, right? So for Muzz, it's been a while since he's had this on his shoulders.
Yeah, and then you also take into the fact that, honestly, every single time there's a new team in first place, there's some sort of shenanigans that does go down. The next game is ready.
True.
Let's see if those same things will continue.
Very true. Yeah, the ricochet. Oh, not the ricochet. No.
You're not wrong, Jacob. Whenever we have a team in first place on NA,
Yeah, it's not the
something
ricochet.
always
I forget what
happens.
it's called.
The
It's
team
like a
always
heavy-duty
decides-
pistol that you can
usually
shoot
speed about
fast.
for you, in fact, that they want
But you have to
take
tap
this
it each
championship
time.
home, and that's what they end up doing. But right
Guys, any
now,
help here?
No, that's not really their bigger concern. I
What's
think
that
their
pistol
other
called?
concern is,
Well,
can I
I'm-
just be consistent?
we're gonna
enough
find out
to
very
kind of make
soon
my
when
way
someone
through
has
to
it.
the end game. For Dozier and Issue, though, they've managed to kind of tighten up their drop against Skittles and won the first 2 games here, but Issue's going to be the first casualty of this engagement. Dozier tries to disengage. Can he get far enough? Yes, he can. He's actually lucky they just had
The pistol is
SMGs,
very good though too.
so his tournament's not over yet.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
the
some of
one,
teams
the
like
heavy
Shadow
one that
and
you can
Virgo
shoot
seem to
fast.
have
I
been contested
don't know what
as
it's called.
well. So there's a lot happening here.
I know what the John Wick version is. It's the Baba Yaga,
game
but
3 of day 2, game 9 overalls. We're not necessarily on the halfway point of day
Oliver
2
OG
just yet, but you can see that teams
going
really
down.
kind of starting to change things up.
Moneymaker
FORTNITE,
looking
they go
above.
back on over towards the split 0-point drop where Oliver OG and Paper and Zen are battling it out. They let the fight
Moneymaker
start,
takes
and they
down
crash
someone.
the party yet again. A strategy as far as the early game goes that has been working.
Moneymaker's making a name for
It's about
himself.
executing in the end game. X-Spawn just trying to stay alive, but he does have the sliders, and he's trying to slide his way to safety, but eventually they're going to cut off each and every path, especially
He's doing
more
a
so
pretty
when you
good
run
job
out of
eluding
builds,
him.
but he right now is schmoving right now, Monster.
Yeah, definitely moving. As Moneymaker and FORTNITE tried
He was doing a
super
decent
hard
one.
to go ahead and get those eliminations,
decent
and the end they do
movement.
succeed. You know what's crazy too? I know Vivid kind of said, "Hey, like it's not really working for them," but is it?
When we see
Like,
someone
I don't know.
with
I think the strategy
that
is sort of
revolver.
working, because when you look
Hey,
at
a
them
lot of
in
people
their
are
survival
using
time,
the
last
Spire
2
rifle
games,
again, though.
20 minutes and 19 minutes respectively. So they were deep into the
No
end
one
game,
is
and
using
something
that
at that
explosive
point went
weapon,
south.
though.
So I don't know. I'm
'Cause
really
it
curious to see if
sucks.
FORTNITE and Moneymaker will pull another big end game and steal away a global championship spot.
Especially since
That'd
the
be
leaderboard
crazy if
is that
Moneymaker can
close.
make it to globals.
You know, not only you having a good performance in one of these games, but somebody else, like we've seen today already, you know, missing out on some crucial placement points. I think as Zeke was saying, top 15, top 16 or worse in some of these games, leaving a lot of points on the board. As King and Craze, we see him outside the Calamari Canyon, trying to take advantage of H-Cube and Vlex. Good damage is there, but Craze gets tagged up
Kingling,
himself.
of
As
course,
we'll
has
slow the
already
roll
made
just
the
a little bit,
globals.
but King is making sure to keep a bird's eye view on them.
See how it's going to play out for King and Craze. You know, there's no pressure on this team. For them, it's just pop off, play well, and prepare for globals. They already have that positioning there amongst the greats, and this is just a battle for, of course, the leaderboards and the history. For HQ, for VLEX, much different story on hand here. They have been playing a very strong day two, so one of the few teams that have actually adjusted
Lex
their
had the
strategy,
shot,
sort of found their footing there.
but
The
he
last
fell.
game pulling at 3rd place there. And just that alone kind of puts them at least off to a better start here today.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they got tagged up or maybe heard the noise from Cade and Seal on the other side, but they're going to go ahead and choose to disengage. Rightfully so.
Smart.
When you're running out of builds in a
Smart.
prolonged fight like that,
Last
having
chance
that third
goes
party shoot your
down
direction
to
is probably the
Veno.
worst thing to happen.
Veno.
Back on over to Latte,
And
though.
Veno
Even with
clutches
Agers
up
going
the
down,
2v1.
Veno is going to hold his ground. Back-to-back eliminations yet again. Veno and Agers, they want to not only qualify for the global
that AR
championship,
is
but they
actually
want
pretty
to give
good too,
themselves
though.
a fighting chance for the actual win.
I think this works better for Victor V and Queasy as well, right? Because the few times that Veno and Agers don't take
he
this
was one
fight,
tap.
they rotate out towards Victor V and Queasy, and that's where we find them having third parties, lurk plays, and things over there. So at
I need to
least
see what
right
that
now,
pistol's
them kind
called.
of
It's pissing me off
taking
that
their
no one's
time
has it
here,
yet.
winning the fight.
There's,
will be
so
more likely
it's
to
the
linger
Spire
around and
rifle
drop
I've
and
seen
tap
that a
out
lot of
their
people
loadouts.
love holding.
Something went horribly wrong here for Acorn.
Which
though.
the Spire rifle has a lot
too
of
sure
ammo.
what
You can just
exactly
fire,
would
fire,
happen.
fire, just boom, 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 boom. I think
My
that
only
is
guess
why
is whoever
people
that
love to hold
is,
it.
Chimp and 20 nearby, maybe found the elimination. They are hiding in a bush.
Yep.
Either way, Booga and Braids in the distance. So both needs to start figuring out
Boogas, come
where
in.
he's going to go, how he's going to get Acorn back in the game. Luckily for him, though, the zone is kind of pulling off these shorts. So we'll see teams from Golden Grove and further south on the map start to rotate on out. So that could be his small window of opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see it here. Boyo Peterbot from their draw spot. You can see they're not sticking around for too much longer than they also have to. They've gone chase the team down, got a nice little set of eliminations, and back they come to the Sinister Strip. If the last game told us anything, is that teams will gladly rotate in here. So we've already known now that Peterbot and Boyo have a lot to look out for and can't let their guard down.
I feel like nobody should feel safe in this game at this point in time. How many lurks have went around today, yesterday, especially if you were able to rod view it. As Moneymaker for Nyan end up in a tough situation. Yamzo and Josh right now is trying to push him out. Moneymaker's going to be the first one dropped.
takes down
Yamzo
Moneymaker.
gets both of those eliminations. So even though
Dang,
Josh
this guy
has
has
been
the
playing
three
phenomenal
bursts,
today,
Josh.
Yamzo
Or,
has been the
Yamzo.
consistent
I doubt he
heartbeat
wants
for
that.
this duo, getting them out of tough situations.
I really doubt
clutching
he
up
wants
as
that
a
three
solo.
burst, because
And I
that three
think
burst
that is allowing
it's gotten
for
better,
Josh
to be
feel
honest, though.
confident
I
as
will
he has
say
here today.
they've
Well, you know
they've
what? That's a
definitely
big
improved it, but
elimination. FORTNITE and Moneymaker falling early, they were one of the few teams that were basically tied on the bubble
I don't think he
for
wants
one of
it.
the consistency spots between the
Ooh,
10
Clicks
to
and
12
Rapid
position
moving on
teams.
Josh and
the
Yamzo.
gap down from there is about 40 points. So now that one of those few teams have fallen, this leaves a little bit of runway for someone to take away a consistency spot from a different team.
Looking at Dash, Noxy, Victor V, Queasy, Angel, Batman Joe, even Dozier and Ishu. Still plenty of opportunities as the leaderboard does go down. Just need to be able to not only have one big game, but close out the day strong. This game here and 3 more to close it out. And you're kind of seeing everybody begin to rotate in. Rapid Clicks. Again, you seem like a little resurgence from them here in day number 2. And I think part of that is focusing on getting that Storm Surge. We saw their struggles yesterday where they were on the line below that damage threshold, and it kind of forces your hands. Now they just have a whole different freedom.
Yeah, most definitely. Muzz and Rise have the most Spire rifle damage of all teams with 4,776. I think it's really fitting of this duo as well. Like we talked about, their history, their tenure. These players date way back to their early Scrim Q-Snipe days, right? These are the guys that were a part of the innovative strategies of Surge Towers. They're used to playing high ground and going for tags for your primary means to get Surge, so it makes sense that they would be dominating in that way here. But Jacob, what is this action here? You have Liam and Jace on the edge of Storm taking a fight up against Zeke.
And Taki down below. Probably just trying to get some early surge. You can kind of see relatively on E when it comes to those materials, so trying to replenish everything they're using and losing in these moments here. But for Liam J, Zeke, Taki, the longer and longer this one takes, the harder and harder it is going to be able to pick yourself up and dust yourself off and turn it into a phenomenal game. Still 1 tick per second inside of the zone. And that's where you kind of see on Taki at the bare minimum. 90 left on the Chug Jug. That's the only real HP he's going to be able to get back.
Yeah, that's pretty much the last squeeze there. Well,
so you know what? I'm gonna take back that pistol. I saw someone using it and they were using it well, but
first zone closing
the Spire rifle is the main AR of choice.
So quite a fair bit to travel here.
You can kind of see even with Liam and Jace trying to disengage, they realize there's like no builds. Everything's kind of farmed, so they're just kind of leaving themselves exposed just like that. Liam getting tagged up again. Zeke and Taki just trying to take the last couple of opportunities there. Since they did end up in a fight, they did take damage. Just trying to ease up on that pressure. Higgs and Curve, aka Batman Booga and Curve on the north side of Lifty Lodge. So we saw that as you were talking about, the bottom of the zone over towards Sinister Strip, the north side over towards Lifty Lodge. And since you see at the kind of the bottom left of the mini map, you kind of see it's kind of circling in that direction. So we are pulling west as well. We're gonna see where the zone goes in roughly 10 or less seconds. And so hopefully for Higgs and Curve, this could be the game that gets them right back on track from yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not out the race. They're not out of the conversation. Yeah, they might have had a little bit of a difficult, right, first game, second game, and kind of start stuff off, but that last round they fought their way to the end. Meanwhile, Crazy and Kingaling just continue to take that confidence through to a whole different level, slowing down HQ there, the big elimination. Meanwhile, Bolts, again, no Acorn in sight, right? So he's having to fight this one out. He's taking on a 2v1 right now.
Wow.
Already he's got himself an elimination, and he's got an HP lead.
Yeah, for Siphon, since he has no extra HP, is important. As we kind of switched on over, I did see Acorn for a second, but he did go down again. So Bolt's getting the reboot off. Clixie and Aiden trying to take advantage
Come
of
on,
at least
Clicks.
one of those two
Wait,
players.
okay, wrong person.
Little did they know it was Acorn and Bolts right now feeling confident. Push that player off. He has full control over the mending machine, and so it should be another chance here in this game that we will see Acorn back in.
I was going to the standings here just to see where Clixie and Aiden are standing. They definitely have had a bit of a rougher day the last few games. They've made it a bit further than some of the other positions, but all in all, still trying to find their groove. Meanwhile, Curly, Tyler push off Virgo and Shadow here. Virgo and Shadow off to the races. Just trying to get positioned safely. Again, one of the few teams inside of the top 10 that are holding a global championship spot, so They're
Yep.
kind of the spoilers, of course, in the mix here. If they end up taking down
What up,
81,
Joseph?
who's fighting for their chance.
We're watching this right now, though. We're
Typically with
enjoying
a
this.
lot of, like, these
This
lurks
is
and
fun to
plays.
watch.
Kind of those
To
global
see all these
championship
pro
spots that are
players and
always
very
secured.
good players play.
There's playing a role from some of these teams getting uncontested, getting a little bit of freedom in the game plan that most others won't be able to
Boyo
feel.
and Peterbot right on that ledge.
Gonna let them rotate past, but Shadow and Virgo unknowingly rotating directly into King and Craze. Literally in a matter of seconds, you blink, you missed it. Shadow and Virgo actually
was pretty
take
fast.
down King and Craze.
This is excellent for everyone else. This is excellent. You have a team that's already qualled, taking out another team that's already qualled. So, you know,
Doesn't
no harm,
matter.
no foul to everyone
Yep.
else who is, of course, battling for a chance to global
Clicks
champs.
and,
But Shadow and Virgo really
Clicks
flexing
and
their
Higgs
strength.
might move up a spot. But that spot, I think
See,
does
as
not
you kinda
matter.
Look at the leaderboard, specifically going into this game. There's Muzz with that 66-point gap, and then it's a 10-point, then it's 15, then it's 40. So some places at the top leaderboard relatively close. Others have a little bit more of a gap. And King and Craze was one of those teams that had that little bit of a gap over Shadow and Virgo. So that's 8th place, taking on 7th place throughout the course of this game.
Well, they got
This
some
Ritual
loot in
and
here.
Cold had a chance to take first. They had it throughout the course of that game, but back-to-back 15th, 16th place finish kind of slowed down a little bit. Not fully fizzled out, so hopefully they can reignite that flame.
Took some unnecessary damage.
Yeah, definitely. Well, they're off to some hot rotates here. Nice and early before teams kind of get situated here, utilizing that natural terrain here to keep a low profile and cut straight across. Meanwhile, the high ground of Muzz and Rise, they're playing deep in the storm here. They still have the launch pad to work with. And then plenty of shockwaves, of course, as well.
Mm-hmm.
All these extra heals here, too.
You're seeing a major difference, though. You know, at this point in time in that last game, because the zone pulled in their direction, what were they, like 400, 500 above the damage threshold? But since the zone was pushing everybody out, and because they still have to loot up in their early game, they missed a huge window of opportunity, and that's why you're seeing them not as high up on the threshold, but almost 200 damage. It's got to have a little bit of feeling of confidence here. They're just waiting for what seems like the last possible second to make their rotate on out, so that way when they do start to make their journey on over, they have that shockwave effect to close the gap that much quicker.
Yeah, this is a risky play for them, though. They're staying super deep in the storm. Off they go. Meanwhile, Yamzo and Josh, 263 above, already safely positioned inside of the storm.
done some
They're
good
playing a
damage.
bush, trying to look for any teams to
There's Clicks and
rotate
Rapid
out
right
from
there.
the edges of the
They
zone.
are still in it. They are
See the
still in
shockwave
it.
here. He's going straight to the new zone, carrying that momentum with a couple hops there.
Uh-oh. Even though they're above the damage threshold. Not sure where everybody's at, especially the ones close around him. Contrap, Darzi, they can be below. Forced to fight the first team they see, but Yamzo and Josh, seeing Shadow and Virgo rotate next to them. They're going to use that as a signal.
Okay, everyone's starting to bunch up together.
And it's just in a situation here with Storm Surge being
A lot
so
of people
tight,
right here.
You almost want to think to your head, oh, I can
This
one-hop
is not
this
a
one
good
shockwave,
area
that's
for
all it
Clicks
takes.
and
But sometimes
Clicks
you wanna
and
do
Rapid to
exactly
be.
what Yamzo and Josh are doing. And
Not
kind
a
of
good area for
leapfrog
them to
your way
be.
there. Minimize the amount of open trajectory that you're doing with those shockwaves, so that way it minimizes the amount of opportunities that you're giving teams to take shots in your direction.
Definitely. As this is all going down, though, you see the feed starting to light up here. Other teams that are likely having that surge warning forced into fights. And I'm talking about Victor potentially, as we saw him catch 2 elims already. Meanwhile, Ritual and Cold again taking full-on advantage of that early rotate. They were the first team to position up here, and they've managed to put a lot of pressure on different duos. I'm actually surprised they're even playing the edit this way with how exposed they are to these other teams with high ground. And you see right there, the full burn from Curve and Veno take down Queasy as they try to rotate through.
And they're actually going to be able to pick up that loot on the Queasy. Cold and Ritual, though, not necessarily getting distracted with anything that's going on their right side. They're just trying to kind of put the zone in a little bit of a funnel and focus on that funnel. That way they don't tunnel vision too hard. And just continuously distracting.
Victor V goes down.
In the distance will fall shortly after Queasy as well. So they're kind of leaving it in the last 3 games of the day to try to make their dash towards the top side of the leaderboard. Muzz and Rise, winners of that last game, the team with a 66-point gap. You saw them continuously climb up the Storm Surge threshold. With only 13 players needing to go down, it might not necessarily be a worry for them for the rest of this game.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't be. But right now, looking at the zone, everyone's already making that rotate here. So this is going right back and up out of the Frosted Flats and into some weird terrain, some interesting territory to come. But look who's there early. You have Cooper already playing some high ground. That's the first that we've seen from them. Meanwhile, Clicks and Rapid sticking to that low ground that worked so well for them last game.
True.
Only down to 2 shockwaves.
Come on
so
now.
have to start preserving here.
Ooh.
Curve and Batman Booga have a tough
Game's
rotate
starting to look
though.
like crap.
Lost one on the move here. This is where things can start going south for a team like Curve and Higgs. They actually need this qualification, and for them to start slowing down now and finding a little bit of friction here on their overall points, this is going to be tough if Curve can't pull some placements.
To drop.
Yeah, especially since when I was talking about that gap earlier on within the top 10, it's a Peterbot and Poyo with a little bit of that gap. 42 points going into this game, so they got to figure out a way to close it. Even though Peterbot and Poyo are not necessarily the competition for global spots, they're the direct competition for the top side of the leaderboard. Shadow going to go down to Tyler. Peterbot and Poyo this game, unlike many of the other games so far, not necessarily peaking for the high ground, or at least not early. Ritual and Cold pick up a couple of eliminations themselves. It's still an all-out battle for that first place spot.
That's a devastating elimination, by the way, onto Dash and Noxie, who are on the bubble for qualification, getting themselves in through consistency. Now that's going to be a major setback. They only earned a couple of points here for placement as we're inside the top 20 now. I'm still seeing Veno standing there in the distance. See Agers as well accompanying him, so that's really strong. But for Peterbot and Poyo, you saw that almost every game that they've managed to comfortably make their way towards, and they have fought for the high ground for the most part. They are no strangers to, of course, battling for it. Meanwhile, Bolts and Acorn, talk about coming back here and finding their way back in the competition. That's a key elimination.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that big Bolts and Acorn game together as a duo. And as they catch Skittles shockwaving out in midair. And that's something we've seen Bolts do so much. The midair eliminations. It's kind of like the guy that you count on to really make these plays matter. Reet and Cooper, they connect from one place to another, trying to hold their position up above. Clicks and Rapid down below. Get aggressed on through the side. They quickly answer that one, backtracking their steps. But it's only going to last for so long. There's so much pressure coming around from all around the lobby. It's one team and then the next and then the next. So they have to be on their toes.
Rapid making the smart call there to get off the layer as well. For a second, I was like, oh no, you're leaving Clicks behind. But luckily, they managed to connect back together. Curve, though, we put the pressure on him. You can see he's still holding it down here as a solo, earning more and more points. How many times can we trust in Curve to clutch up here in the tournament? Either way, though, it's working right now. Big pressure coming in. Shots raining down. Ritual also playing this one out by himself. This is important for Ritual as well. They want to race for first.
Yeah, it's no time to let your foot up off the gas by any means, but it's also hard for any team to look up and Shockwave up there. Peterbot Poyo take down Muzz. Rise is still alive here, and Rise's solo clutch opportunity is huge. Top 10 is where you at least get half of the placement points for Rise. That should bare minimum be the goal, but Rapid gets the get back. Poyo was down. Peterbot left by himself. Clicks at Rapid. Find their first elimination of the game.
Ooh,
and
only first elimination. That's
Curve solo.
Sadly,
okay,
there's a pistol.
There's a pistol really finally. Interesting. Curve still finding eliminations as well.
Curve goes down, but he had the burst.
Top 15.
I think a lot of people are using different weapons this game.
Cushion to work
so
with.
There might not be a weapon you have to have.
I see Peterbot up
I would say Spire Rifle.
Rise, though, taking a toe-to-toe fight. Clicks and Rapid here, looking for a little opportunity to get in there. He's going to end up following close on their trail here. 50 HP in the chug. It's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. There's a clear breakaway moment, but look
Josh goes down. Peterbot goes down.
Falls to the hand of Peterbot.
That's a big elimination there because Rise picks up another. The Siphon, the 140 on the Chug Jug. Solo on solo action. Rise is making sure nobody has a chance to really close the gap. But Bolt sends it flying up towards the high ground.
He's not doing well
together as a duo, but Acorn might have been late to the party, which means Bolts just got tagged up time and time again. Reet and Cooper from two different sides, continuing to shockwave up, and they return back to their glory on the high ground.
Acorn goes down.
That elimination on Acorn.
We see this before when teams go for it. If you can't get that initial elimination, it's going to be tough. And then whoever times it next usually comes out ahead.
I always say his name wrong.
It's Veno. It's Agers. The storyline for this team here, for Veno in particular,
Veno takes down
trying
Cooper.
to go back-to-back on NAC now. This is how you make up points here.
Yep, he did it in Major 1, trying to do it here again, but another phenomenal clutch so far from Clix, getting those points. That last one,
another good game.
Second place, got them inside of the bubble. This one right here is keeping them in the bubble. But Booga Braids, who also still need a big game. Golden Ozone, who also still need a game to get inside of the top 10. They're all down below. They're the ones that are more than likely going to clash next. Golden goes down. Braids gets the elimination.
Top 5 though, that's not bad at all.
One of the game, but there's still solos running around this lobby and targeting from the high ground. That's just making it hard for them to breathe.
Yeah, I think Veno actually lost track of Ozone, who's playing the Storm right now with the quick heal off. This can go either which way. There's still another player there as well, but no, Veno's too quick. That's 10 eliminations now. Reed's up top. Agers comes flying, and it's a 2v1. Reed comes down.
Veno and Agers dominated that game.
Agers and Veno fight their way
dominated
back into the
that
tournament.
game.
Yep, coming into this game around 10th place on the overall leaderboard. Even with these
not a bad game from Clix either, though. I don't think they got a lot of eliminations that game, though.
So they came in, they swung for the fences.
But they do move up a slot, though.
The home run, rising up the leaderboard. They go, Zeke.
Guys, listen, guys. My little hummingbird heart cannot take this much excitement, okay? We need to calm down. Kelly, have we had 3 games in a row of Victorials with 11 eliminations?
First of all,
wait, they had 11 too?
Like you and I are on the same level as him. But yes, absolutely incredible. And maybe I'm a little biased to see Reed and Cooper on height, but regardless, we have been waiting for this part of Veno and AG to kind of just get locked in, show up, because yesterday they proved themselves, but it's been a little bit of a slow start for them for day 2. But Vivid, we finally got to see them. And once again, it was from this really smart height take. They see a team on height, controlling it for a little bit. They wait for someone to try and steal it from them, and then that's when they go on the steal themselves. Beautiful play from them.
Yeah,
wow, another 11 elimination.
We're going to actually jump into when they started to go ahead and apply the pressure to the high ground. You can see Cooper and Reed, they're just very, very low. And this is on the back foot of Acorn and Bolts as a duo kind of sending it up to the high ground. So Agers and Veno kind of heard the shots that were going on up above them. We're like, hey, listen, we got to go ahead and get in on the action. So it was pretty easy for the taking after they kind of realized that. And then it was all about picking up this couple of stragglers down on the low ground to go ahead and secure a bulk of their eliminations there. But this was kind of set up throughout the entirety of the end game for Veno and Agers, because we kind of saw it. They were playing that second height level, even though it was like 5 or 6 boxes kind of below the high ground. They were kind of playing for it. They were waiting to hear something kind of going above them. And as soon as that happened, they were ready and primed up for the taking. So yeah, like MDF kind of called it out, Agers and Veno kind of bring themselves back into the competition with a great game number 9.
Oh man, one game. Fortnite fam, don't you ever forget, till this is done, one game can suddenly change this leaderboard. Remember, we're fighting for prize money, active champion, and one of 6 spots going to the global championships. I'm gonna pass out. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the standings. See you shortly.
I'll show you guys the updated standings. Oh, dang it. Ah, of course it's not gonna let me. Boom. Updated standings. Muzz is still in the lead by 58 points, something like that. Yes, 58 points. My math is correct. Muzz is still in the lead. Acorns, Bolts, that 58 points behind them. 0 wins though. They got 41 limbs. They have 35, but the placement, it doesn't look, it's only 1 placement higher, which is weird for 2 eliminations. This game, let's move this up a little bit. This game, where is it? I thought this game right here hurt him so bad right here. Even this 18th place with 1 elimination hurt him too. Those two really hurt him. But the rest have been really stellar. Petermont, Pollo, Richards, Cold, Clicks, and Rapid. 2 points away. This team does not matter. They can move up. They can move down. They've already made it. They're not a factor. Peterbot's not a factor. Acorn and Bolts are not a factor. 3 teams. So really, Clicks is in 5th right now. Right? Yeah. Right. Yes. Probably. Maybe. My math might not be correct. But anyways. Zeke. Yeah, I know, right? Is Zeke okay? He's a little loopy on this one. He's been a little loopy. Maybe it took something before the show, but we're about to start game number 9. I think it's game number 9. No, game number 10. Excuse me. Game number 10. I'm just going to keep the sound off. Don't know if that's copyrighted, so we're not going to be hearing that music until I know they're back. And sub drops.
It's only the first 3 games. We have 3 more games.
3 more games to go.
And already the action has been incredible. We wanted to take a moment here. Let's check out the players in focus, powered by Milk. Let's just look at some stats real fast, okay? This is what we like to do. Just kind of look in, see how things are unfolding. Wow. I'm not surprised. We just watched Veno and AJ get themselves that 11 elimination victory royale.
Solo clutch points though, Pollo. Pollo's amazing solo.
I mean, he led in eliminations when we were looking at Major 1 as well. So to see him on the top of this is not too much of a surprise. Same thing goes for Cold. We've just seen how devastating he can be in these early, mid, and late game fights. And then Pollo, of course, with that mythic AR in his hand. To see this, honestly, Vivid, this just seems like we could have just kind of created this randomly, been like, oh, this is a prediction that we're going to have for what's going to happen during grand finals. And to just see all of these top players up here represented is, that's NAC.
Pollo, though, 96 solo clutch points. Peterbot and Pollo combined as a duo in total have 116 solo clutch points. So Pollo has kind of been the one to kind of keep things alive and keep the ball rolling for the duo. Of course, Peterbot was kind of given the opportunity in just that last game, but unfortunately, everything was kind of up against them there. But yeah, all of our players kind of playing well. And I know that Veno, we showed it right there, he is top in the eliminations right now, but he's actually been going back and forth with Rise. I think Rise is actually in second place, just right behind him with 25, whereas Veno has 26. So things are close on that elimination leaderboard, but Zeke, they're also close on the standings.
They really are.
Very, very close.
I don't feel like I need to talk about Muzzin.
I love seeing Higgs do well though with Curve.
Moving up the.
I think Clicks was holding back Higgs.
These games have been so crazy to me. Every single time we like conclude a game, the leaderboard just shifts, and it's like only just like by 1 or 2 placements, with a new team kind of jumping up to attack this top 5.
Okay, we got 3 minutes till next game, guys. 3 minutes till the next game.
12 of the tournament is gonna be just incredible.
And to see Acorn and Bolts being able to kind of, have a decent performance in day number 1, but maybe not necessarily as good as we thought they were going to do, and then continue to make them climb up the leaderboard for day 2. I will say, though, there was a moment here when they went to go steal height, but it looked like they weren't together, Bolts and Acorn, in kind of different layers when they went for something so imperative as stealing height. You really need them to be able to just be box to box, synergizing together, and I feel like they fell just a little bit short here, and that's why they weren't able to convert this height steal into a successful victory royale. But I say that, I'm being a little judgmental. They're in second place. They're still climbing the leaderboard, Vivid.
Yeah, still keeping things going here. Now, there's something kind of happening on page 2 here on these standings.
Tell us. So with page 2, Moneymaker in 13th.
I don't want to freak out or anything like that. I want to make a big deal out of
Booga,
it.
12th.
Booga and Brazy. Go ahead and freak out for me, man.
I'd love to see Booga make it.
Crazy day 2
Come on.
Let me go ahead and set the scene for everybody at home. After day 1, Booga and Braids had 86 points. They were in 28th place. They have flown all the way up in these first 3 games on day number 2 to 12th place. And their placements in these 3 games, Kelly, it's been crazy. They've gotten 4th place, 4th place, and 4th place. They've gotten 4th place in every single one of the games here on day number 2.
Listen,
that's crazy.
I'd be lying if I was to say that I'm not excited to see how well Booga and Braids
got
are doing. A little bit of a shock for our players to come into day number 1 having not necessarily the best performance, but then to see them clearly reviewing, VODing, making sure that they are changing whatever fell short in day number 1, and clearly that has worked out. And it's not just working out for games number 7, 8, and 9, but you can see that they're able to grab more and more eliminations for these games. So not only have they made improvements from day 1 to day 2, but they're also making improvements throughout the games in the day.
True.
Guys,
that's what pros do.
Left to go. If I'm not mistaken, currently, if we ended the tournament here, we're looking at a top 8 right now, Vivid. Right? Yep. Like, if we just stop the tournament, you need to be top 8 to move on to the Global Championship.
We need another Fortnite World Cup.
3 more games.
I said it.
To go.
We need another Fortnite World Cup.
How much crazier this is going to get with 3 more games.
Yeah, 344 points is currently that threshold. I mean, we kind of just talked about them. So Booga and Braids, we did see them. They're on 286. So where it's kind of like this big fallout, this big drop in points just from like 10th place down to that 12th place spot. So still a lot of work to do for any of our teams that are kind of not here on this top 10 page. But if you're playing as consistently as teams like Booga and Braids are right now, you got to start to think whether or not they can do it. But Clicks and Rapid, they're currently in that 8th place spot. They got to hold on, Kelly.
I was about to say, are you not going to mention 8th place? Are you not going to mention the teams that have qualified to global championships?
Stop. Don't clutch.
I know. We don't want to say it. We don't want to bring it into fruition, because then
do not say
you put it out into the universe. Maybe the universe fights back. Listen,
don't
very
say
excited
it.
for how our top 8 is looking right now, and that might shift. We might have some of our players. We can see how close Golden Ozone, Shadow Virgo, King Ali, and Craze. They're all on that outside of the edge. So much can still change in these final 3 games, Zeke.
That's right, Kelly. This is the halfway point of the competition. 3 games left to make your mark and hopefully fight for one of those 6 spots, the Global Championships. Find your seats on the battle bus. It's game time.
It is game time. Let's go.
Thank you so much. And one thing that I did notice, Monster, is the fact that Muzz and Rise, 514 points, one more good game, they secure a Global Championship spot.
Yeah, definitely. They're getting very, very close. They've already gapped the competition. And I was looking, they're just reporting in that 58 points separate Booga to the qual spot. But if that were to happen, then we're kicking out Clicks or Josh or Yamzo or Higgs. Like, how do we choose one of these teams? You just can't. In
all
the end,
that have been partners with Clicks.
Most. But let's get on this battle bus one more time.
At some point.
Teams outside of the bubble, teams inside of the bubble. Both of them have teams that are for the Global Championship already secured. So even though there's teams still fighting for their spots, there's still disruptors in the mix. And right now, when you kind of look at it, 344 points, Clicks and Rapid, they are that line for the Global Championship. And they were mentioning Booga and Braids, roughly 60 points away, which is definitely doable in these next 3 games.
Yeah, most definitely. It's getting down to the wire here. I'm just thinking about how far ahead Muzz and Rise are and how badly do other teams want this, right? Muzz and Rise have never had this, again, this amount of pressure, this amount of tension as we are going into the final 3 rounds. Venom Agers are on this incredible story, this comeback for themselves.
Void goes down.
Look at this, Jacob. It seems like they have the drop to themselves for the time being. You have Contrap, I don't know what they're doing, but they're for the most part, they got the main POI to themselves.
Yeah, which I want to see, honestly, is it actually a blessing or a curse? Because a lot of those fights, they were getting a good amount of damage. Even when they disengaged, they were getting a good amount of damage to kind of set them on course for the rest of their game. So let's see how it continues to play out, especially on this side with Moneymaker and Fanayan. 52 points so far on the day, and this is 12th and 13th place essentially here at Golden Grove. And the biggest difference maker, does Booga and Braids even have an idea?
Come on, Booga.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jacob, I don't know how I feel about Moneymaker and FORTNITE trying to contest Booga and Braids, but I like the idea.
Veno.
If you want the call spot,
Already
why not take out your
shooting at
We're
trap.
curious if whether or not Contrap and company, we're gonna try to fight here.
Muzz goes down.
This.
Muzz
Rise
goes
left by
down.
himself. Peterbot and Boyo have rotated towards them. Boyo finding Muzz here. This is going to be a very interesting turn of events right now.
On one side it is Veno and Agers basically kind of have them by the ropes on one side. Booga and Braids still have to be careful here. Not sure where Moneymaker and FORTNITE did actually end up at, but I don't see him on the minimap towards the south, so my biggest guess, probably somewhere still close by. I was going to say try to take advantage of the situation, but Golden Grove is just one of those spots where you don't necessarily see a lot of lurking unless a fight is already breaking out.
True. But you'd think a lurk would be really
Now
good
it's
with
gonna
all
end
that,
up playing out here.
all the trees.
Rise as a solo. I love this. I actually really love this. This is sort of their normal strategy. Is like, yo, let's go make the big surge tower. You know, normally someone's hiding in the bush when they're by themselves. But he's like, nah, let me just get back to the true and trusty surge tag farming. Now, if Peterbot and Boyo are really smart and they end up hunting for him and see the tower, they could determine if this is worth a solo push.
I think it would be. Wow. Agers took down them.
I know in the beginning you kind of mentioned, not sure what necessarily going to happen. Contrap and Darzi were going Golden Grove for the majority of this tournament. They switched it up. I asked the question of where Veno and Agers are going to get the early game damage from, and they instantly answer. But you're seeing a lot of these early game fights, and the reason why it's breaking out is typically we would wait until game 12, game 11, where teams try to make, you know, those big risky plays to try to rise up the leaderboard. But I feel like more and more, especially watching EU before this, they realize sometimes waiting till game 12 is just simply too late.
Yep. Well, here we have it. We're now looking at Kings and Craze, who pushed across onto Cirque and Cynics for a second there. On the other side, you have FORTNITE, Moneymaker, setting up once again another ambush play. We've seen them actually successfully take out QK and Mirops. This time they're doing it from a completely different angle. This is just madness. When they go back and watch this, they're going to be so confused as to how this team has managed to outlurk them everywhere.
I feel like sometimes their lurking is just literally in plain sight. Unfortunate for QK. Just thinks it's all uncontested. He gets taken down. Big shot
pistol
from
is in the game, by the way.
Gets him weak and eventually leads to the elimination. So basically 400 damage right there, while FORTNITE maybe took 64.
Big eliminations there. FORTNITE and Moneymaker just keeping us even more entertained than we should be, because it's already grand finals weekend. The games sell themselves, and then you just have these wild plays happening left and right. Meanwhile, Clicks and Rapid, pressure was on for Clicks and Rapid to perform, to try to find their way up towards the top.
Yep.
They managed to do just that. And look at this. I actually really like this setup right here.
Ooh.
Start thinking about what Clicks and Rapid have to deal with. Well, it's their immediate competition. It's Booga, it's Braids, it's Moneymaker, FORTNITE. You can take them out. The gap between you and everyone else is 100 points. That's a whole game buffer, which means they could be 2 decent games away from a shoe-in qual spot.
Man, I just like the way they're pinpointing some of the players. They're not necessarily going after global qualified teams, like you're saying. The ones that are in the same hunt as they are.
The global
and they're turning
qualified.
the script right now, potentially on a Moneymaker and FORTNITE, but they go off towards the right, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because now they're separated. Not necessarily a big amount of damage onto FORTNITE, especially with Moneymaker shockwaving back up, trying to return back into the same box. This fight monster has so many different implications going on into the rest of the day. Somebody will fall below and behind the curve, and you could see Clicks immediately still getting aggressive. He's fighting for a little bit of control because he doesn't want to let this opportunity slip through his fingers. And on the other side, Peterbot and Boyo, they're continuously trying to hunt down the first place team of Muzz and Rise.
Tournament implications after tournament implications. Peterbot, Boyo hunting down Rise. They've already gotten Muzz. Rise now down to 9 builds, barely anything else to work with. No shockwaves to disengage as Peterbot and Boyo are looking for him. Meanwhile, Rapid and Clicks just trying to fight their immediate tournament competition here and now.
Why aren't we seeing? Okay, we are seeing it, but from the other.
Different
No, we
things on
aren't.
the line,
Okay,
but
cool.
one singular goal, and that
Well,
is
I can kind of
success.
see it, but
Just trippy situation for Rise. Probably hasn't had his hands sweat this much in quite a long time. He can't even disengage because it'll give away too much audio. Poyo and Peterbot may not necessarily know exactly where he's at, but he knows he's in that mess of a building somewhere. So as long as they stay persistent in trying to find him, they will figure out where he's at. Getting the elimination might be a different story because we do have a second team also in the distance.
I say, what are the odds they just break the entire base of this build? Like, drop everything, because that is how committed Peterbot and Boyo are looking at the given time here.
True.
Then you have Dash and Noxy down low. Again, another bubble team that is looking for a qual spot. But Peterbot and Boyo are fighting for first right now. If they can take that Muzz and Rise, that runway starts to open up for them.
Very
Otherwise,
true.
they could just be letting this plane take off. See it though? No, Rise gets spotted out. What they thought was true is, and that means Rise is here. They find Muzz and Rise. 2 quick eliminations now. And what are Peterbot and Boyer going to do with this opportunity is the only opening question now.
Yeah, right there
Muzz
was
and
the
Rise go
biggest
down.
obstacle to overcome. Muzz and Rise
People
over
can
second
take
place.
first.
Monster had a 58-point lead. Over Peterbot and Poyo, a 93-point lead. So just them going down here simply just isn't enough to overthrow a team like Muzz and Rise, especially considering, you know, everybody down below them on the leaderboard has had instances, not only today, but throughout the weekend, that mistakes can and will happen at certain points in time. So other teams still need to have that solid performance here, just like Acorn and Bolts. They have picked up the tempo here. They have been playing phenomenally well as a full duo as opposed to separate solo clutches. So again, this one, when it comes to the NA FNCS, has to be so exciting no matter who you're a fan of.
Or exhausting if you see your favorite teams get so close and they get pulled back into the water. That's what we're seeing with Muzz and Rise, who have now
Vino
been
and
parked on
Ager
ice with their 60-point
going over Coop
lead.
and
A 60-point
Reed.
lead for y'all watching at home. If you've never
Maybe not
really
going after,
watched
maybe
how
just
close
getting heals.
tournament competition might be, it might feel like they're so far ahead, 514 points versus everyone else in the 400 range, but that is only a good game. A good game separates them. But with 3 games left, this and 2 more, it's going to be a super close competition.
Vino
now
not
moving
landing
forward.
his shots.
Reed and Cooper trying to set up their rotation in the backside of Wonky Land. They almost look to cut back inside, but that's the same thing that kind of catches them out of position. Veno Ager's doing a good amount of damage onto Reed. Not necessarily taking too much damage back as they continue to rotate out. And that's the thing, little victories. Veno and Agers, a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there, continuously stay above the damage threshold, but they still have to be careful. Aiden and Clixie on the outskirts of Wonky Land as well can disrupt everything they have going on.
Like this from Yamzo and Josh, as they're not trying to do anything risky here, playing this massive base. Yamzo at the bottom side to see if anyone ends up coming up and out, just to try to look and fish for some tags.
2 teams under him though.
In the end,
It looks
they
like
are slowly
one of
creeping their
them
way up, staying
is in the subway
relatively
under
consistent,
the
and
underground
honestly starting
subway
to pull
teleporter
ahead.
thing.
Get closer as they get closer and closer to the top 5.
Yeah, not necessarily safe yet. They're inside of the bubble for that global championship spot. But again, 37 points is all team like Golden. I would say Golden and Ozone, but they already have it secured. So they actually have a decent gap over the competition. Outside of Clicks and Rapid, the next team they do have to worry about is Booga and Braids. See where the zone continues to pull towards the southeastern part of the map, over towards the Shaken Sanctuary. So again, coming into today, Curve and Higgs had the most distance traveled on the map by far, and I think that's going to continue to be the case here, all the way from Lifty Lodge. And you can see there's one of the few teams that cannot play into that heal off win condition because of the amount of storm they actually tanking.
Yeah, unless you get an incredible elim along the way, which refreshes you, it's so unlikely that they're able to do that towards the end game.
Yep.
Well, what was working for Breeds and Bugha seemed to continue to be going that way. They still have a little bit of damage over the Surge line that they need. And then, of course, they're sitting on a multitude of extra heals here with the Mending Machine in sight. And the zone's kind of on their side, so this is a pretty favorable Game 10 for them.
Yeah, you can kind of see why they were getting 4th place after 4th place after 4th place to start the day today. And honestly, this is something that we've seen Bugha do, even qualifying for the last global championship. It came down to the last game, but it was consistency in the end that really kind of helped pull him through as Clix Rapid trying to get another elimination here. It's 20 caught out by himself.
Nice.
Chimp already out. So even though that's their second elimination of the game, that's 8 points of straight eliminations alone.
Nice.
Yeah, I was really curious as to why they would have taken that fight, but clearly they had a massive advantage. Clix and Rapid had plenty of damage going into that. It's not like they needed any Surge or had Surge issues. That just surely sets them up even further away from having those problems.
Really good.
So now they're sitting on zone, max material, extra heals.
Yep, they got zone too.
This is actually very good for Clix and Rapid. Game 10 seems to be put in the bag.
Yeah, I don't think pros were probably using that. I don't think pros were probably using that burst before the update to it.
Kind of they're on the edge of the
it's
zone.
not too bad of a choice now.
Towards the side and continue to
pros do love burst though.
As they make their way in. Ritual and Cold not too far away from Peterbot and Poyo. Not only in game but on the leaderboard as well. 3rd and 4th place, staring each other down before Webster and Cryptid make their appearance, gain the attention just a little bit. Any damage is better than no damage. Keep progressing in this game, but it's a far pool for everybody involved.
How incredible would it be if Peterbot and Poyo clash against 2nd and 3rd on the standings, you know? Either way, though, we won't get to see that here. Now we get to see Kayan be the first to fall here as they get the big elimination and the refresh there. That's Siphon, that's extra material, and plenty more to take for the road here. He thought twice about the chug, hoping that it was going to be full. Instead, they're going to use it.
Just see how they rotate on out, because everybody else already quick to the punch to go ahead and rotate to a better position. Venom and Agers as well. Kind of built their base on the line and kind of using that point of view as their advantage. Already getting some good damage onto one. Now looking over at Okus and Zonda, getting damage onto them as well. And the zone is hurting right now. 2 tick per, and it's going to quickly move into a 5. So they are literally on a less than 10-second clock to try to make their way in. And even when they finally do, they're still in the line of sight of Veno and Agers.
Good pressure coming out from them. Even now, Agers, Veno thinking about chopping down those builds there. I'm just going to go ahead and break the foundation out. There's no way this team dips back into the storm there either, so there they see them reinforce. Just continuing to give them something to think about.
Oh.
No, wait, Veno went into the storm with the side angle. Veno is the lurkiest player on the NA region at the moment. I don't care what anyone says. He just plays outside the box. This is why he's so successful.
This is why he's contending right now. He's a Major 1 champion coming back from a 100-point deficit. Bolts does go down, though. And you can see throughout the course of these last couple of zones, it's been Storm Surge that's been ailing Peterbot and Poyo again, eventually leading to Poyo's downfall. Even though they're above the damage threshold, you can see that the position that it put them in. Multiple teams from the backside of zone were shooting at Poyo. Now they're putting their focus on the Peterbot, just trying not to let ease up on any of this pressure. And if you look at the loadout, 1 shockwave, 1 smoke, Mini's left in the tank, so he's really down to almost nothing.
I was just saying, how ironic that Poyo just gives Bolts a bit of his own medicine. The man who normally destroys players as he likes to fly by gets taken out, but in the end, Poyo doesn't get to celebrate in the victory. Peterbot by himself. You've already saw the stats time and time again, showcasing how Poyo has been the one leading with solo clutch points, but Peterbot has now had his 2nd opportunity here to show us that he can do it as well.
Come on now.
First, though, has to kind of handle the fight here. Takes down Encrypted. It's going to be a very welcome Siphon. There goes the first. Can he get the 2nd? It's Acorn in the storm here.
And Acorn was able to get one of them as well. Siphon finally turning off, but keeping him relatively healthy. Peterbot's gonna go down. The mythic war forced again from Acorn.
Peterbot goes down.
They made an
Not
effort.
good.
They took down Muzz and Rise, but eventually they fall. So all they did was open up the door for everybody else. Booga, active surge, Braid's already down 148 below the damage threshold. And by the time he's done healing here, he'll have no extra shields or HP to regain.
Well, if you're Muzz and you're Rise, you're thinking with Acorn in bolts, or really just Acorn standing right now. If they fall early, this is perfect. That means the lead remains pretty heavily. It's not what we thought we were going to see, but it's what seems to be unfolding now.
Booga 30 health.
Victor V and Queasy there on the rotate.
Needs to do some damage.
22 below, though. Great tags there to keep him alive, but no. The update comes through. He still has more to worry about, and he's already
a lot more.
Yeah, just when it looked like he was going to get above that damage threshold, we moved from the 6th to the 7th zone. He falls back down below.
It's not much.
He is still landing shot after shot, and the blessing is it's not active surge just yet.
36.
One tick will take him down. He's only 36 below, but again, the active lobby is tossing and turning that threshold all around. This is his last moment right here, 44 above. He sees Queasy in his line of sights, and even he's running out of builds.
He thought about it. He almost caught Queasy there with the lurk play, and he's 44 above somehow, but no, he gets spotted out. It's 5 visuals there in the distance.
Where's our
finally, we see Queasy and Victor V make an end game healthily.
Did Clicks go down?
Just like that, they're the ones on top. So
yep, Clicks just went down.
From them. Meanwhile, Curve and Batman Booga trying to make the comeback now.
Clicks just went down.
They've had some difficult kind of stoppages happen, making it far.
I don't know if Rapid has too, but
this seems to be the best we've seen them shaped up. Although Batman Booga, actually, now that I look at it, he's only down to 4 builds. So, Jacob, they're going to be crashing in soon.
Yeah, they're going to need an elimination. No matter how they find it, they just know they need it. It's Cold and Ritual. They find at least
Rapid
one.
has not gone down yet, though.
Multiple teams just trying to go ahead and burn through those materials, get inside of the box. Victor V Queasy again on that high ground. Going into this game, Monster,
Higgs goes down.
245 points for Victor V and Queasy. They need 100 points, a gap to close throughout these next 2 games. And being on high ground, this could be the position to do it in.
It's kind of crazy, though. Cold just fell when they had the chance to actually overtake first place in this game.
Cold goes down.
Have to clutch up. You see Acorn earning points, by the way, still making the most of the opportunity he's been gifted. And then you have Yamzo Josh slowly, surely earning Elin after Elin.
Good shot by Zoe.
4 in a top 19 and counting.
Still anybody's game as they're trying to control that whole
trying to find Rapid in there, but I can't find him.
Just a little bit. It's not a large mountain, but it definitely requires just a little bit of planning. That's why you see proactivity coming from some of those duos, quickly shockwaving up to that elevation, not necessarily to the front side of the zone, but Ritual here, you talk about a chance to take first place here along with Acorn. Reed still battling for a top 10 spot. Venom's trying to keep themselves attacked inside of the top 10. There is just so much going on in this end game.
Okay, the leaderboard ain't
in 17th place as well, but look at
updating right now.
He actually shuts that dream down and takes down Reed. Meanwhile, high ground visuals. He already took down Booga. Now they're trying to dethrone Queasy and Victor V. This is Queasy and Victor V's chance to get back in the running here for a qualification spot.
That's visuals and threats trying to go ahead and make that play, take the high ground. It's one of the best ways to go ahead and jump up that leaderboard is put yourself in the driver's seat. Veno still lurking back. Decent amount of materials, which is building and opening up, giving himself some extra space.
Yeah, the leaderboard is not
Queasy is down,
updating.
But it's not without a fight. Victor V will
this
not
is
be
everyone's
denied.
played
He gets back-to-back eliminations here. A huge 8-point jump
or actually,
by
this
him,
is probably
by
over. Never mind.
and he remains on top of the throne.
Yeah, no, the game's already over. Duh.
The top
I'm stupid.
10 as well. Meanwhile, look at all the solos still standing here. Victor finds another one as he takes down Josh, and then Ritual just trying to rat his way through the builds. Meanwhile, Veno looks up to high ground.
Here we go. Veno
just
takes
a single
down
player. He finds the shot. Victor's on 1 HP. Veno looks
Victor
for him,
V.
loses up, but in the end, he gets the placement, and the damage goes through. And now it's all up to Veno, but Veno's out of material. He sees Ozone, and this is looking like a solo clash off here.
Yeah, big chunk of fall damage, but sometimes there's no other option. Down below, Sharkman and Yuz out of nowhere, getting that knock onto Fanayan. Revenge for earlier on in the tournament, but Moneymaker left by himself. Shockwaving up. This is all solos left alive here. Top 4 situation. Moneymaker goes up and over that one into the house to try to buy himself time to get these heals off. Our final 4, and Sharkman is one of them.
Incredible effort, by the way, from Moneymaker to make it this
Wow.
far. But
Vert
what
goes
more
down.
can you ask for from him? Sharkman and Yuz are trying to do it. Sharkman is the healthiest. Moneymaker takes down Ozone there for the siphon.
Moneymaker could win this game.
He's got a shield as well. This can still go either way.
Moneymaker needs this to stay in contention. It's a huge pick-me-up game, but Sharkman with a little bit of advantage.
Moneymaker takes
on the
the
chug chug. It's
game.
not going to matter.
Wow.
Moneymaker and Fernand from
How old is
EU,
Moneymaker
they
now,
invest
guys?
everything for one of those global championship spots, and with a win monster, they are getting closer and closer.
And they did that off the new draw spot.
That's crazy.
They landed near Booga to try to just see what their competition was looking like, and they managed
Clicks
to
does
pull
not have a
win
good game,
from
though. He did not have a good
completely
game.
new draw spot here. Zeke, game number 10 continues to keep us on our toes.
Oh, MDF, it keeps changing. Our top teams keep getting eliminated. This is going to be so close going into that final game. Wow. Massive props, Moneymaker as a solo. In a game full of solos in the final few moments. What's super interesting is we actually had a game earlier where they kind of like almost had the opportunity to get a victory royale. They ended up getting a second. Now to come back to get the victory royale. Like our caster said, they invested so much to come here, right? To try and make it through two globals through NA to see what this playground had to offer. Kelly, a victory royale in finals is still a victory
Moneymaker.
royale. Sorry, EU. Our apologies, sir.
I mean, what a whiplash of performances we are seeing from Moneymaker and F9. As soon as I feel like they have fallen off and NA is going to come out on top, that is when they shine the brightest. Literally, the last game that they played, they got 42nd place with 2 eliminations, going down really early, but they've changed up their game plan. They changed up where they're landing and instead went for more of this passive low ground play style, allowing them to kind of just make sure that they were alive, making sure where everyone else was. And then when it came down to the 1v1, Moneymaker, absolutely incredible play here to just patiently wait for Sharkman to make a misplay, this little edit into the elimination, and that is why they're going to be walking away with a victory royale.
Well played for Moneymaker to go ahead and clutch that one up. I thought Sharkman had that one without a doubt, and you can kind of see the points that they are picking up there. Going to be crossing that 360 point mark. So obviously the big question will be for Moneymaker and F9, who in day number 1 were consistently kind of in those qualification spots. Have they kind of returned back to that feat? I can't wait to see.
More on that because it's time to take a look at the leaderboard after this break. When we return, 2 games left to go. Get ready, FORTNITE fam. Get ready.
And break time. Okay, let's see. Updated standings. Updated standings for you. We still have Muzz in first, but the lead grows tinier. The lead is only 16 points between Rituals and Golden, Muzz and Rise. Acorns and Bolts still behind, but it is only 26 points from first. Easy to come back from. This, on the other hand, that's a pretty big game for Peterbot and Pollo to jump up. Agers and Veno still can jump up to first, but really this is where it is. These 4 teams will be these still have a chance at first. I'm not saying Peterbot can't. I've seen Peterbot and Pollo win 2 games in a row. That would 100% put them in the lead. Then we have Zoe, Higgs, Curve, Golden, Ozone. Remember, these 2 teams, let's see, hold on. They matter. Acorns, Bolts, 1. Let me check this again. No, I lost it, but I think 1, 2, 3, 4. These 4 people do not matter. So that being said, Clicks is out of it right now. He's 7th. He is in 7th place officially right now. And Moneymaker, if Moneymaker beats Clicks and Rat, that's embarrassing. Come on. Money, come on. I'm not saying the Moneymaker's good. He's just annoying, or was annoying. So we'll see what happens. By the way, I'm playing a little bit of Droid Tycoon on the side. Boom, boom, boom. How long we got? 33 seconds. Let's see how many limbs Muzz has. 41, 38, 38, 54 from Veno. But that placement is killing them. Look at this. 3 straight games finishing in the 30th place. 39th and 33rd. Not good. And then 44th place here. That's just not, you can't do that. They could easily be in the lead if maybe they finish top 15. But we'll see how their tournament goes.
I called him.
2 more
I said,
games.
"Hey, man, listen, I know you saw it. Benign and Moneymaker got themselves a victory out in game number 10. How do you feel about that?" He just laughed at me for several minutes. I eventually had to hang up because we had to come back onto the broadcast. So shout out to Levin, I guess.
Sounds like Levin.
Levin's probably like, dude, what? Moneymaker and Benign get themselves a victory out in game number 10. What's crazy as we bring up this leaderboard?
There we go.
You take a look at this. Baby, can you maybe talk us
Clicks
through
and
current
Higgs out of
placements
top
right now?
10.
Because we see Moneymaker and F9 move up 3 placements into the top 10. But what's qualification, Vivid?
Yeah, so obviously we got a couple of our teams that are already qualified for the globals. I mean, we got Acorn Bolts up there. We got Peterbot and Pollo up there. Golden Ozone have kind of entered the top 10. Kingly and Craze have entered the top 10. So yeah, right now, global qualification is 10th place. 363 points after Moneymaker and F9 went ahead and picked up that victory royale. Now, I will give everybody at home a little bit of a sneak peek into 11th place is 356 points. That's actually Clicks and Rapid. So yeah, very, very close down there for the qualification spot. I mean, some of our teams now that kind of have to bounce back after that game. Obviously, Muzz and Rise kind of going down early and picking up 0 points gave the opportunity for Ritual and Cold to kind of close that gap once again. I mean, how many times have these guys kind of entered into this 2nd place spot? I would actually, I need to find out whether or not Ritual and Cold have actually been in 1st place at any point during this grand finals, even though they've been behind 1st place like 2 times by a single point, and now they're only behind by just 16 points. That being said, though, Kelly, listen, I would love for Ritual and Cold to go ahead and win this thing, but they've got to earn it because so far today, they are just not playing like they were yesterday. I mean, their best game today was that one that just happened. They got 7th place with 3 eliminations, but outside of that, they haven't even broken into the top 10. So they've really got to find it here in the last 2 games.
It makes you wonder if it's necessarily what they're doing wrong or more so what everyone's doing differently from game number 1. Maybe they've reviewed. Maybe they actually looked towards Ritual and Cold to see what they were doing successfully. And we saw in that game, I believe it was actually Ritual that came down to a solo around zone 9. Unfortunately, he had no heals, so inevitably he was going to go down. But for the fact that they were able to solidify themselves in day number 1 so confidently is part of the reason why they are still in 2nd place. I mean, heck, they didn't do that well in that game, and they went up a placement spot, and that just goes to show how volatile our top leaderboard is. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo literally landed on Muzz and Rise and even got the eliminations down, I believe, onto Muzz there, and even they themselves went down on our leaderboard. So even with these plays, these minds going into these games, kind of trying to change things just a little bit, if you don't make the right play, everything is just going to go fall to shambles right now. We can just see how much our leaderboard is changing, Zeke. Anything can happen.
What up, Elliot?
Look at the left side of the screen,
This
right?
is
Look at the ones going
FNCS.
up, down. We've got a couple 2s.
This is FNCS globes.
Like Kelly pointed out, we're
FNCS
now kinda like
globals.
splitting hairs, right? Like a single decision could make or break a duo. We are 2 games left to go.
We got 2 games
And
left,
just think about
guys.
the
2
performance
games
we saw
left.
out of just that last game. I'm thinking about like Veno, the solo clutch. He is moving on another level.
It's
Remember,
all the
he
pro
already
players.
won. He is your
Elliot in
technical
Fortnite.
reigning champion from last major, and he comes in and he's pulling off stuff
It's
like
professional
solo clutches
Fortnite.
in the 11th hour of the tournament, fighting for these spots. I mean, Vivid, this is some prime Fortnite.
My gosh, you say how Aegis went down so fast right there? That was like blinking, you might have missed it. But yeah, Veno still kind of made this happen. But take a look at where he currently is on these highlights. I mean, he's like top 20, and he's forced to go ahead and break it down as a solo. His final placement in this game, he was able to pick up 5th place and 7 eliminations. So this was a big swing for them. And I gotta mention it, Kelly, because obviously Agers and Veno have come into this weekend very, very well prepared, kind of adapting to their situation that's happening all spawn. But even in game number 10 here, they are still finding ways to adapt and play it just a little bit better. Because we saw in the early game, they actually left Latte
this is
pretty
to
early
get
on.
in
They didn't
the
actually
biggest
take that
tournament
play at the
right
POI
now.
itself, but instead kind of
This is
rotate
to
it
get
out
in the
and
grand
pick off one of the
finals
teams that's kind of looting in the surrounding area. So they're
in
still
Europe,
making plays happen that are different time and time again.
And for Veno to kind of identify that Victor V was a little weak there, being able to kind of go on the low ground, but also identify the high ground is weak and then steal it for himself when it kind of came down to just all solos in that moment. A very smart play for him. And that's part of the reason why he was
it's
able to
very
get so many
interesting,
placement
Elliot.
points on
If
that.
you like
But
FORTNITE,
of course, we got to
it's
talk
very,
about
very
them.
interesting.
I mean, Eomzo and Josh right now, and I really do need to speak on Josh because this kid is just playing out of his mind right now.
So
And
true.
Eomzo, you got to feel like on his side of just playing commanding, making sure the IGL in these mid and late games is working so well for them. But when it comes to the eliminations, Josh is the one that's just leading the pack right now.
Yeah,
Josh is
playing
doing
so
very well.
are these guys again,
You
kind of
funny,
the biggest talking
you
point for
funny,
them was
Elliot.
given the opportunity to be uncontested.
I'm too onked to go
this
pro.
weekend after I think they were contested
I'm
for
too
the
onked
first
to
2
go pro.
games of the tournament, but after which they have been uncontested. So 8 games to kind of work with in terms of being uncontested. It's netting them this 6th place. Game number 10, they kind of bounced back after games 8 and 9 weren't so good. On the 9th place and 8 eliminations, they were able to go ahead and pick up here. But yeah, Jocelyn Eomzo currently sitting in 6th place, and we've already mentioned it, Zeke, right? Top 10 as it currently stands is that global championship qualification spot. So sitting in 6th place with about a 60-point lead over 10th place. They just got to go ahead and stay consistent in these last 2 games.
Man, but that's the problem, right, Vivid? Is there is 2 games left to go. We've seen crazy lurk plays. We've seen players decide to land up on different spots. We've seen Peterbot Poy decide I'm going to land Sinister and immediately
it's
find
pretty
Muzz and
insane
Rise.
how good they are.
Anything can happen with 2 games left to go, and we can't forget solo clutch performances can impact these standings. Oh my gosh, guys. FORTNITE fam, I'm getting word. I want to keep talking, but there is still so much more FORTNITE to see.
Game number 11. Game number 11. Let's do it.
Preparing ourselves for this competition. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. Yeah, this is one of the most unpredictable NA championship runs we have ever seen here, Jacob.
Yeah, typically in a lobby like this, you have one team maybe lurking around, Peterbot and Poyo doing on, but now you have Peterbot and Poyo, you have Veno Agers, you have Moneymaker and FORTNITE, everybody pulling out every single trick. They're like magicians pulling a rabbit out of a hat. At the end of this day, I'm not sure who I think can actually hoist that trophy.
Yeah, and even with Muzz and Rise falling there, they maintain their lead. But more importantly,
Here we go.
have a lot of teams
Game
in the
time.
running now. So let's see how it plays out here for game number 11.
It's pretty insane, Elliot. It's pretty insane.
2 games left and a stacked leaderboard. Hopefully everybody at home is enjoying this as much as we are. And you can kind of see right now the bus path all the way towards the north for the most part, east to west. So a lot of those teams on the south side of the map might have a slower time getting to their drop.
Agers, Veno completely uncontested now. They've managed to push back not only Chance's team there, but
Wow,
Contrap's team
completely
as well.
unattended.
Just a little clue.
No one there.
Too close for their liking as they ended up keying them. I'm thinking Veno and Agers, though, are going to have a lot to think about now, right? That early damage, those big points they were earning and kind of solidifying early on. What strategy do they have when they have the drop open for themselves?
Yeah, especially with no ability to get early Storm Surge, you're going to have to lurk for it. But Moneymaker, by himself, Dozier and Ishu actually disengage out of that fight. I'm not sure if they know Moneymaker's a solo. No, they didn't get the memo. Moneymaker by himself getting that first down onto Ishu. FORTNITE definitely closing the distance now, realizing they at least got what they came for. That's going to be the first of what could be many eliminations here.
Come on, you guys need to take Moneymaker down.
And Ishu to be in, especially after finally starting to get a couple of points put on the leaderboards. Now, FORTNITE and Moneymaker continue to do what they do best. And that is just float around the map and earn points. Think about this. They're slowly inching their way deeper and deeper into the tournament standings, further solidifying a potential qualification spot. Right now, the qual gap between them is about 3 different teams because there's a lot of qualified teams in between them. And it gets to basically Clix's duo and Victor V, but that's about 40 points. So if Vic and Queasy have another
I'm rooting for
massive game
Clicks,
like they had
but
before, they'll
he's
jump up
he's
into the
not gonna win
conversation.
it, but
if not,
he
you'll
just
have
needs to
teams like
be
Clicks possibly
like ninth,
overjump into the
eighth
standings.
or ninth place to
And
make it
typically
to
throughout the course of a tournament,
the next round.
You know what I'm saying? It's
He just
12
needs to make
games. Maybe
eighth
you
or
can have
ninth
3
place.
bad games, 4 if you're lucky. Well, at this stage of the game, there's no more time for bad games. You have to go ahead and execute every opportunity here, and that's what Veno Agers are doing. Nobody's contesting their drop, so they're immediately in back-to-back games going on the hunt. Contrap, Darcy were that team in the last game, and for a moment there, it was looking like Aoxy and JoJo Fishy.
Like this from CDZ. Playing defense right now, but Peterbot and Boy are on the hunt here, trying to earn themselves some early points, but more importantly, that extra damage that they've had
Got him.
seemingly trouble with.
Peterbot.
Right? Like for the most part, we haven't really seen
Peterbot
them
and Poyo,
too
one of the
far
best
in ahead
duos
of-
ever to play
on the
Fortnite.
damage threshold. They've kind of been middling as far as mid-game goes, and their comfort with the first Storm Surge.
We have
Hornets.
one game after this,
So these are
guys.
some
We have
really
one
great
game
key
after
eliminations
this.
here.
Yeah, especially for them to close the gap, and it's quite a gap for them to close. If they want first place, that is around 73 points for them to overcome. With that elimination, is definitely going to be under
Guys,
70,
make sure
but
you hit
still
the
a
sub
long
button
journey
and
for them
like
with 2
the
games
video
left to
you're
do it.
watching if you're on
And
YT.
it does look like now that
Don't
they already
forget
got
to
those
like
elimination
and
goals,
comment
they're
some
an issue.
comments.
You already know Kyan and his duo just kind of lurking around up above. They may not know exactly where they're positioned, which exact box, which side of it, but they know they are around, and they don't want to let that opportunity because they have a looting advantage over
QK
Moneymaker
and
and Fnayan.
Force are up on that mountain looking over, but
Yeah, they just feel
Clicks and
very
Rapid are
comfortable
alone,
and
which is
content
really
with
good.
waiting things out regardless of the situation. Probably one of the more patient duos we've seen this weekend. Clicks and Rapid sticking to the true and trusty strategy. But we saw them get those diminishing returns before, right? Trying to do those fast rotates to fight the teams nearby, and since then, they haven't really tried to flex that strategy again. Curious how this one's going to play
But they've
out,
done good,
because they
though,
will
today.
need to try to
Come on,
maintain
Clicks.
that consistency, that pacing that they have set for themselves here today as they kind of fought their way back into the race. Meanwhile, Muzz and Rise probably on much more high alert here, right, Jacob?
Yeah, they definitely have to be. They're still the team to be in first place. Just because the gap closed doesn't mean, you know, anybody else is going to try to make a run for it. You know, Josh, Diamzo, Higgs, and Curve, who are a little bit further down that leaderboard and need them to have a relatively close to 0-point game if they want to take that first place spot. But we know just the implications, and when a leaderboard that is actually this stacked, sometimes you don't want to take the risk because you want to go ahead and qualify to globals.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now we have Golden
Agreed.
Ritual. Really close to Acorn and Bolts in
Ooh.
between Yamzo and Josh right next
Ooh,
to
a lot
Buzz
of top
and Rise.
teams right here.
What is this dangerous triage unfolding here? This is kind of interesting to say the least.
A lot of top teams.
Still relatively early, so you know a lot of these teams will continue to rotate throughout the course of the game. But now that they're positioned here, rotating out, well, won't come without its own risk, whether you're shockwaving from distance or just trying to get the effect and run out. Acorn Bolts are there,
Higgs.
but Muzz and Rise will definitely
Up
have
at
that
that
bird's eye view
Minecraft
to
tower.
see everything. Is Batman, Booga, and Higgs, aka I should say Higgs and Curve, coming off early from Lifty. Most of the games that we've seen throughout the weekend, they've stayed up there at Lifty Lodge. They have the extra med kits, they have the gold, they have the mending machine, but this is one of the first games that we've actually at least seen on stream that they are rotating early outside of where they normally do.
Yeah, I was looking at their positioning here, and I was thinking the same thing to myself. Like, wait, this looks a lot different than any other positioning we've seen from them this early into the game. Seems like it's working out well. They've targeted Dash and Noxy here. Dash and Noxy, whom, by the way, if it wasn't for them falling early 2 games ago, they would be inside the top 10. They were starting to get really, really close. They're one of the few teams that are on the bubble
Come on
as
now.
well. Can't cut
Yep,
out
some
anyone.
comments. There we go, Elliot.
It's for one good game away from really propelling teams into the race once again. Josh Yam's on the other side, though, just north of Sinister Strip.
You know, even though they're actually playing pretty good, decently consistent, you know, they'd have a victory royale with 11 eliminations. But outside of that, they haven't really had any phenomenal pop-off performances. Something, you know, you could tell your parents about after a good day.
Oh,
you know,
yeah?
9th place, 14th, 28th,
What up,
15th,
Star-Lord?
and then obviously that first place. I think the thing that's kind
How
of
you
keeping
doing,
them in
Star-Lord?
contention is their ability to get eliminations.
Welcome in.
And some of these teams are, you know, going to rely
Look,
on consistent
Acorn,
placements, picking up
Rituals,
eliminations
Cold,
as they
Bolts,
naturally come
all
throughout the course of
together.
the game, and others, especially with the leaderboard this close, are going to make some attempts here to try to get 1 elimination here, 2 eliminations there, and try to add up those points over time.
That's right. The elims are definitely consistent, but you called it, the placing points far and few between. We'll just have to see them tighten that up here in these final 2 rounds to really remain in.
I'm fantastic. We're just watching some
spot to globals.
Major 2 finals.
Meanwhile, all of these
This is to make it to the
legitimate
Granddaddy
teams
tournament.
that could be your next champions are just sitting still, kind of waiting this one out. This is where the tension starts to build in the mid game. Meanwhile, Veno and Agers, no strangers to the storm, of course. This time uncontested though, right? So we haven't seen the warning just yet. We haven't really seen what kind of pressures they're going to have to deal with now that they're uncontested, but that's a completely different scenario than we've had.
Where the heck does that shooting come from? Oh, Clicks and Rapid
Gotta be
fighting
careful
Curly.
rotating through those porters. The amount of times I've seen people get sidelined, surprised, especially since you don't know.
Nice
who's
damage
lying
from
on the
Rapid.
other end. Clicks and Rapid, we join in them versus Curly and Tyler. It's gonna be a moment for Clicks and Rapid. It's relatively safely for the most part. Try to go ahead and maximize their surge.
Nice damage
Not too
from
many
Clicks.
teams close by, looking in the distance just yet. But as
Very
soon as
nice
they gain that
damage from
attention,
Clicks.
that's when the risk factor will definitely increase. But you can see Rapid, this tempo is slowing down, trying to peek through the cone, getting information, but it's Peterbot and Poyo just looking all around. They're probably the highest elevated on the map as of now, so they definitely have that bird's eye view.
Yeah, they can see all the action taking place all around them. Meanwhile, Veno, though, you said you got to be careful taking these.
Veno
porta-potties
goes
to the
down.
opposite team on the other side. Go figure. Just waiting to see what was going to go down. And that's unfortunate.
And that's unfortunate.
I would really expect, you know, Veno to kind of assess the risk factor in a situation like that. That's a mistake I don't necessarily see someone of his caliber make very often. Obviously, jump on board. Peterbot, Poyo, that 1 elimination, building the confidence here for this game. We know we saw Peterbot land a couple tags in the distance onto that Clicks Rapid fight against Curly and Tyler. So again, it's just all progression, but it's also the same reason why they did go down in 28th place. They had 5 eliminations, and you'd think they'd be well above Surge, but it's just taking too much damage in some of those fights. They were kind of down below the damage threshold and eventually put into a bad spot.
Yep.
Aoxy, Jojo, Fishy recognizing the danger. They double back to Latte landing, probably to check the reboot van. Definitely hit the mending machine on the way there. And they have all the information of who and where Agers is. And Agers has to be thinking, man, just can't get enough of this team. There's been a few times where they got the best of Aoxy and Jojo, but I'm trying to think to myself, what's in it for Aoxy and Jojo right now? They've gotten the damage, they got the initial elim. Yeah, they're just a long way from the qual spot, so they're gonna need a really big game. We'll see if this is worth waiting around for. Agers clearly thinks it's definitely not worth the risk taking the fight, so he's already gone.
Yeah, especially since kind of the unpredictable factor of a team like Aoxia and Jojo Fish, you can expect them to rotate on out because you don't expect them to be there in the first place. My biggest hint was maybe they saw Veno go down the feed, knowing that they're uncontested. It's the safest place for them to venture back to. Either way, Moneymaker and Fortnite, 2 eliminations off that off spawn. You can see they're trying to qualify for their first land since the 2023 Global Championship, another duo competition. So we're always talking about like longevity between a lot of teams and whether it's trios or duos. I almost got to imagine this has to be one of the longer standing duos that we do have in Fortnite.
Yeah, most definitely. And you got to respect a team that even if they have a rough year, they thug it out.
That's
they,
true.
You know what I'm saying? Get back to the grind and make drastic
they're
moves.
They're not the longest, though. Peterbot and Poyo are the longest.
Away. And they're so close right now. So definitely commendable.
And Bolts and Acorn, too.
And they're putting up the numbers. They've never looked better.
They've both been here a good while.
just a quick peek. Muzz and Rise, a very good zone for them. This is very familiar, reminiscent of some of those zones earlier on. Even the Victory Royale that they did have, it's all working one way or another in that same factor. Havoc,
Moneymaker
on the side. You can kind of see they're both playing for that mending machine. That Moneymaker and F9 kind of have a little bit more priority over, so you almost got to wait for them to rotate on out unless you're ready to take that risk. But even if they do, it's not just these two teams here. You see towards the south about 3 teams there around Calamari trying to make their way in, and then one more towards the north. That's Skittles and Kai in there towards the north side of the map, a team that they've already fought once towards the Chop Shop.
They need to get the zone though. Oh, Moneymaker has 2 medkits. Never mind.
You know, for a second there, I was seeing how low their health was getting, but they're just really trying to maximize their time right now in the storm. Already starting to move. A lot of teams lurking nearby. You have a Vive there, another duo in the distance. Here we get to get another look at Clix and Rapid, who I believe we saw taking a bit of a scrappy fight, but didn't really go anywhere for them. Not
Clix
really
only 1 shockwave.
Much of a favorite of their material counts right there. Clix definitely looking a little light. The damage looking not too hot either. They put themselves in a pretty tough spot here at the bottom of the river. This could be a focal point for all the teams nearby.
Yeah, especially since those teams on the other side, they're a little bit more elevated. Marops over there in the distance. Javi and Minished as well. And
not a good look for Clix and Rapid right now.
Zone, if they don't get a
when did FORTNITE start?
Shot to connect,
9 years ago.
In the
I think it was 9.
Zone, so they got to be proactive.
Maybe 10.
In that
I don't know. Wait, a long time ago.
Pressure cooker, but they're 118
FORTNITE
above.
started.
They're looking for more and more of these opportunities. On the flip side, though, Agers
I want to say 9 years.
But you can see it was just a sacrifice. He's not going to return the favor.
But FORTNITE Battle Royale is about to be 9 in like a month.
A 5-tick zone, and he is 200 below the damage threshold.
Already, so Agers got the pickup. Veno's now left to play by himself. You said it, they're way off the damage threshold needed. What's the play here? You have a couple of teams in the distance. Aoxy was just taken out by Cooper and Reed, so JoJo's solo there. So you can tell it's the same sort of teams, right? Clashing back and forth here. This is a tough spot to be in right now.
Yeah, the main thing right now isn't necessarily that there's not too many targets because you see them right in front. It's the shockwave, the lack of it that I'm really worried about. He's trying to make a last dash, but he doesn't.
Veno goes down.
Like you're saying, the storm surge, all of it working against Veno and Agers in this game.
That 5-tick came through. The damage started flying down. Such a rough spot to be in. Clix, Rapid though, find Tyler there with a massive elimination. Think about that. They were 80 damage above in position in one of the worst spots you could be in on that beach, but they moved quickly and find themselves now very much in the race here. Veno and Agers is down and out though. That's gonna put them in just a small, maybe, potentially questionable situation for the consistency qual spot. They do have quite the lead though, right? Like as far as where they're at right now, 465 is a good spot to be in, but we have seen stranger things happen.
Yeah, roughly at the beginning edge, around a 12 placement lead, obviously 4 eliminations, so definitely could go out the window at a moment's notice, especially the way these games have been going. Ritual and Cold, 300 plus damage above the threshold. Again, another one of these teams, they position themselves on the edge. We've seen this do this already today so far, and they just look back and they just try to put shots on all these teams that are just in shambles, just trying to make their way in. There goes another elimination. You said this yourself. That's the thing that makes this team so dangerous, is they don't greed for any of that loot. They just take what they can get and just keep it moving.
Now I want to start getting these updates with the likes of Peterbot and Boyo. How are they looking for this end game?
No
limbs. To line up
limbs.
for them, but they're only 70 above.
Not good.
This is
Not
be
very
a big,
good.
big problem, and they know it too. Remember, things turn off around the 40-player mark, so several teams have to fall from here till then. Victor V and Queasy, we've kind of forgotten about them as things sort of got quiet. We started putting our focus in other places, right? The teams that are in for the win, and then you have them slowly inching their way up. Muzz and Rise are alive and kicking right now. No points earned though, Jacob, so they haven't quite started to take off just yet, but we know it's the end game where they strike best.
Especially since they're free and clear. They got their early game plan down packed. They got themselves a cushion for Surge. 12 players need to go down. Even Ritual and Cold again sticking to the backside of the zone. Just landing a massive amount of damage and eventually getting the knock
family,
on the
welcome in. Thank you for the sub.
On the other side, so Higgs does have one opportunity.
Thank you very much. Welcome in. How's your day going?
500 damage above the threshold. You can see they have more than enough heals to get Curve.
How is your day going so far?
So they have definitely dodged one right there.
That's a crazy dodge, by the way, because they're only in 7th place. Remember, the qual is
Muzz still in it.
Such a close spot to be in, but the pickup is good, so we can't come out just yet. Meanwhile, Muzz gets the worst type of lobby focus you can hope for. It's from the high ground teams and the low. I was going to say, I'm not sure elevating is going to work here, but it does at the end. He makes the right decision. And now Surge is active, and he's actually below. This is so rough.
Not good.
They're still looking off in their direction, probably seeing him peek, make a window, trying to get through. 7 seconds, 25 damage. One tick is all he could take, and right now it almost seems like he's admitting defeat, almost trying to not give up any of those points, and they actually go on over to Booga and Braids that get the last shot, leading to that elimination. Javi in a minute. We saw it was Victor V and Queasy at one point. They're all the way on the low ground towards the other side of the zone, so as it now, it's Javi and a minute that are looking to take the high ground.
Batman, Booga, Curve still alive, Peterbot, Boyo still standing, Cold and Ritual still in this game as well. And the problem is now that Muzz and Rise's lead will surely change hands here.
Yep.
Taking a look at Peterbot and Boyo's situation, taking a look at Ritual's situation. They're about to shockwave their way into the new zone. They're already making rotates. High ground looking very much solidified. You saw, as people were looking up, it wasn't looking too good, but as we jump around, Cold actually stands at HQ.
With first place down, second place down to a solo.
Jump up, and get
the point
down.
Gap starts to open up from second to third place. It's 20 points, and it continues to kind of spread even more down below that on the leaderboard for Javi and Aminished. It's not necessarily global, it's bragging rights, it's money, it's a chance to make a comeback of the ages, just like Ritual here. 16 points down to start this game, and now he's feeling the pressure all around the lobby. Gets stuck in the tree for a short second. He's risking too much exposure there, trying to use that shockwave to fly over instead of through.
Yeah, I definitely like this right here, but they have to change layers. They have to play for a refresh. This is why they're forcing their way in. Boyo finds one. Someone's on his heels. It's actually Virgo, but he eases up the pressure, and Boyo gets away with being able to stay alive for a second there. And talk about teams that need to change layers. Ritual jumps down as well. You can see him just scrambling here as he's already lost Cold. Trying to work his way through. Barely any mats here. Just a couple heals.
Goes down.
Go ahead and do what he can with
goes
this,
down.
So many different teams in this end game here. This is going to start to condense the points up at the top.
Yeah, with this being
I could
the
be
last
blind, though.
2 games, all these little moments matter. Every point really does make the difference, especially for Acorn and Bold. Third place going into this game. They have a shot at first, just like any other. Peterbot and Boyo are trying to play for the high ground. They get overthrown once, but they replay it, return back up. Javi and Aminished are now on the back foot. Boyo is just running wild, but the spray is coming in from all directions.
QK goes down.
Finally, Peterbot shows up, alleviates that pressure, leads to
Clicks
the downfall
is still in it, though. Clicks is still in it.
On the low ground as well.
He didn't see Javi. Javi was actually lurking in the storm there, but he misses the important shot, and he delivers the loot for Peterbot and Boyo. But now the low ground team start to
Peterbot very, very low.
Bolt see what's going on here. Ozone and Golden as well are lurking nearby, and there's a lot of teams here looking to set themselves up for a new high ground take. Bolt.
Yamzo goes down, and Josh. Clicks takes down threats.
They're at 4 eliminations, and still, look at them peeking for high ground.
And Ozone.
Even got everything going down for Clicks and Rapid. Global spots, first place spots, top 5. There's so much up for grabs here in this game alone, as now Acorn and Bolts have the high ground. Peterbot all by himself, still trying to find this elimination. He needs it on the craze to stay alive, and the siphon is just seconds too late.
Wow.
Peterbot will fall. We got Clicks and Rapid still up. Acorn and Bolt still up. Liam and Chase as well. Everybody else kind of full and intact with their teammate by their side.
This rift could come into play.
Might be letting Clicks and Rapid actually get a little bit of HP. Curve here as a solo down below ground will become the siphon for one.
Clicks takes down Curve.
Batman Booga is still in the game. He's moving.
Higgs takes down Clicks.
Clicks there, but Rapid gets the finish.
Rapid does take down
the switch out
Higgs.
for the meds, for the heals. This is the only thing that he actually can do here to try to stay in the game. Liam still alive on the low ground. Acorn and Bolts up top. It's all going to come down to actually how Rapid plays this out next.
Yeah, he's going to be the disruptor. If he attacks low, high ground's going to drop. If he goes up, low ground's going to try to make a play. There goes the first down.
Wow.
Bolts actually takes down Liam. Back to back from Bolts right
Rapid,
now, trying to save
second,
it. But
though.
Rapid is still healing off outside of the zone. It is going to be a 1v1, but as soon as that med kit stops,
He looked right at him. Is he cheating?
Bolts and Acorn.
I'm just
Game
saying.
11,
Hey,
when it matters most, come out with
Clicks
a
and
victory royale.
Rapid.
And not only
Second
that, they are
place. Let's
definitely
frickin'
jumping their
go.
way towards that first place spot. Talk
Let's
about
go.
taking advantage and staying
That is huge.
consistent there.
That is
Game
huge for
11
Clicks
is
and
now-
Rapid.
Fortnite fam,
Let's freaking
I
go.
need you to just track with me here for a moment. We're watching this game, and we're all just like, this is the craziest game we've ever seen. And then Vivid quietly, under his breath, just goes, Acorn and Bolt's gonna win this game. Watch. I was like, what did he say? Like, there's no way. Vivid's being Vivid again. They win the game! They win the game! Acorn and Bolts get a victory royale in a situation, man. In a situation where Muzz and Rise were eliminated early. Viv, we're about to go into this last game. And this is gonna be the closest race I think we've ever seen.
Acorn and Bullets, listen, we kind of mentioned it coming into the day. Yes, they have been playing so consistent, but the one thing that they were missing on the leaderboard was a victory royale. And in game 11, they finally go ahead and secure their win. And you gotta imagine with how close the contention has been in the top three, with Acorn and Bolts constantly finding themselves up there, finally getting this win, finally getting the surgence of points.
You don't want to
is
watch the
going
last
to
game,
probably
Elliot?
surge them up into
It's pretty
first
amazing,
place.
isn't
And
it?
yeah, sure enough, Kelly, we are going to be set up.
It comes
for
down
a game 12 NA
to
masterclass.
the
But
last
it was just
game.
perfection from Acorn and Bolts. I mean, high ground for what feels like the first time out of these guys.
We watched all day yesterday and then pretty much all day today where we would see Acorn and Bolts make it to the end game time and time again. But once we got down to the final 5 or 6 teams, they were usually a solo and then eventually they would go down. But this was the game of duos. We had 4 duos alive in the final moments, which I think is the most that we've had as far as full duos in a final end game go. And of course, that is when Acorn and Bolts shine the best, being able to control high ground. And yes, it did eventually come down to a 1v1. But Bolts is able to pull that out on top once again. Big shout outs to Acorn and Bolts. Better late than never for the victory royale.
Guys,
One more
I've
game,
just
guys.
looked at
One
the-
more game.
Yep.
Of course.
I've just looked at the leaderboard. You are not going to believe this. Let's go ahead, bring up those leaderboards. After this break, I'm so sorry.
okay.
I know. Listen, we gotta go to this break. It's fine. You need to come back though. Okay, when this last game is gonna be crazy. We'll see you. We'll see you in just 3 minutes, okay? Just hang tight.
It is break time. Let's check out the standings. Let's check it out. Let's check it out to see who's in first. Refreshing. Acorns and Bolts are now in first by 29 points. Followed by Cold and Ritual. And then Muzz and Rise fall to third. But this is anyone's game right here. Peterbot and Poyo stay in fourth with 509. Higgs and Curve bring up a little bit. Could pass Peterbot. Agers and Vino with the 6th place. Clicks and Rapids still in that 10th place. Not good enough right now. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 teams that have already made it to globals. He's good. This is where he needs to be. This is qualifying right now. If he keeps this lead, he qualifies. To be honest, he needs to pass either Yamzo or Vino, Phenomenal, whatever his name is. He needs to pass them because Shadow and Virgo and Moneymaker are right behind. Only 22, excuse me, I'm more than that. Only 62 points away, which is possible if Clicks goes down early and gets 0 points. And Moneymaker goes on for another win. Easy. Moneymaker's up in here. So we will see who gets up there. But Acorn and Bolt's 45 limbs is now leading the Peterbot and Poyo are now leading the tournament with 46 limbs. I don't think anyone. Oh, I lied to you guys. I'm sorry. Agers and Vino are now leading the tournament with 55 limbs. But the placements are killing them. It's killing them. They could be so much ahead. They could be winning if it wasn't for their placements. The placements are killing them. 34th, 39th, 33rd, 39th, 44th. Cut those all in half. They might have a chance. Horrible. Josh and Iamzo also doing pretty well in the kill category.
Time to be watching some Fortnite.
Here we go.
Okay. We're going into the final game of major number 2. Okay. We're fighting for Acts of Champions. You come out in first place. Prize money if you trade places and start to move up the leaderboard. The higher you move, the higher more money you make. We're also looking for one of 6 spots going to the Global Championship, which we knew going into that was basically if you could be in the top 10, because we already have previously qualified duos in the top 10. So right now, Clicks and Rapid are holding on to the one of those, essentially the 6th and final spot of placement. Kelly, and then I look at the top 4. And all of these teams could very well,
all good
in
teams,
this final game, look to fight for that number 1 spot.
They're all very, very
Zeke,
good teams.
If you say number 1 spot, then I'm a little biased to talk about Peterbot and Poyo. You know, they yesterday ended the day off in the first spot, and I think a lot of us were expecting for them to continue that snowball today, but a few hitches in their plan, maybe a few early eliminations. However, in this game, we finally start to see them pick things back up, start to show that they are here to win. They've already qualified. They don't need to worry about the global championships, but it is Peterbot and Poyo. If anyone is fighting for first place, if anyone is ignoring the qualification spots, ignoring the money, it is this duo right here.
True.
The crazy thing about Peterbot and Poyo's performance so far across these 11 games, and this is going to be crazy to say, I can't believe I'm about to say it, they have yet to get a double-digit elimination game. Yeah, they don't even have a single game with 10 plus eliminations. They're like synonymous for that, and so far it has not happened. What better way for Peterbot and Poyo to make a comeback here, down an incredible amount of points, to finally pull out one of those games? Keep a close eye on those guys. But for some of our other contenders towards the top of the leaderboard, like Ritual and Cold, obviously they are a lot closer to that number 1 spot, as they have been throughout the entirety of this competition. I kind of called for it going into game number 11. We still have yet to see a
last game, guys. Last
Ritual and Cold-esque game for them here in day number 2. I mean, their best placement has been 7th place here on day number 2.
Not good, but they got eliminations.
Need to break into at least that top 5 to give Acorn and Bolts a run for their money.
We saw yesterday at the end of the day, they got 2 back-to-back second places. We know that they have this in them. And again, you're talking about, well, what a beautiful moment for Peterbot and Poyo to get the final win, but also for Cold and Ritual to finally get a victory royale. Zeke, there's too many storylines. There's too many players that we need to talk about right now. We have so many players that are on the edge of qualification that have already made it into the global championships. Kingling and Golden now being in 8th and 9th place just adds so many more question marks. And because Clicks and Rapid are in 10th, they're in the bubble, but Shadow and Virgo are on the 11th place, who have already qualified. So now it's literally up to Moneymaker and F9 or Victor V.
This is gonna be a crazy last game.
To EU to stop Clicks and Rapid from going to the global championships. What is happening?
Why does it always happen like this, guys? Why does it?
I mean, NA.
That's NA, right?
NA, man.
NA.
Yeah, they're just so good. But this is great for Clicks and Rapid. I mean, we kind of came into these grand finals. We kept talking about how Clicks is feeling confident. And listen, day number 1, without a doubt, was rough for these guys. But they have figured something out here in day number 2. I want everybody to kind of remember this number, 440 points. I mean, listen, Clicks and Rapid, right now, as it currently stands, they are in that global qualification range. But take a look at these standings, because if you look up just a couple of placements on the leaderboard, like let's go ahead and shoot for
this is going to go down.
Clicks and Curve, 47 points actually separate 10th and 5th place right now. Now, obviously, Clicks and Rapid, you know, on their mind right now is qualifying the globals.
It is.
They could really
it's only
prove
47
here
points
in this grand finals. I do want to go ahead and mention that page number 2 that Kelly was kind of talking about, so that way we can kind of get a visual on this, because 440 points, right? That is kind of that qualification range. Take a look at it. Kelly mentioned it. Shadow and Virgo already qualified to globals, right? They can't technically knock anybody out.
That's
but
good.
Moneymaker and F9 looking for that spot. Victor V
the
and
Shadow's
Queasy
not
looking
a
for that
factor.
spot. But then we look at Reet and Cooper. I mean, they're so far behind. Booga and Braids, they're so far behind. I think those guys are just too far away from that 440 point threshold. So the question is, guys, Victor V and Queasy, Moneymaker and F9, can they have a game that is good enough to break that 440 point threshold, assuming that Clicks and Rapid are just going to get 0 points, which
and hold on, does anyone grief?
This is so
does
crazy.
anyone grief though? That's the question.
This is absolutely insane.
It happens
on NA right now. We are about to enter the final game. Fortnite fam, follow along. Like Vivid said, 440 is that, bro. Just keep thinking about that number. Anytime you tune in to Clicks and Rapid, think about that number. Anytime you see someone like be eliminated and have to solo clutch, they're fighting for their lives. This is it. If someone goes down, they cannot get any more points. The last time in major number 2. Casters, over to you.
This is truly it, Monster. The last go around, the last game of the day, and the last hope anybody has to either win the tournament, qualify for the global championship, or just win a buttload of that money.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of everything as well along the way, but right now I'm looking at the qualification requirements to globals. Clicks and Rapid are holding that thin line, and then the race for top. I mean, we are surely in for a treat here soon.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm looking at Moneymaker and F9. These are the guys that have been lurking around so many different POIs. They've been getting key eliminations, keeping them in the race. With the last game of the day ready, Moneymaker and F9, what do you got?
Well, game 12 is here. What a grand finals weekend it has been. Looking at how things have played out, if you are Moneymaker and F9 and you're thinking about the commitment you have made to travel to NA, how much does qualifying to globals means to you? If it's everything you're here to do, well, you have to contest Clicks and Rapid, because if they get any further away from you, it's going to be mathematically impossible for you to close that gap. So that is the question. Then on the other side, you have, of course, the race for first place. Acorn and Bolts have put the biggest target on their back, as they are now at 570 and in the lead.
Just a huge gap to overcome, but no, Moneymaker for Nyan. Not necessarily landed on Clicks and Rapid. Same strategy that they had in that last game over towards Golden Grove. They didn't necessarily lurk over to take the fight. They went elsewhere, kind of what they're doing now, but they have way more attention in this game that they did have in that last one. Booga and Braids trying to push them away from Golden Grove.
Yeah, I like that play from Booga and Braids. Obviously, there's a lot riding on the lines for them, but now Quick and Avari, you know, they've kind of had their own little bits of back and forth with F9 and Moneymaker. F9 and Moneymaker getting a little piece of their own mess in there. Unfortunately, now getting collapsed on between the two teams, and everyone knows exactly what duo that was. Booga Braids happy with their initial loadout.
They took them down, right?
Spoils of war that they earned from this, and they're actually going to keep pushing.
I mean,
right below you.
You ever talk about, you know, it's just much harder, improbable for it happening. But Booga and Braids, it's going to need a miracle, maybe even 2. But maybe the 20, 30 eliminations, one of those crash out games that we do see right now. They already have 2 eliminations here and a couple more teams in the distance that they continue this streak on.
Well, this is really interesting. If they start off hot like that and can pick up about 6 or so eliminations, you know, we were trying to think about what would it take. You need to effectively win the game and just ball out on the lobby. It's a very difficult thing to do, but we have seen it.
Over 20 eliminations. I don't know the exact number, but I just did a little bit of quick math. Over 20 eliminations with a victory for Bugha and Braids. It's definitely possible, but it's not just Moneymaker and F9 that they have to take down. It's Clix and Rapid. It's Josh, Iyamzo.
Yep.
It's those players above them inside of that bubble that also need a spot. He actually picks up
they
another
are.
elimination onto Alongo. Braids does go down, so they're actually going to go for a double res on either side. But again, they're just keeping the train rolling. They're giving themselves a chance. It might be a hard one, but they are up for the fight.
At the end of the day, this is what I can respect. This is what I think the entire community can most definitely respect. You put it all on the line and you play for that win. Take a look at this. Peterbot, though, of course, King, whatever he can down right now. This is going to be gunning down Webster here. Very nice pickup for him. Good set of eliminations.
Where's Poyo?
Webster
Okay,
already
Poyo's
far
with him.
for him. And, of course, the extra damage as well. And the new team's pushing in. It's actually Curly's duo.
Curly's doing a good job pushing Peterbot back, taking away those piece control, forcing him into a whole nother box, expending a lot of their materials. They expected to jump on one team, but I'm not sure how crowded they expected this to actually be, because there's another player up towards the north that's staring down, maybe even trying to get damage. Curly directly knocking on the wall. Encrypted is there as well. That's Webster's duo still up in this game for the two initially fighting it out. Tyler gets third party just a little bit, but it's not slowing him down because he's landing an immense amount of damage onto Pete.
Yeah, Peterbot recognizing this is a really tough fight to take. He's probably second guessing what duo this is as well. Don't forget, you obviously have the likes of Acorn and Cold and everyone else that lands not too far off. They tend to kind of get and rotate in position near each other, but no information downloaded.
Both giving
just
a lot
yet.
of
This is
damage
just,
on each other.
Again, a battle.
Definitely not a winning
Real scrappy one
situation
at
for
that.
either.
Curly and Tyler put up a really good defense.
Peterbot takes big damage.
It's playing for Webster. It's Nut and CDZ on the top side of that mountain. Probably watching the feed, waiting for one of these guys to fall. Bugha gets another elimination onto Quick as well, keeping it going.
I think Poyo and Peterbot going down here.
Any open
Unless
space,
Curly
the
stops.
shots from Tyler Curly are connecting, but there goes a big shot to kind of slow down the roll that Curly has been on so far in this fight, but no extra HP heals. Peterbot has just gone down. Game 12.
Rapid goes down.
Poyo yet again. Shockwaving to try to create distance, but that one's not going to work, and in comes that third party. Oh no is right. CDZ and Nut are the ones to take down Poyo and eventually lead to them getting sent back to the lobby.
That's the first time we've seen Peterbot and Poyo fall in a final game when they're on the hunt for a first place
Rapid
run.
has gone down right now,
Who knows
though.
how long, to be honest, or ever for that matter, but
That is
either
not
way,
good.
I like what was going on.
I don't know
there.
if he's
I
gonna
like
get picked
the
up or
idea
not.
They needed to close the gap with the
I don't know what's going on in their
You
fight.
see other teams looking to push it right now. However, Tyler and Curly, where was this all tournament long? They have dug in deep, and they're in the trenches right now, playing very well.
And even now the third party is on the back foot. Nuts already down. CDZ just trying to survive. And he meets that same fate. Tyler and Curly, a couple of quick eliminations here to rise up that leaderboard. Just trying to get into the next money pocket threshold. Just trying to increase their earnings for this tournament. But again, the struggles. I'm not sure how Rapid went down, but Clix is literally by himself. And he is that line.
This
Yep.
is really bad.
Told
This
you.
is even worse for Moneymaker and F9 because they were so close to Clix and Rapid. Like all they had to do was
they could have done it.
genuinely outperform them and then outplace them by a decent margin. And
Oh,
with
no.
Rapid down, Contrap and Darcy have actually singled out Clix. They know he's here. Clix has to play very well.
Gosh.
How badly does he want it? We
Come
know
on,
he's got a
Clix.
big gap between him and everyone else, but again, you don't want to give Victor V and Queasy the runway, because if you do, they might run away with it.
He has no shocks, so he
Pressure's
has to
on
fight.
Clix.
Queasy and Victor V are not even necessarily the target or anybody's radar. This is a huge moment here for Clix, essentially playing for a global championship spot in this fight. In a 1v2, there is a whole nother team just to the right of them at a mending machine. Maybe Clix is hoping somebody else hears that and looks to crash the party, but as of now, you can see he's burning through every single resource that he has. Material being dwindled down. He does have some extra bigs, but he hasn't taken too much damage to dig that deep into his resources. And it's Boji and Alongo, the ones on the other side.
I was going to say, he also hasn't given damage either. So because you haven't given the damage, that team's not going to respect you enough to back off just yet. Instead, they're taking shots, trying to fish through the builds, weakening them so they can get visuals to look through. Clix just has to kind of wait this one out. Darcy Contrap keeping their HP up. The fact that they're using Chug Jugs is telling us that they're probably looking to stick around for quite a while.
There goes. They're trying to burst into the box. 2v1. This is where they're trying to use their numbers, but it doesn't necessarily work for them. Big shot from Clix, slowing them down. Now Alongo and Boji have heard enough noise. They're making their way on over, and this could be the miracle he's looking for. He's been using this Chug Jug the entire time to keep himself topped off, so one shot or a move like this doesn't take him down, and he is like water flowing through these builds to stay alive. Misses that first shot, but he is doing so much here.
Come on, Clix!
And Rapid in contention. That first down is going to be the biggest one. Trying to alleviate some of that pressure. Contrap drops right back on down, and Clix is missing a couple shots here, but he is still keeping ahead in this fight.
He's playing well right now. 4 points. A new team comes in. They take the little bit there. He does get a couple extra maps. Can he scramble out of the box here? I'm not sure if he's going to be able to survive it. Another duo comes crashing in. He actually gets bailed out. Clix might be able to go just a little bit further here.
Yeah, he tries to stop the heals. He doesn't want to give up too much information here. Curly and Tyler, they don't know, but they have just rescued Clix here out from the depths of potentially going down. And since Boji is still here moving around, they can't even shift their focus on over to see how many players are still here. And he's going to use that, Monster. He's going to use this as a moment to finally disengage. But without too many white heals, he is on a clock.
And remember, he's earned a couple more points. So for anyone who's trying to push onto the heels of Clix and Rapid, these points are the worst case scenario for you. And now Clix gets to sit in the distance. He still has that med kit. He's got a little bit more to work with, and he can comfortably rotate here. What a turn of events there, Jacob.
Wow. That's all I can really say after watching all that shakeout is wow. This is some of the best Fortnite we have seen Clix play in such a long time. Don't let the position on the leaderboard fool you, because he right now is the sole reason why they are still in this game. As we see Veno Agers much higher up on that leaderboard in a much more comfortable spot for sure, but don't like what they're seeing here out of Reet and Cooper. They could potentially try to take this fight, but if they go down, it was almost all for nothing because they are literally right there, 18 points away from the next placement.
Wow. This is some good Fortnite, guys.
Cold and Ritual.
You guys are watching.
From Muzz and Rise.
Just wow. Wow.
Taking a look at what's happening right here. Zone's pulling to the top left of the map here. It's the first time in a while we've seen one actually draw this far up. It's gonna be pretty interesting.
Kind of see how everybody, there's a couple teams outside of the zone. Most of the teams that you see at Cluster Coast, that little arrow down below on the side, that's Clix trying to survive down there. Only one arrow, so Rapid is not up just yet, but you can see the journey they have in front of them. Cluster, Shaken, Sinister, Frosted, and then they reach the zone of the Battlewoods.
Yeah, it has to go.
Yeah, look at how much of a long way he's got.
He has to find medkits,
but he is still very much motivated and in this game. And hey, at the end of the day, with how fast the lobby has continued to cut its way out, for all we know, he might steal away some cheeky placement points before we even get there, but we'll just have to see. Veno and Agers still fighting to close the gap here. No elims just yet. That's gonna be the first one on to Cooper. Reet shortly after. They finished the job, and Reet and Cooper's run to the finals is now over.
Wow.
Just like that, Agers and Veno secure 8 points.
That's a team. This isn't the first time they face each other throughout this tournament. And even with this one kind of being over, Reet and Cooper, game 12 sent back to the lobby. I can assure you, Monster, this is the last time we're going to see these two teams face off in an FNCS tournament. Particularly with maybe something on the line. As we see towards the Battlewood, closer towards the zone, Bolts and Acorn, our first place team with a little bit of a cushion. They managed to rotate very, very quickly away from Frosted Flats and try to get one of those priority positions where they're near one of the buildings, elevated up so they can't get stuck.
Clix is rebooting.
Must be nice having a nice little lead coming into the game, pulling the zones, getting the early rotates. Like Bolts and Acorn are just doing it right now. And how many wins is this for Acorn at this point? He is starting to really rack them up.
Wins.
It's definitely one of the better IGLs that we have in the history.
Are they gonna win this game?
He had a streak of winning major
scripted, guys?
Once again,
is it scripted? What?
But we can go ahead and make up for it with a major 2 victory, especially for Bolts coming on over from NA West. Before Central became one region, Bolts won the last FNCS on West, came over, had multiple top placings like we saw on day 1 with Kelly, Vivid, and Zeke breaking it down. Bolts is just that guy. You pair him with one of the greats, these are the results you will see. Muzz and Rise looking good. You can kind of see a decent amount of our players at the top side of the leaderboard have no real contention at this side of the game.
Well, here's our next team that's looking to qual their way to globals. Queasy and Victor V, they have the damage, but I think they will need a win. I think they will also need over 10 elims, and more importantly, they will have to stomp out Josh, Yamzo, or Clix and Rapid, and that is no easy task right now.
I will say, though, the blessings are in their favor. You see where the zone is at? Not too far away from their actual POI. They're 300 above the damage threshold.
That's good.
So while Storm Surge pops, other players going to probably trade
Clix
off shots
and Rapid
in the
are
distance,
in zone,
close
looks like.
quarters, box-to-box type fights. They have created themselves
maybe not. Maybe not. They might not be in zone yet.
So it shouldn't necessarily be a problem, or at least not for now. We'll see where the zone continues to flow. And again, Monster, it's working in Queasy and Victor V's favor as we move towards the north.
Wait, did we ever get that update with Clix? Did he actually make it? I don't even know at this point. Because remember, he is the line as well. Last we saw him, he was deep in the storm trying to rotate. On the other side, though, look at Bolts and Acorn making these very fast rotates. They are wasting no time. They're putting everything on the line, using these shockwaves early, make it to the half and half out. Meanwhile, Muzz and Rise are down.
Dang, Muzz goes down.
The championship run has come to a close. And we wanted to see them do well. They came so close there, Jacob. But in the end, 3rd place is where they sit now.
Yeah, gotta be happy that you kind of essentially qualified for the global championship.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, you're so close to the win. It all depends on how you look at it. And we know how these competitors are. If they're not first, they're last, or at least that's what they have in their minds. But maybe tomorrow they'll begin to celebrate. Clix does get Rapid. This is the update you were looking for. I know he had the reboot off, but I was questioning the material. I was questioning the loadout. I don't know where this key leads, but I'm sure it is long gone behind him because he was carrying that when he was at the Sanctuary.
Hey, he's got it, though. It's in his pocket. That's
True.
all that matters. Hopefully it brings him a little bit of luck right now. Well, 27. As far as the remaining duos in the game, 26 now. Placement points are going to start being given out here shortly. Yamzo, Josh still cooking here on the low ground. For Yamzo and Josh at this point, it's a fight for the dollar.
How much damage does Clix and Rapid have?
Globals is only getting more and more interesting as you start looking at who is going to be earning their qual spots now.
Trying to go ahead and get that next money placement. Every placement, as you were saying, you've been alluding to, is just more and more money. They're past the pockets and into the individuals as Cold Ritual. They're not just fighting for money, still fighting for that 1st place spot. I see a lot shaking out cross in the distance, and they're just trying to disrupt it just a little bit, enough so they can continue to progress with their surge. And you're kind of seeing the check-in from multiple teams around the lobby. Clix and Rapid still looking strong, and now we've reached the meat and the potatoes, which is those placement.
There we go. Come on, Clix.
They've gotten 2 so far, which isn't many.
Come on,
but
Clix.
the longer Clix and Rapid stay in this game, the more chances of it becoming mathematically impossible for anybody else.
What's their? what are they above?
I did see Victor and Queasy
see what they were above.
through. Remember, they need a win at this point, and they are playing for the high ground. But if Clix and Rapid are still
Higgs
standing,
is still in.
that win condition is out
Higgs
of the
and
window.
Curve.
Batman Booga trying to fight for a top 3 spot. Can they overtake Peterbot and Muzz's position? For Ritual and Cold, it's a race to maintain first place here and win this entire tournament.
Nobody said it was going to be smooth sailing. 50 below the damage threshold, gets worse, falls to 67, but they're not necessarily losing focus. They know what it feels like to be below Surge, the back of zone, so they're trying to take it one step at a time, get towards the front, open up that window, and look back, and that's how they're going to try to get those numbers.
It's good moneymaker's not in it, but it's not over yet.
They're not going to have to deal with here. 6 players need
Victor
to go down.
V
Storm
has
Surge
the height.
will turn off, but they're immediately targeting Taki out from the outside. He's taking Storm damage and eventually damage from Vic.
This is what they need. Clicks falls on the rotate. 24.
Dang, Clicks went
41
down.
Low. Couple players still have to fall here.
Nice.
Rapid needs to jump in. He gets Tyler 4 more points for Rapid and Clicks, keeping
it's got the
tournament
Baba Yaga.
dream alive. 55 above now. That's going to alleviate a little bit of pressure. Rapid gets to clutch this one out by himself now. A little bit of lobby focus.
Come on, Rapid.
As
You
he's
got
in
this.
The ultimate low ground, but look at high ground. Position up. Victor and Queasy need to start finding eliminations before the lobby thins itself out.
Yeah, that's going to be the most important thing, because win is not going to be enough, because Bolts, Acorn, they find themselves their first elimination of this game.
Dang.
4 more points.
There goes Rapid.
Rapid and Clicks go down. 23rd place. All eyes on Queasy and Victor V. They are the ones that are next up.
They're the ones that could potentially qual if they can win the game and pull through. But first, you gotta get through all the other teams. Veno, Ager still standing now. Take a look at who's alive. You see Ritual
This
and
game's
Cold
gonna
here
come down
finding
to the
first
wire.
elimination. Finally, they're also starting to close the gap. But if you want the championship run, you need to do more. And Cold and Ritual are starting to do it.
They find another
Come on, someone needs to take
taking
down
apart
Victor V.
Golden and Ozone. The materials, even though it might be few,
Grades
it's
goes
plenty for
down.
them in this
The Queasy.
situation. But I might have
Ritual's
spoke too soon. They bleed through the builds. Ritual goes down. Cold thinks about the decision for the revive, but more spray
Higgs
comes their
takes
way.
down
He
Rituals.
has to abandon ship. And now if he wants to win this FNCS, it's going to be as a solo.
That was to the hands of
Come on,
Curve
take down
there.
Queasy. Come on.
Meanwhile, a fight for high
Victor
ground.
V, no shields.
Batman Booga.
Come on,
coming
Curve.
through Higgs,
Come on,
and
Higgs.
Curve want to do it. They're putting it all on the line. Barely any mats to work with. Bolts holding
Acorn
on here.
goes down.
Bolts is also a solo. That means that the points are going to get even more
Yamzo goes
condensed
down.
now, but Cold is still in this. Does Cold want it more than Bolts? Can he outperform him here and now and overtake him by 30+ points? Who's going to be the first to fall? Who's going to be one step
Curve
closer
and
winning the
Victor V go
championship?
down.
First though, Bolts with a monster shot there, gets the knock shortly
So it's a
afterwards.
1v1 with that, I think.
Jacob, this is close.
Higgs
Bolts
goes down to Queasy.
outside of the top 10. Cold can still win this. Plays
Queasy
points alone without
gets
getting another
Higgs.
elimination, but you can see
Queasy
the struggle
goes
he's
down
going through. Even
by
Bolts on the
Veno.
other side has to figure out
I
a
think
way
they're good
down,
then.
but Cold is going to get eliminated, and that is going to be it. Bolts and Acorn are your FNCS Major 2 champions. Even with 0 builds
And I
left, you
think
can see he wants
Clicks
to win this game
and Rapid
because
are good.
winning is not enough. He wants to be the best in the world, and there goes a big elimination onto Verd. He is not done just yet.
Way to put the icing on the cake. Bolts really flexing what he is capable
There's
of.
a lot of missed
The
shots there.
adrenaline's running, another not for good measure. And just like that, the highlight reel starts to rack up. Meanwhile, Veno, Agers fighting for more placement points, more eliminations, more points for the money and the dollar signs here at the end of the day.
Veno
Agers playing
right
the
there.
tree. He's got plenty to work with. What a tournament so far it has been.
No, it definitely has. And for Veno and Agers, they can overtake Higgs and Curve. They can overtake Peterbot and Pollo. They can maybe overtake Muzz and Rise. So they're still fighting for a potential top 3 spot here in the finals. BMJ from the backside out
And
of charge.
Veno's gonna
Has to
go
go
down right
forward.
here.
Good amount of damage onto Veno, trying to cut their momentum short.
Not
But
yet.
Agers trying to save the
Oh!
day. He gets the elimination,
Agers does
bringing
save
it
the
down
day.
to our final 2v2 situation. Maraps and QK are going to be the ones down below. They're trying to strike.
Veno
not
does
give
go
them time
down.
to heal. There goes the first knock, so it's all up to Agers. There's a 9-point
And
difference
Agers
just
goes
for the
down.
win, and it's not going to go their way. Maraps
Let's
and
see.
QK
I think
out of
Clicks makes it to
nowhere win
grands.
the
Let's
last game
see.
of the day.
Nice job for them to go ahead and just pad the stats and finish off their tournament well. But at the end of the day,
Let's see.
Jacob, it was a
Show
fight
us that
for
leaderboard.
first place there. And it looks like we have our champions. Congratulations there to everyone that competed. Zeke, that's going to be it from us.
Jacob, PR, MDF, fantastic set of games, fantastic cast. Oh my gosh. Of course, Kelly, of course, this comes down to a solo clutch of Cold versus a solo clutch of Bolts. And of course, Fortnite is and does what it does. Acorn and Bolts, though, coming out on top. I can't believe it. And as our casters called out, Bolts going for those moments.
Good for them.
Making sure he is trying to prove he is the best in the world. Congratulations, Acorn and Bolts, your major 2
Very good
champions.
Good team.
We saw in day number 1 just how consistent they were, getting an average placement of 7 over the whole 6 games we saw from day number 1, but they never placed above 5th place. And then
That's
as we
crazy.
started day number 2, Acorn and Bolts looked like they started a little slow, not necessarily bad, but of course it was the penultimate game where they grabbed their victory royale and 7 eliminations, and that really is where things just took off. We knew as soon as all these other top teams were starting to go down and we saw the solo clutch coming out of our big players that this was our major 2 winners right here. Huge shout outs to Bolts and
dominated
Acorn.
Cooper right
Wasn't
there.
really a doubt in anyone's mind, Vivid.
Definitely were some doubts out there. I mean, not a lot of people were kind of throwing Acorn and Bolts into the conversation. Of course, we had some of the favorites like Peterbot and Playo up there to go ahead and win this FNCS. But yeah, you mentioned it, the consistency from Acorn and Bolts on the
We're gonna
back
keep
foot
you guys
of
at
all
bay
of
right
the
now.
clutches, all of
Let's
the
see if
solo
Higgs
clutch
does
points that they were able to
qualify.
pick up
I
as
think
a
he
team. I
does,
mean,
though.
we entered game number 12 and Acorn and Bolts were already on the number upwards of 140 solo clutch points, making up a large portion of the total 617 that they were able to pick up over the course of 12 games. And Acorn and
Show
Bolts, man,
us.
I mean, for Acorn himself, of course, got to be solidified now as, if not the greatest, one of the greatest IGLs in the game, and do it alongside Bolts. I mean, these guys, they got to be ecstatic.
We got to turn attention to these leaderboards. All right, we can't forget, obviously, congratulations to them. Want to give them the props, the flowers that they deserve. But we can't forget, we also have 6 spots going to the global championship.
Yeah.
We saw Clicks and Rapid in that game go to a crazy situation where
They
Clicks
got it.
had to solo clutch and then fight to reboot Rapid. who
They
then
got
had to
it.
solo clutch a little bit further on.
Let's freaking go!
Dude, Vivid, I'm blown away. Today's games were phenomenal.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean,
Clicks go
obviously
live?
here in game number 12. I think when everything
Not
was all
yet.
said and done, because we saw Queasy and Victor V and Moneymaker and F9 kind of go down early in this game. Clicks staying alive here
do we
would not
get?
have ended up mattering on the leaderboard, but I mean, just the
EWC silver
mechanical
badge.
prowess that he was able to bring out. I mean, we were watching this live, and I was like, looking at the edits that
Okay.
Clicks was hitting. Not only was he hitting like hard edits, like some of the ramp flips and everything like that, but he just like didn't miss an edit, right? So when the pressure was on, when he started to feel that his global qualification was potentially slipping away, he did not falter. And listen, Clicks and Rapid, they're going to walk away with 12th place in this FNCS, but they were so close to placing so much higher. And I mean, Kelly, they got to be proud about this one.
12th
I mean,
place.
Vivid, you say that game didn't necessarily matter to the leaderboard because of how everything went, but I think that meant so much to Clicks and
10th
his
place.
community. We saw how day 1 ended. We saw kind of the emotions that was impacting
did
Clicks.
really good
and
today.
We have known for years now how emotional a player like Clicks can be and how that can affect his games. So to see him be able to recover for day number 2, and then in the final game where literally it all
Yep.
matters to what he does, how he is able to not only handle being contested, but also triple part or third party and then fourth party. Everything could have gone wrong in that situation, and he handled that so well. And I think
Good
that
job, Clicks
matters so
and
much more
Rapid.
than earning more money, earning more points, getting a first place. Clicks proving himself that he is deserved of getting into the global championships means everything.
Yep, without a doubt. I mean, see, listen, I feel like we also have to throw our flowers over to Veno and Agers. A 3rd place when contested by 2 other teams at a POI for more than half of the competition. And then to kind of not only consistently win that off-spawn situation, but then towards the later half of this competition, to basically push both of those teams out of that POI. That's how badly you were kind of dominating them. And then on the back foot of that, to finish 3rd place and only be behind 2nd place by 23 points. And then even further than that, 40, 50 points behind 1st place. I mean, Agers and Veno, one game going their way just a little bit more, and they could have actually went ahead and won this. I think this is one of the most impressive performances out of modern day Fortnite. Being double contested and still performing so well is an incredible feat.
Every time
Great
I
job.
think of Veno, I immediately think back to the Invitational back to 2022 and how Veno and Queasy went up and they go up against, oh my gosh, I forgot their names. No, the Danish duo. Anyway. Cammy and Seti, thank you. And anyway, they go up against them, they drop in their drop spot. It was something that had never been seen before. And even though they didn't win, everyone said that they saved Fortnite. And that to me is something that I constantly think about Veno. How every time he makes a move, every time he makes a decision, it's not necessarily the win or getting more points that matters to him. It's the impact on the scene.
He's so good. That's so true, Kelly. I love that point. I'm actually getting word, guys. We have an interview lined up with one of the members. It is Bolts. Bolts, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Come on, make your bed. What a loser.
Let's go, dude. Congratulations.
Come on, make your bed.
How does it feel?
Look presentable.
It feels so good. Me and Acorn, we got 3rd place
At least
in Major
take
1. And
the
then
blanket
got
off,
5th
at
place.
least. At the
win was just at the grasp of our fingertips.
Like,
and then
really?
This time we finally got it. I'm so excited. Like winning on Central to me, such a big deal, because I've won West before, but it doesn't feel as good as this.
I mean, I can imagine that feels good, especially getting the victory royale on the 2nd to last game. Walk me through those moments. What was going on through the comms? When did you guys know that you had the win?
We knew we had the win when Acorn looked up at height and saw there was no builds on it. He was like, just shock up. We shocked up. We only had like 200-300 wood. And then from there, we just were shooting down on everyone, eliminating everyone. And then it came a little close in the end. I did have to 1v2, but they were both low, thankfully. So I'm glad we could close that win out.
Can't lie, Bolts. We have had the great pleasure of speaking to Acorn a plethora of times, but not many times we've actually gotten to speak to his teammates. So I got to ask you, Bolts, what does it actually feel like? Or what actually goes down playing with a player like Acorn? Like, what does it feel like? How does he teach you? How does he walk you through some of these moments as one of the best IGLs we have ever seen?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like I'm playing a whole different game compared to everyone else. Like, before I started playing with Acorn, I didn't really have that much knowledge on how to play an endgame properly or even mid-game rotates. But then just over playing with him, it honestly just taught me so much about the game.
Pretty
And
impressive.
It's really interesting to see how a player can play so consistent and just like very hidden to all the other players. Like many other players, they need to get elims to make it far in the game. But for us, with our game plan, with Acorn's yelling, the way he tarps, the way he shockwaves us, we're just there. We don't need a refresh because he's just him.
Bro, I want to come back to you. Obviously, you're giving Acorn the flowers.
Just saying, they got 47 elims. Okay.
How does it feel to walk away with this win, with this title?
Curve and Veno had 64, probably led.
Where do you feel like you are at?
They're saying they didn't need limbs.
Right now, I would say
they had like the 3rd highest elims
me, and
in the thing.
Winning
so
now, I think I'll get more recognition about that.
They needed elims and they got them.
I was 10 FNCSs now in a row. I've gotten top 10, which compared to other people, I think it was like only 3 people. And I think people really underestimate my ability to frag and just be there to support my teammate.
I mean, what's crazy about that stat, and that was all Vivid stats, but to think that you were able to do it also in a LAN setting, that is really what makes the difference, is that regardless of if you're at home or if you're on the big stage, you always perform. But Bolts, for me, speaking of performing, you guys have a big performance coming up for the Global Championships, and we already know that you guys were going to be going there. So what is kind of the training grounds looking like leading up to that?
I would say we're not really going to change much else when it comes to our training. Like for me, all I do, I Kovacs, I aim train, I do a lot of creative. I've been playing, just with a lot of pros and stuff. And for Acorn, he's always in the VODs, he's always learning. So I would say there's not really much we have to change. We just have to keep up the grind and not get too complacent.
Yeah, incredible work, Bolts. I mean, listen, we also kind of want to know how the lobby was kind of breaking down. Was any teams out there that you feel like was kind of giving you some troubles throughout all 12 of these games that you want to give some flowers to, or do you feel like it was just all you guys?
No, I'll give some flowers to Rise and Muzz. Honestly, crazy performance out of them. I wasn't expecting that. It never really came in our playbook to really try to make a play on them to overtake them.
Unique wording.
We're just really confident in our abilities to just make it far enough into the game and just get points that way. But yeah, I mean, there was a lot of teams performing well, and I would say we just came out on top, and we're the best duo in NA Central.
Dude, you guys absolutely are. Congratulations, Bolts. I 100% agree with you. I feel like you are underrated, you are underestimated, and I don't understand why. And I hope that this win will finally clear the air for so many of these people that look on you with those feelings, because like they should absolutely be putting respect on your name. For the fans out there that maybe have never seen you before and they want to follow you, where can they follow you on social media?
So on YouTube, it'll be Bolts1x. On Twitter, it'll be Bolts1x also. And then on Twitch, it is BoltsFN.
I love that. Well, listen, Bolts, congratulations. Give a big congratulations to Acorn for us as well. We cannot wait to see more of you guys in the future. And again, just a massive congratulations to you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Pretty good speech.
Oh, man. Congratulations.
He handles himself well.
Like, what more could we say about this phenomenal duo? To see them come out on top, to see this fight, the way.
Sorry. That's what he's doing right now.
I wasn't ready for the sleeping Acorn. That's crazy. Or the sleeping Bolts, rather. Man, just a phenomenal weekend of Fortnite action. Kelly, I feel like to see it go over to Acorn and Bolts, so well deserved.
They do deserve it. They've been in the game a while.
Cherry on top of Major number 2.
100%. And I mean, there's obviously, you know, Bolt says that he feels like he's like overlooked and everything, but obviously after we ended trios after globals last year, Acorn saw something immediately in Bolt and he went to him. And Acorn has been playing with some huge names out there, and not to say that Bolt wasn't a huge name at the time, but for Acorn to kind of forego maybe some other bigger names and to pick up Bolt, clearly we know he's the smartest IGL in the world. Sorry, Queasy. And so for him to see something in Bolt, I don't think he did that flippantly. I think he did his studies, he did his reviewing, and obviously they have been an incredible duo all the way since they have formed. So I love to see the success, and honestly, this whole weekend was absolutely incredible. I don't know what NA is on. Zeke, once again, great script writing. I know this is all up to you, but just such an incredible, not even weekend, but just all the weeks that led up to this, so exciting. And again, just a great finish.
Good tournament.
This is everything I'm
glad I chose to watch it and stream for you guys.
To Acorn and Bolts. Of course, they're going to be walking away with Major 2 championship on their titles now. But for some of our other teams, we of course know they were looking towards those global qualification spots. Let's go ahead and
Clicks
take
and
a quick
Rapids
look
get in
at
the
who
last
managed
slot.
to secure
Let's go.
those spots. Of course, we saw Ritual and Cold there with their second place finish. Agers and Veno are up there as well. They came third place. We see Higgs and Curver managed to go ahead and clutch up as well. Muzz and Rise, who obviously were given some flowers.
And Higgs made it too.
Josh and Iamso, and then Clicks and Rapid securing that last spot there as well. So it's great to see these
for just getting together
and the other
and not
will be representing.
You're not going to gel well
NAC
just getting together and just
wait.
playing. It's pretty impressive.
It's just so much fun to get to do this. Fortnite fan, we hope that you guys have had just as much fun as we have had, because man, Fortnite does not disappoint. Now, obviously, a huge congratulations, like Vivid called out, to all these players that have qualified, but we still have one final opportunity for duos to try and qualify on through. It's the Global Championship last chance, okay? We will be back not that long from now for a final broadcast on that to qualify more players on through to the Global Championship. But man, oh man,
the last chance.
It's been such an honor and a pleasure to get to hang out with y'all, watch some Fortnite, geek out, go crazy, be hype. Just incredible. Massive shout outs again to MDF and to Jacob.
Pretty good
team from our
watch party
team, from everyone watching, doing watch parties and all this awesome stuff. It's just such an incredible time. We cannot thank you all enough. So until we see you next time, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Clicks ain't going live. Beep beep. Yeah, Clicks ain't going live. I'm kind of shocked. Jeez. Okay, we're gonna play some Fortnite, but we have to go to the bathroom first. Trying to. There we go. Also, we gotta do this. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, guys, and we'll come back and play some Fortnite. We won't be playing this much longer. Okay. Let's play some Fortnite. In a second. I gotta do one thing in Droid Tycoon, then we'll play some Fortnite. Let's not walk like that. We'll grab that money. Ooh. Do we need this though? Yeah, we do. Okay. Oh, I'm glad that was there. We'll keep that. Well, actually, can I? Yeah, I can just toss you in the lounge. Toss you there. And 29K. Better than you. It's gonna be better than this guy. And this guy. Okay. Dang, we need 6 trillion right now to rebirth. 6 trillion. So yeah. What am I doing? Where'd that guy go? I put him in here. I'm losing it. Oh, I almost touched that. I need this guy. Let me grab my phone real quick to see if we actually need this boy right here. Any of these guys here. We were both 22. Yes, we do need. We do need them until we rebirth. We need the. Oh wait, we're on Oppie Strike. Okay, we are on that one. Okay. No, we don't. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure we don't need it before we sell it. That would kill me if we did, which we don't. Where are you? There you are. So the hollow we don't need either. We can sell actually probably a lot in here since we know the path. Yep. We do not even need the orb walker. Every one of these can basically go. Wonderful. Wonderful. You're 29. You'll definitely make more than this guy. Did not want to do that, but it's 29, but it's 10% more also. Wish it would show it though. Or is it? No, it's. Wait, 25. It says 2585 and 2586. Is it really actually showing that? Really? So it only makes. I thought it was 10%. 10% is a lot. Oh, well, it's actually not that much, so hold on. So 10,000 out of 10,000, 10% is 1,000. This is almost 30, so it should be 3,000 added onto there. So it should be 32. Yeah, who cares? Dang, those two just finished. KX. Yeah, we're done. You know what we need to do? We need craft droids. That's what we need to do. Those take too long. I can sell you two. Toss you in there for fun. Okay, we just need to start tossing droids. 10 at a time. 2, 3, 4, and a little too pricey. 5, 6. 7. 6 out. 8. 9. And 10. 10 at a time. I think that might be all I can hold. What do we need? 6K? 6 trillion, yeah. We just gotta get the... don't need that now. We just gotta get these challenges done before we quit this today. And go to some Battle Royale. Go. Grab those. We got a lot of chips, which is very good. We're gonna need it. What Beskar Legendary was it? Ah, Proto Roller. We have one of those, right? Yes, we do. Yes, we do! Oh, great. The Red Sox scored another run. There we go. We're about halfway there. Living on a prayer. Just because I want some chips. Why not? I'm not even counting. That is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Can you pick it up? Thank you. Or not? Come on now. Any more? Thought there was one more. Maybe not. This guy hasn't moved around in a while. Grab one of those that takes a little bit more time so we can go hit these. Oh, we didn't send that one out, dang. It takes so long on those short ones. Just done. This game is so fun though. It does get old though, I will say. Moving back over to get money. Money, 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 money. Not many more left to go. Actually, never a good idea to just toss it over. See, because that happens. You don't get a good toss. That one was, because I'm just good like that. And I'm calling it right here. This is literally the last one. Actually, this one right here. But we'll do that for the last one. Even not. We'll see. We've done all this without really spending any chips, which is good. We got lucky with the cycle one. How many droids have we crafted? 5,200 and something. 16 probably. It's definitely more than one. That's definitely more than that. I think 2 from here and then that one on top. And then we'll be good. This might be it. This might be it. Nope. I'm doing it without even looking. I'm trusting the game. Yep, got it. Boom. But so what's it called? I'm gonna wait till after this. Okay, we're gonna get one more trillion, guys, so we can actually end on a good note. And then we'll play some BR. We're gonna be looking over there though. I need that. That is one thing I need badly. Next, is it that one? 23. Yeah, next one is the default Motrek. I think that I just got. Which is, I still need a Cyclograph. So that's hopefully what this will be. Actually, I don't need BB-8 over here. So we can upgrade that to Beskar if we need to. Let's collect the money real quick. Collecting all the money. Make you guys sick a little bit. We're looking for anything good over there. We'll get this trillion pretty quick though. I will say we'll get it pretty quick. See, it's going pretty quick. Except when that happens. almost there, guys. We're almost there. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Only 200 billion away. We make a lot with this. Make a lot more billions picking this up. Or we can rebirth. Rebirth. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. Okay, well, let's grab this. It's exactly what I needed. So I just have no space for it. It's exactly what I needed rebirth next time. Yep. Oh, I thought if that went in, I was gonna say, what? Reset these daily quests. Gonna play for 60 minutes, we probably sadly won't get. We'll keep these like this for now. Okay, we need to free this up real quick, and then we can get off. Bing, 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 bing. Need 2 diamond droids real quick. This one's gonna take too long to craft. Come on now. Give us the lead diamonds. Give us lead diamonds. What is next? Nice. So 23, we basically are done. Need best guard. Oh, we need a default IG. And Beskar RP, we already have, and a Drifter. We already have everything. Can I get a diamond? There we go, there's one diamond. You know what the problem is? I don't have a spot to do this. That's 4 hours. This is 4 hours. Right, yeah, no, okay. If it, yeah, at the most we'll get on tonight and do this. I'll just, okay, yeah, this is just, okay. Let's go play some BR. Actually, check that. We're gonna play this for another 30 minutes. You know why? Because that'll be a 5-hour stream. And that's what we want to do. And then we're gonna make a new stream title and play some more BR, okay? That's what we're gonna do. If you don't like it, you can leave. Goodbye. Tomorrow we will be leveling up our sprites though. This one's almost done. Sweet, that is gone. 30K though. I can't go in here, so. Put in the lounge. We still need an IG for next round. Got all these, right? Yep. money or something. There's 36. Yeah, I'm thinking I need this. I'm thinking I'm back. Can I have something to put in there? Oh, the diamond droids. That's what. I need the cyclo, but I'm gonna need it in a I think a diamond, which would be crazy just to get from here. It'd be expensive. We'll get 2 of the quest lines. We ain't playing for 60 minutes, but pickaxe this. No, thank you. I said no. Go in there. Good boy. Good boy. Almost done with this one. Sweet. So it is 31. Okay. What's the lowest? Probably the 12, just the 12, regular 12, yeah? Yeah. No, 10 right here. 8 minutes though? That's a long time. Do I just say screw it and get rid of that? B9. Do we? Oh, we don't have. Oh, this is a B9. It wouldn't be. Yeah, just say get rid of this. Who cares? Put it here for now. Excuse me. We'll be getting rid of that too. So. See anything we need? Nope. It's fun to just fly around like this. Let's see if there's any changes around the map. Come to event. We haven't done that yet. Okay. Strange, but if you notice, they took the pod racer out of here and swapped these things so you can't see in there. There's nothing up here. They did change over here though. Just because chips are great. I did swap this over here. I don't know what this is gonna be though. It's gonna be something though. One chip, woo! We have these people playing poker. We have all these droids. This one looks darker though. It's weird. Who's winning, boys? Who's winning? Who's winning? It's cool they're making like movements though. That could have been bad. So I don't think anything new is happening. Let me check over here one more time. Yeah, I can't tell if there's anything in there. I don't think so. Nothing up here. No one overlooking right here. Nope. No one overlooking there. We have the arena there. And not even an arena. Landing spot. And nothing new. There's one spot we're gonna go to real quick though. And don't know if it's over here. I don't think it's over here. Oh, okay, we have the Jawa. Oh, whoa, wait. Is that just my character? Let's get a sniper. I'm getting a new jetpack though. I'm gonna get a sniper to zoom in. It's not a good sniper to zoom in. think it's just my character, but I may be wrong. It is my character. It's just a player holder. We'd have to go into another game and look, but it's definitely Vader. Cool, I'll stick it up there, yep. Cool, I'll stick that one up there too. It's definitely Vader though. Can go anywhere back here. Go pretty far back there, to be honest. Where's that little opening here? Thought it was somewhere over here, but yeah, it's right here. Okay, I'll always check on our boy. Make sure he's doing well. Maybe even go inside him. Give him a little splash too. Excuse you? Excuse you? Some good amount of chips. Bum, 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 bum. $47 billion, not bad. Not bad at all. So we got all the droids, we just need the 9,000, which is gonna take some time, but okay, we're gonna do something real quick. And join a new lobby real quick. Go back in just for 13 more minutes, that's all. I said it's gonna be 5 hours though. And then we're gonna start a good stream. Longer stream. That's where, well, I don't know about longer. Let me stop that right there, but Yes. I don't like this straight away. It's very interesting straight away to do this. Why is he sitting in my base? How fast would this guy get taken out in? I'll take my weapon back. "54 seconds. We have both those droids now on. Come on now. Dang. All sucky. Except that. Except that. That's a pretty good card, let's say the least. Let's go. Let's go. We need to finish this one so I can go in that slot. Come on, boys. Let's finish this one. Let's finish this one. Sweet. I'm just gonna shove that in right now. And toss this bad boy there. When is Mythics? That is when stream ends, guys. In 6 minutes. 6 minutes. We might as well get money. We might as well get money. We have 2 VIPs in here. Ooh. Chat. Greedy owners. Machines. We got 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes. Do I need this? I don't think I do. Oh, that's a KX. Okay. My droids right now. To be honest, if I don't get it, I'm down to shoot whoever doesn't. This is 324 damage. You can one shot. Oh no, I guess see how long. 112. We need the IG. Come on. Dang. Never trust someone in your base, guys. Never do it. Hey, that's really it then. Hold on, that's 4 minutes, right? 5 minutes. Okay, that's what we're waiting for, and then we're done. Oh, we're at the 5-hour mark. Dang. Yeah, we're done. We're basically done. Why am I not making that much money? I feel like I'm making less money. So I have a lot of good droids here. They're not making buku bugs, but still. Boom. Yeah, I need to switch these guys out. Or just keep them until the 3-minute mark. Why not? It can't be that much less. We don't absolutely need this right now, so. 1 minute. They're learning the lesson. Just get on mine. 44 seconds. Hopefully we get another mythic. A Beskar mythic. A drifter would be nice. This lobby is definitely not my friend in here, so I'm gonna leave right after. So I don't mind laying some fire down. Crappy droids, dang. I didn't even care for that. I'll lay it down for someone. I want to see what this is gonna be. Come on, just be a mythic. Be a mythic. Be a drifter. I want a drifter. Come on. Okay. Where's our boy go? Let's upgrade these guys. You can't. Screw it. $29. I think I'm good. There's 23 over there, so it will help a little bit, I guess. Okay, we're done, guys. We'll grab these and then we're done. Come on. No, 7 seconds away. 7 seconds away. That boy's a crazy droid. We're not getting droids, we're getting money, which isn't bad, but okay, we're done. GG's, guys. Thank you so much for watching this entire stream. It's been a good 5 hours. It was a very good FNCS Major 2. Thank you guys so much, and we'll hopefully see you tonight. I want to play some more Fortnite, but we'll see.